everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. I hope that you guys can hear me all right. If you could let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I am a fish out of water. I have some new software that I'm trying out, or a new streaming platform, and it's really weird. And Witchy Mama, thank you so much for coming in and helping out with that. Oh, look, there you are, Seth. Seth says, let's see if Lady Freedom is late for her show, her own show. Yes, and I'm sorry I was late, guys. And there was no intro. It's just kind of like, here I am. Oh my gosh. Okay, Libra is here. Let me see how I can find him. I see that he's here. Oh, add to the stream. There you are. Hey, Libra. Oh, I can't.
That's what everything sounds like. Can you hear me?
No, you're a little bit, what's the word? Crackly.
Is it? Okay.
You're crackly.
Let me see here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I don't know how to work our stream tonight. So it's great. And it's a lot like StreamYard, the interface, but it's like I don't know what I'm doing because there's all kinds of different things. But I put a galaxy up tonight.
Yeah, let's see.
Seth, you're still unable to get notifications for my lives. That's weird. So when you told me about the kid setting, every time I make a video, I'd have to click it on and off, and now I don't have to because I enabled it, like, toggled it over and set it. So that's weird. And someone else said they weren't getting notifications either the other day. Thank you, Witchy Mama, for doing these twice. Oh my goodness. I meant to tell you guys I was going to do something different tonight, but I kind of had to wait till the last minute, and I apologize either way. But let me know what you guys think of this streaming service. I put a poll up because it's, a lot of it is what you guys want and what you like to see. I always like to get feedback from my audience, and I've always been like that because you guys are watching. I'm not, and I do not watch back because I don't like to hear my own self-talk as much as I talk. I know that's odd. Trigger warning tonight, guys. Little Harmony Montgomery. We also have the Jip Jip verse. We want to get a little bit more of that in. So lots to do. Okay, or did you update your YouTube, Seth? Because I think that's what I suggested to the person last time. Maybe update your YouTube app. So you think it looks the same, Witchy? I don't know. This is weird because, okay, so we're great big. I tried to make us circles because I like circles, and I couldn't make us into circles, so we're boxes. But I feel like this is too small or something on the screen. I guess it just looks different. It's the same interface, though, I suppose. There's your avatar, Libra.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's very laggy for me.
Can you hear? I know, you're crackling. It's lagging for you when I talk.
Yours is really bad, too, for me.
I'm crackling, too?
Yeah, it's horrible. This is the worst. It's like very laggy.
Okay, so let's see. Why don't you drop down and come back in?
Okay.
Did it start before or after Libra came on the panel? Was I always crackling? Yeah, try to drop out and then come back in.
There it is. Just figuring out where to leave. Okay, there
it goes. I know I was going to say I can't find out where my button is either. And I don't know if it'll let me leave the studio and then come back on. Because StreamYard does. It'll let me drop off and then come back on the panel. Hey, Libra.
Hey, it says Libra is fine, lady is not, whatever that means.
Yeah, I saw that. It means that I'm crackling and you're not to them. Like, so I
Oh,
always ask
okay.
them what they're hearing, so because it can be different.
What
Because
all do you
I
have
can't.
open? Do you have a lot of apps open?
Not really.
Yeah, only the only time I ever did this on on StreamYard is when you had maps open, like or something. But otherwise, it
Hmm.
was pretty smooth.
Only thing I have open is what I have on the screen for right now. Hmm.
Okay.
Oh, maybe my mic is too loud, witchy. That could be. Let me check my
Yeah, it
settings.
does do that when your mic is too loud.
Audio cancellation is on and noise suppression is on.
Nah, it's your
Well, fuck the poll. I mean,
bandwidth,
because
I think.
this is not good. Because you're very crackly to me. Like I like when you talk, it's super crackly, and of course I can't
Yeah.
hear what I sound like. That's why I asked the chat. Microphone array. Let me see if this is better. Is this better when I take out my headset? Maybe it's my headset.
No,
That's
it's Restream, I think. It's the server, I think.
let's see. Oh, here, hold on. Let me see how I do that. No, I don't want to hide it. Oh, stop. Okay, I'll do that, Bo. Once I figure out how to do it. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. I'm gonna stop share. Usually it has a stop share button, but I don't see it on here. Um, maybe, oh, stop share. There we go. All I had to do is click on the other button. Is this better? Do you guys hear me better now? Is it less crackly? Oh, what the hell did that do? There we go.
Yeah, still lagging.
Let's see here. I'm gonna try to. They're saying I sound bad, so why don't you just talk while I figure this out, if that's okay with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna read the comments. They're all gonna say how we sound. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, yeah,
How
don't
is
read the
everyone doing?
comments necessarily, but just talk about whatever you'd like. Do you know anything
No,
about
no,
Harmony
I'm joking.
Montgomery?
Just a piece of shit. That's all I know. But anyway, yeah, I was looking up a little bit of that today. I'm hearing myself echo, by the way. Um,
Yeah, you sound really
that
crackly
his
to me, but
case was
they said you
turned
sound
over.
fine.
Right. But I'm hearing myself echo now. But anyway, I'll move on. Yeah, I read that his case was overturned today, and which is unbelievable because there was some kind of technicality in his, you know, in his sentencing or whatever, or his conviction. So they turned it over and like insufficient evidence or something, as far as I understand. Yeah, I know I have an echo. I don't know why I have an echo,
Oh,
but
I fixed it. Is that sound better? You sound better to me. I don't know about everybody else, but you
holy
sound better
crap.
to me where you're not crackling anymore on my end. So,
Same, same.
what say the chat? Libra
You
has an
sound way
echo
better
now.
too.
What's the Okay, so just
We
you
should
talk,
both
Libra.
restart,
Sorry.
I think.
What did you say? Sorry. What did you
I
say?
said we should I said we should both restart this whole
No,
thing.
no, no. I don't want to restart it. I got to troubleshoot it from here because it shouldn't be doing that. I think I fixed it, but I don't know. It just depends on how many. I can't tell
You
how many
sound better
people
than
we
you
have
ever
in
have
here.
on anything. You
Well, then
sound
I
way better
fixed
than
it
you
because
ever
I
have
had to go
before.
into
Like you
the
got a new
settings
mic.
and I had to go into the settings and I had to. Now, is there still a lag?
Not, I don't know about me, but you sound fine to me.
Okay, good. Well,
I
I'm
turn off
asking you
all the
because
extra
it
shit
would be a
too.
lag for you, not like, not the chat. You both sound fine now. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, great. Oh, fantastic. And I can also wear my earbuds. It was some setting that I had to screw with. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, awesome. So yeah, Adam Montgomery, his case came up for appeal. He appealed it in the Supreme Court, and they have given him a new trial based on the fact that they didn't separate the charges, which is bullshit, in my opinion, because it doesn't matter if they knew about the prior abuse or not, in my opinion, right? It's bullcrap. Um, Sweet Witchy, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. That's amazing. So,
Sorry.
it's a pile of shit ruling, in my opinion, which he says it was evidence the state Supreme Court felt should have been excluded. I think he meant excluded, or shouldn't have been included. But yeah, it's bullshit. Creativity wins again, Witchy. I'll tell you, I've worked at software companies, so I'm not, a dummy at tech, but I hate learning new tech. Like, especially this is weird because it's like StreamYard, but it's not. It's really bizarro, but it's cheaper than StreamYard. So it'll save me some money on StreamYard if we can get it, if we like it, if everybody likes it. Um, Hello, Canine Jules. Good to see ya. And hey, Cinderella. So yeah, guys, what a crap thing. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to share this, and let's see if it'll let us, because this is a timeline, and this is for a harmony. Let's see if I can move the two of us over. Make it. There we go. Woohoo! All right, and I'm so excited. I mean, this is how I'll just have you guys walk me through this if you guys don't mind tonight. I'm sorry. Um, so this is little Harmony. She's so cute, guys. I used to babysit a little girl, and she just reminds me of her so much. Just little blonde, just so cute. Um, Very sad. Very, very, very sad. And her father Adam still hasn't told where, and neither has his ex-wife Kayla, right? It's really sad because she knows more, but she's also been untruthful. So anytime there was a proffer that the police were trying to grab information from her, she would not allow the information, right? She just would not. Um, she would lie. She would tell them just basically anything. And it kind of makes her a really discredible witness, in my opinion. And that's a huge problem. Hey, Gigi. So it's a huge problem here. So shout out to Grizzly. Shout out to our friend Mandy at Spirit Seeker Squad, because she's the one that shared this out. And this is great timeline. So Little Harmony was born on June 7th, 2014, right? She has a mom, Crystal Sorry, and she has a little brother named Jameson. And he is adopted by two men that took him in and adopted him. And they wanted to adopt Harmony, and they didn't get to adopt her because her mom was in a separate court. And Crystal has lots of kids and there are different dads involved, and she wasn't the best mama to Harmony, had drug issues, dependency issues. Uh, So, but I do give her credit for being the one that actually looked for Harmony and reported her and everything, because the other two numbnuts did not. Um, her father is a piece of shit, as Libra said earlier, Adam Montgomery, right? And then she has a stepmother, Kayla, and two half brothers, whom she was living with at the time of her untimely demise. So Harmony had special needs. She was born with haloprosencephalia. Sorry, cephalia. Syphilis. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. It's a rare, serious brain condition. Yeah, you want to try it, Libra?
Oh, I almost said something I wouldn't want to. I was going to go somewhere I probably shouldn't.
Haloprosencephaly? Syphili?
Syphilis
Sounds-
test. That's all I was saying. No, I'm playing.
Maybe that's the word I should have tried to test earlier. Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Oh no.
So, so yeah, she's got this rear brain condition. The poor dear, and had a significant vision impairment, right? So she had little glasses. There's been a lot of pictures out there with her wearing her little glasses. It's so cute. But she really did need them, right? And then she had kind of like a lazy eye, I think, too, like some eye problems. But she was also born, and had a lot of issues when she was really, really just a newborn. And she overcame a lot of them, and we learned about that in the trial. And she spent a lot of time in foster care. So Massachusetts, DCF, right? They decided to give a guy with a teardrop tattoo, a complete moron, her violent father here, custody of her. And then there's this one. And she, blew up after, because she doesn't, do a whole bunch of crap anymore because she was locked up. But she looked like hell. I wonder if there's a picture of her mugshot. Yeah, look at what she looked like,
Oh
guys.
God.
She fucking looked like hell ran over twice. So, oh,
Looks
thank
like she
you,
got hit
listen,
by a
Linda.
train. It's like she got hit by a train. Damn.
Oh, definitely.
Have you seen have you seen the mugshot of Kim Mathers lately? She got another DUI in Michigan, and she
I
looks
saw
like
the body cam actually.
her mugshot. She looks real bad, man. I mean, it was like dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is short and blonde. It looks like it's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah,
It's
she looked
worse than
horrible.
this chick right here for sure. It's just like it's real sad. It's like, man, you are at the lowest of the low, rock bottom or something. Get some help, man, for real.
Well,
Some
thank you,
people,
Canine Jules, for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Listen, Linda, hey, look at that. I can see what you guys are doing like that. That's really cool. Thank you for the gifted membership, Jules. I really appreciate that. So yeah, she looks like hell. And she is a real piece of shit, just like these two. I mean, talk about an enabler. Now, I will say that Kayla was probably afraid of Adam because Adam beat the shit out of her. Okay, so that's the only grace I'm giving her. But I would rather take a beating than let this little girl ever suffer one blow from that piece of shit asshole any day of the week. Why don't you hit me right in my face? Like, seriously, I'll take it. I've taken worse. So go fuck yourself, Adam Montgomery, and take that little, nasty ass smile off your face. I can't stand this guy. And, it's so sad, Libra, because, this little girl deserved none of this. She's having accidents because they're living in a car and there's nowhere to go to the bathroom.
what the hell? What kind of
Mm-hmm.
car? Like a truck or
No,
a
it's a little
car?
car.
Like a little Honda or something?
Yeah, some piece of shit hoopty. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't drive a decent car at all. I mean, for one, they're already living in a vehicle, but yeah, man, this is 2024 then, huh? June. Okay, Harmony was born June 7th, 2014. And wasn't it 2024 when this all went down though? Is that correct or
No, the trial was
times?
in 2024. That's
Oh,
probably what
okay.
you're remembering back to.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was going to do Harmony's case. That's who I was going to start with on YouTube. And I was going
Yeah.
to do deep dive into Harmony's case. But since her father was convicted and Sebastian just went missing, and
Yeah.
I naively and dumbly thought, like, oh, he's going to be found. It's not going to be any, no big deal, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, no
Um,
corruption whatsoever. Everything's okay. They'll get him, right?
oh yeah, I thought those two would be in handcuffs, lickety split.
At least. It does say, yeah, he was sentenced up to life in prison in May 2024 in connection with the beating and death of his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony. I mean, I already looked at her and I was like, that has to be her father. See, I could see the resemblance. I remember,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
her
I
birth
asked,
father. That's her bio
yeah,
dad. That's her,
I
yeah,
was
that's
like,
her
so
bio.
that's her own father that did that? I was like, that's even worse. I mean, usually it would be like a step parent or something, but man, your own flesh and blood, I can't imagine. I mean, what the heck? Uh, However, in a ruling on Thursday, June 11th, the higher court concluded that Montgomery didn't get a fair trial because the trial court should have severed the murder and second degree assault charges. I mean, God, man, you know what we're looking at, you know? You got
Yeah,
assault
but it all
charges, murder
happened during
charges.
the same time. That's the thing that, isn't fair for her, because why are we giving the villain, like the true monster, the true horrible person that would hurt her like this? And that what his wife said was, "Oh, I think I really hurt her this time." Because
Whoa,
he had bashed her around the house before that.
man.
Yeah, he told his uncle that when he saw Harmony had a black eye.
Yeah, black eye occurred in July 2019. Prosecutors alleged that um, Montgomery later killed his daughter in December 2019. What's up with the prosecution? I mean, that's their case, right? So somewhere they have screwed up. Got to stop doing this. I mean, they
Well,
must
yeah,
have
because
really good lawyers too, or something, you know, or decent lawyers because they're getting this thing overturned. It's not no public defending going on. I don't think, in my opinion. I mean, they can, but a public defender is going to do his. That's all it is. An attorney that does that for a charity, right? You know, basically for the community, they do that as a community thing. And you know, but to have it go all the way this far, I just I don't know how much money these people have or how wealthy they are. I mean, I'm not assuming they are. They're living in a
no, they're
car.
they're all poor as dirt, right? Her
What the
mom
hell?
is her mom and Adam got together. I have all of the text messages between them on Facebook that are public, right? Um,
Yeah.
I screenshotted all of them. So Adam was absolutely obsessed with Crystal. He was very possessive of her. You could tell from the text message, or excuse me, the Facebook feed, and
Okay.
he just was always, always, always up her butt, right? And then
Like
she's
a
like,
Shrilla in the way.
yeah, I mean, just you could tell he's abusive. He's possessive over women. He's just a real piece of crap, right? And so their thing was like, until the wheels fall off, babe, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, really?
All this nasty shit. I hate reading people's nasty texts like that, like the gooey
Yeah.
ones. Like that makes me sick. That'll get me like, to not follow a case like so quick because I don't want to. That's disgusting. And plus, I can't take it seriously. It's so gross.
Yeah.
Especially
My
when they
ride
kill
or
children.
die. You're my ride
Yeah,
or die, baby.
it's stupid. It's like, really, no. If you do something stupid, I'm going to tell you about it. Especially, like I said, I would take a hit for that girl any day. I would take a hit for any kid,
Yeah.
like, and if you're a step parent and you're allowing for that to happen, it's so awful.
It's like it reminds me of Bill Cosby. It's like some stupid technicality, and then here we go back for retrial or an overturn, you know, or whatever. And it's like, what? You
Hmm.
know,
He's going to get a whole new
shit.
trial.
Well, and they can go back and they can do what you call a request um, to reconsider to the state, but that's very rare that's ever been successful. Of course, they should, in my opinion, do what they can do to, of course, the prosecution to fight that and to keep keep fighting against it. But it's very rare that it's successful, unfortunately. So it's just, in other words, yeah, this is a very screwed up situation, in my opinion, because it's probably gonna. But I mean, you just got to remember, once he's released to the streets, which is dangerous. We hope
No,
nothing.
he won't be. He's got 30 years to still. Okay, so minus this,
Oh, okay,
minus the
okay.
yeah, or the red, excuse me, minus the red rum, he actually has 30 years. So he won't be eligible for anything for 30 as far as I know, and they would they're not going to let him out, which is
He's gonna
great. I
be an
mean, the
old
same
ass
thing with
man.
Letitia. It's the
Okay,
same thing with Letitia Stout. Like they didn't let her out, so
okay. I didn't know
and
the details on that. I was like, thinking that they're getting this whole thing. I'm like, man, when he goes to the streets, he's either gonna be a target. He's either gonna be a target, or um, uh, he's what was I gonna say about this shit? Um, either be a target, or it would be hard to be, just be safe, really, right? Because then street justice will get you because people don't like child red rummers. You know what I mean? In
yeah,
society either.
exactly. They don't like
So
them in prison either. But the sad part is that our tax dollars are spent protecting their asses.
yeah, so stupid. And
Unbelievable.
yeah, sitting
I mean,
here.
not maybe not ours because we don't live in Manchester, New Hampshire, but anybody that does, I mean, I would be PO'd. And everybody is entitled to a fair trial. Everybody's entitled to appeal the decision. I'm not saying that, but it's like
Right.
every time, you know, these families think that they can get 1 ounce of closure in these situations, they can't because they're being re-victimized through the court system, and it's absolutely absurd. He's Scranton Strangler. It's absurd, and this little girl um, only stayed with him from February till December, right? And then the last time she was seen was around September. She's never been found. Um, and again, I don't know why I don't know why they don't just do it right. If they know that there's like a little chance of, and especially if the defense is asking for it, because his defense attorneys were absolutely asking to separate the charges.
So freaking uh cliche. The teardrop tattoo. So stupid. Sorry, I just had to throw that in there.
Oh yeah, his teardrop tattoo. Could you imagine going in front of the judge looking like he does and then walking away with this cute little girl, this beautiful little kid? Hell no. Who in their right mind, New Hampshire, would do this? DCF, who would do that? And guys, this is the thing. That's why when people are like, "Man, Tennessee's horrible," or even when I say how horrible Missouri is, it's not just, I mean, it's everywhere across the board. They're failing
Yeah,
the
the
kids.
system. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's not just, I mean, and I don't know if they get like a playbook on how to do the wrong things in these cases because it seems that way, you know?
Well, yeah, it's the
Hey, Brad.
defense is what it is. Any loophole they can find in the law, any loophole where there's a bad decision that wasn't done correct according to the law, which would be the motion to reconsider. That would have to go up um, to the state or whatnot. Is you have to kind of prove that something was done illegally there, or that wasn't followed. The law wasn't followed, or and it's kind of like how they're appealing. They're like, well, something wasn't followed technically. So there's always some stupid technicality. I'm telling you, and that's what it's about a lot of times when you look at these big cases like this. Well, look at his history. I mean, let's look at the character of this guy first. Let's not be so quick to overturn something so big. You know, I don't care if he gets out when he's 80 years old. If he needs to be in there for 15 more years or 12 more years or 10 more, whatever after that, let him sit there and rot till he dies if he's supposed to, right? Because that's what it's all about. He's supposed to get fair justice to the full extent of the law, in my opinion. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Put him in general population and let them figure him
Oh,
out.
please. Yeah, I wish they would do that with Chud. Oh my God, if they would do that with Chud and some of these other that they're in
No, they
protective
protect the little
custody, you
babies. They
know?
put them in their little diapers and give them their babas. You know, oh my gosh, I'm enraged today over this. This is because it's so sad. You watch like again, I watch all those shows, and when it comes for the time for the victims to talk about what they're going through, it's like we have to go to the appeals. We've showed up to 3 of them, like, and that's the thing that people don't really realize is that, yeah, sure, they can be convicted, but then they can appeal, and then you have to go through a whole nother trial. So maybe the Supreme Court figures, let's just go ahead and get it over with. I guess I don't know what they're thinking, but they make really bad decisions in New Hampshire. New Hampshire, you suck. I said that to Missouri yesterday. Well, New Hampshire, you suck. Because this guy, and then his girlfriend, like, tell me she didn't look like this when they were together the whole time. Duh.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, yeah, she looks like a little fat chipmunk now, but I mean, it's better than looking like a fucking crack whore. Sorry.
Drove her around with her body in a duffel bag. Trigger warning, by the way. Around, across Manchester, Manchester, New Hampshire, before using a U-Haul truck to dump her remains at an undisclosed location in March 2020. Why can't we get like surveillance where the hell that U-Haul truck freaking went? I mean, these are the details I want to know. Like, where did you, I remember we were talking to Seth about his son's case, and when he was like, "Why can't you pull up, videos from the highway?" And the cops are just like, "Are you serious? You know how long that take?" It's like I give a shit. That's your
I
job.
would again have a reflex that would get me in trouble.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, real quick. Like
Thank
I
God that
just want
Seth
to
shows
pop
that
him in the
restraint.
jaw for. Yeah, I would want to pop the dude in the jaw. Any detective that said that to me, I would want to hit him in the face so hard. I don't know what I'd do. Oh my
I
God, especially if
know.
I was in his shoes. And it says, the tampering and abuse of a corpse and remains, like, I think they meant remains. They misspelt it here I'm on people's magazine.com or whatever. But
Yeah, so
um,
they did a lot with her. And see, this is what I don't fully believe everything that was said, because why would he have to go to the okay, so she was in the bathtub, everything was drained from her body, he was doing something to break her down, he was bringing in
God,
substances to break her down. They put her in various bags. One of the bags was leaking out into uh the it was like a assisted living, like housing that they were living in. It was like kind of temporary housing until they got an apartment. And they put her in the ceiling tiles above, and things were leaking out. So they had to put her in trash bags and stuff. Well, when they
oh my
finally got back to
God.
the apartment, she said, yeah, she's been in according to Miss Kayla here, uh, they put Harmony in trash bags. They put her in a duffel bag, folded her up and put her in there when it first happened. Then she alleges that they did all these things, breaking her body down further and further and putting her in bags. But again, I don't understand why he would have to go to those lengths, because she even said a NutriBlender was used. So, if he put
Man,
her, it took her in a U-Haul, because there was a trip, right, in the U-Haul. Um, I just don't see why he would go to those lengths. She's so little, it's so freaking just grotesque and sad, um, what he's done to her. And then he taunts the Manchester police like the fucking monster he is.
mm,
Again, it's
interesting.
textbook.
Yeah. And the temp, so that's where that tampering with evidence, right? And then you have the abuse of the corpse. That's,
Mhm.
doing all these things here. And then the assault, let's see here. Second degree second degree assault, I guess was a different charge because that's before you unalive, right? You're assaulting somebody. But it was by the assault that she was unalive, correct? Like he beat her with his fist or whatever to death,
So
basically.
the story was that Harmony moved in with them, right? He was abusing her, making her clean the toilets with her toothbrush, making her watch the babies, when she's a little baby herself. She's only 5.
Golly.
And yeah, and then he was beating her up because she wasn't doing a good enough job. Well, I've babysat since
What
a
the
very
hell?
young age, and I'm the oldest, and so I've taken care of like the younger ones, right? But like at no point in time did anybody entrust me with anybody when I was 5,
That's ridiculous.
you know?
He's like acting like he's some kind of damn drill instructor in a basic training program and to a 5-year-old. That's so crazy.
I
Clean
know,
the
Libra, and
clean the
these are the
toilet with the
things. Look at what
toothbrush.
Chris Proudfoot did to Nina's littles. Look what she
Ugh.
did to them. Look what he did to them, and she was telling us about it.
Yeah, yeah, allegedly throwing around the baby while in the car seat onto the table and tossing the baby around and all this crazy stuff. Man,
Backhanding her, spanking her little son, saying mean things to them. There's a piece that I know I have in one of my lives. I would like to revisit it because I know that
yeah.
video that our friend put out was fantastic, but there was a few things about the abuse to her son that was left out, and I want you guys to hear it. These kids are going through this every day. They're being abused, horribly abused. Like, clean the toilet with your toothbrush. Why don't you clean it with yours? And then why don't you use it? Right? But these are the things they're doing to these kids. And then we wonder why they're sick and why they grow up to be, you know, having dependency issues themselves because of the trauma that they've endured their whole life. Like her dad doing that to her, bashing her around the house. Um, mm-mm. And she was already like a ping pong ball back and forth between foster care and DCF. Um, she was in the back seat, yeah, car seat and driving around, no home. She would go to the bathroom and he would rage. That's per the trial, Shauna says. Shauna, and allegedly they were moving from place to place, like staying in their friend's apartment complex parking lot. Sometimes they'd be able to go in, right, and like sometimes a lot of times they'd be bringing them food and stuff. But yeah, there's 3 children and 2 adults living in a car. Like, where is she supposed to use the bathroom? And especially when they're going over to like um the clinic. um I guess I could maybe say methadone clinic. um but they were going there in order to get their fixes. And I suppose they were trying to get off that, apparently. But it really doesn't look like they were being successful at it, especially when we look at this. But then they were hopping from place to place. Apparently, in the morning, they had went to get their fix, right, first thing. And while they were doing that, one would go in and then the other one would go in after. Harmony used the bathroom because she is a human and we all have to use the bathroom. And so she did. And that's why he beat her. And he said, I think I really hurt her this time, is what Kayla alleged. So again, that's when they put her in that duffel bag. Um, so Adam was arrested on January 5th, 2022 on charges including second-degree assault on Harmony and child endangerment after the missing person investigation began. So murder charges were filed on October 24th, 2022. And then in June of 2023, Adam was convicted on 2 counts each of armed career criminal theft by unauthorized taking and receiving stolen property for stealing 2 firearms, a Mossberg shotgun, and an AR-15 Bear Arms rifle from the home in Manchester between September and October of 2019. Judge Amy Messer sentenced him to a minimum of 32 years in a state prison. Murder trial began February 8th, 2024, and he was convicted on February 22nd, 2024. Right, and that was right before Sebastian went missing. Like right before. It's just so horrible. And yeah, malnutrition, and she's so little, Cinderella. Gosh, I could just. Yeah, Shadow says that worker and the judge that gave her to him needs to be in jail. I agree. One of the workers was at the trial and testified. So, but yeah, really, really sad. October 2019. Let's see. He was convicted second-degree murder and other charges. Sentenced May 9th, 2024 to 45 years to life on the murder charge and consecutive time. Right? So that's what he's saying. He wanted them to be separated. And his lawyers did ask for that. I saw it. Kayla Montgomery was arrested June 3rd, 2022, and she pled guilty to perjury, was sentenced to 18 months in prison, and was granted parole in March of 24 and released in May, right? I don't know what this hussy is up to nowadays, but she better liven up for this fucking trial. I'm going to tell you right now, because she needs to step up and stand up for this little girl. She should have never allowed him to do that. He would have had to kill me. It would have been over my dead body. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So let's see if she's still clean, because we'll be able to tell, because she's one that
Yeah.
loses a lot. She loses a lot of weight, right, Libra? Like she was skinny as
I
hell
want
in
to
this
see
one.
that. Yeah, I want to see that part. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I wonder
clean-
what she's up to.
How clean are you? Hey, I'm gonna make some coffee real quick. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. I was trying to find a back chat to tell you that, and I was like, "Where is it at?"
I
But
know.
we'll figure it out.
See? Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? I'm like,
This
I
might
don't
come
know
out
what
to
I'm
be a
doing.
better. It's all good. This might come
Do
out
you
to be
like
better.
it?
Though.
I want to know
You
your
sound way
feedback
better.
too.
You don't sound like you're on a phone anymore. You used to sound like you're on a little phone or something on the other one, but on here I can hear
Really?
more. Like I feel like I'm in the room with you. Yeah, you sound a lot
Okay.
better. So, in my opinion, we'll see what the chat thinks. But I think they said the same thing. You sound really good. So.
Oh, good. Whatever it is, we got it. It was like a little setting that I just, that was easy though. That's a quick fix.
Yeah. What did you hit? Did you hit like you turned off the echo cancellation or something? Or the high
I
definition?
did. There was like 3 different options in the window, and I just clicked down the next one to see if it would work, and it did.
I got you. Well, cool. I'm gonna make some coffee. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right, thanks, Libra.
All right.
Okay,
You're
so so they reversed it, Shauna. I don't know why the hell. I mean, Shadow's like, I'm livid, and I'm like, I'm right there with you. I'm PO'd because what the heck, like why? So strange. So strange. Yeah. I know it is. It's a big what the F, it's crazy. So he's not, here, this is the other part I wanted to read. So Adam Montgomery immediately appealed his second degree murder conviction. His main arguments were that the trial was unfair. Boo friggin' who? Adam, you little baby. Because the second degree assault charge and the murder charge should have been tried separately. And the Supreme Court obviously agreed. Um, so, oh, good, Bo. Yay. I know, Witchy. I have nothing nice to say about this guy. I'm like, oh, it's awful. Awful, awful, awful. Um, he's a douchebag too, because again, he can tell where Harmony is. I believe in my heart of hearts, and it was also mentioned by one of his friends in the trial that the reason why he did this is because she looks just like her mom, and he hates her mom. So that's why this was done to her. And I hate to think that. I hate thinking that. Um, so next thing is, oh, his main arguments were that the trial was unfair, right? Because of those two reasons, the certain evidence, especially testimony from his ex-wife Kayla and police body cam video, should not have been allowed. Now, when we come to this part, like I said, she is not a credible witness because of her lying, her perjury, her, when they bring her in, she would tell them, different stories. That's why it's hard to believe everything she's saying. And I believe that she might know where Harmony is, So, oh, I know. I know it is horrible. He got to redo my PTSD. Good to see ya. Yeah, they say the gun charges will keep him in the rest of his life. Yeah, because he's got, he's a career criminal. I mean, he's got a freaking teardrop tattoo. What were they thinking? I'm sorry, but I stereotype for that. I'm going to, because there's a couple of different weird reasons why you would have that. Some people say it's this, some people say it's that. I have personally always heard that it means that you took a life, and you want everybody to see it. You want everybody to look at it. So, and he sounds like a very violent person. Um, so yeah, again, but if Kayla was there, she is a witness. She's just not a very credible one, in my opinion. They've never found her body, K9 Jules. They've never found her body. No, he refuses to tell. He screws with the Manchester police over it. He'll be, yeah, they can look wherever they want. They're never going to find her. Ha ha ha. Jerk. OMG body cam footage shouldn't be allowed. What an idiot. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. It's allowed in a lot of other places. Now, when it comes to the Commonwealth, and they do call it a Commonwealth, it's not circuit court or whatever, we want to put it, but they do have that in Massachusetts. And so according to the Commonwealth, I'm not sure if that is something that they find admissible regularly. And again, cases set precedents for other cases. So it's usually only one reason you have that. I know, Shauna, but people have said all kinds of things like, no, it's because of this or that. And, so yeah. The thing is, Jules, they have all of the information from the U-Haul, of course. And they have done searches for her. Her mom has been active in that, and I know a lot of other people have been active in that as well. You guys have a Commonwealth there too? That's interesting, Jules. Yeah, I kind of learned a little bit about that from the last trial. Yeah, Witchy, I'm with you. It's okay for him to hate and do this, but not okay for ex-wife Kayla to hate him and do this. She got in trouble for what she did too. Pot kettle. Exactly. I mean, they're both pieces of crap, but they also had that guy that was letting them stay there, and that's when it happened. And they were moving her body around and putting it in the snow. After they put her in the duffel bag, they put her in the snow because they didn't want, obviously, anybody to smell what was going on. But that guy knows exactly when he stopped seeing her. He was bringing them pizza, he was helping them out. So he knows. He knows, and people know more. And it's time for you guys to step up for Harmony. Get it right. Wow. Yeah, we need people to look for her jewels. And I'll tell you, I mean, this poor little girl, and he won't say where he put her, which would make it a lot easier on us, wouldn't it? Because then you could just go out there with your dog and find her. You know, we remain. We do not. We don't go poof. It's not that easy to get rid of someone, guys. Even though she's little. He went to great lengths to break her body down so that way people wouldn't be able to find her. But if he put her in a bag, like the CMC bag that they were talking about that she was put into, moved from the duffel bag, I can only imagine how stinky, in my opinion, that would be somewhere, even if it was buried. And we're talking about someone who is a complete moron, right? He's not smart. He's been caught for crimes many, many times. You're not that smart if you keep getting caught, right? He's a dumbass. He's a drug addict. He's a monster. Hello, Detroit. I thought her body had been stored in a cooler and then in the ceiling. Yeah, you're right. My PTSD. Yeah, he did. He put her in multiple locations. See, the cooler happened when they were no longer allowed to be staying at, in my opinion, the guy that was letting them stay in the parking lot of his apartment complex probably figured out that Harmony wasn't there anymore. And he probably told them to get the hell out of there. So they went to go live with Kayla's mom for a couple of days. And that's when they allegedly had her in the cooler outside of her mother's apartment, like, outside the door, outside, where it looked like it belonged to, them. But at no point she didn't look in the cooler. Right. And Adam had been telling everybody, oh, I took her back to her mom, and then they put her in the ceiling when they got to the housing, because Kayla's mom would not let them stay with her either. She said, you guys need to get on out of here. You guys ain't staying here with all your kids, right? Be responsible, figure it out. And so then they ended up putting her in that ceiling whenever they were staying at it's more of like, housing until you can get housing, but people were complaining of the stench, right? And what they had Harmony in was the duffel bag that was in trash bags, right? And they had her in trash bag in the ceiling, and it was leaking out, and they have DNA from Harmony and her remains from the ceiling tile. They had them admitted into court as well. So how would that link back to anybody else when they stayed in that particular room? I mean, his goose is cooked. Why the Supreme Court would ever allow for this is beyond me, but I guess, the judge should have made the right decision to begin with, in my opinion. Then his girlfriend said something about a beach, Harmony's body, but maybe I'm confusing cases. So I don't know about the beach. I don't know about the beach. But I know that once they got to their own place, that's when the bathtub started, right? He started breaking her down in the bathtub, because he was buying like lime and stuff like that to break her down, and using substances to break her down. They screwed this case, yes, have to follow the rules, no exceptions. Yes, but for F's sake, this little girl deserved that for them to get it right the first time. And CPS needs a full redo. I mean, we have to, Shauna. That's why it's so important, like, that we get these laws passed by parents who know what they're talking about, by parents who are going through it right now. Because they're screwing it up across the board. It's bad enough these parents are doing substances, but yet the state can't get it right. And who says they should be an authority on anything when they're doing this stupid crap? You know? Ara passed her recent, and we did an additional historic human remains detection course. Let's go. Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Ara. Oh, I love your dogs, Jules. I said hi earlier. Sorry, guys. He is a total monster, Brad. Good to see you, Brad. Way to go, Ara. Whoop, whoop. Remember the Connecticut cadaver canine that literally found a fragment of a fingernail and solved the wood chipper case? Canines can do it. That's right. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, Jules. It's not that hard, or it's not that easy as people think. It's harder than they think to get rid of someone, right, so to speak. So if you're considering that, anybody out there that might be watching the bushes has psycho tendencies, murderous tendencies, don't do it. Because a fingernail, and guess what? DNA gets dropped all the time. One of your hairs could drop at the scene and they could find it. So I can't believe the POS is getting any kind of break. He has many other charges to keep him in jail, right? Yep, he's in for 30 years, Detroit. Are they going to force him to show up in court? I wonder. Well, that's funny that you should mention that, because, this asshole, he decides that he's not going to show up for court, right? He's going to let his lawyers handle it because he doesn't want to be in there. He would rather be in his jail cell than participating in court. I wonder if he'll show up too. Yeah, I know, guys. We had a bad storm here too, but it blew over. So hopefully anybody that's in the storms, please take care. It's awful to think, but I bet there is nothing left of her to find, sick and evil. I mean, he got that U-Haul for some reason and disposed of something, my PTSD. Now, whether it was her or not, I don't know. That's the problem that I have with the story. And again, Kayla is not a credible witness, and he's not talking. He enjoys getting off on the pain and misery that he's causing. And again, I think it's because he hates Crystal and he wants to hurt her. She didn't want to be with him, probably. She probably got sick of his bullshit and was like, I don't want to be with you anymore if you're going to treat me like shit. And she had her own issues, but you don't tell somebody it's till the wheels fall off, baby, and then you screw them over. It's not going to go over well. That's right, Shauna. We need the laws to be passed.
Hey, Shauna.
No, and it's
sorry.
Oh, good. You got your coffee. What do you put? What do you
Yeah.
put in your coffee?
A little half and half. That's pretty much it. I just I made a whole pot because I'm not gonna sit and do cup by cup like I did the other day. I'll just pour some more if I want more. Where do these people work?
I have a K cup. I have a K cup maker.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, but it's kind of like, I wish. See, the downside of that is you can buy like the little K cup things and then get your own coffee and fill it, but then the coffee grounds, you have to put them down the sink and everything, and it just gets really, it just, I don't know, I don't like it because of that.
Down
but
the,
I do
garbage disposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you kind of have to like rinse it out every time you use it.
Oh, okay, I see.
But I just get the regular K cups, but they kind of get expensive, and I don't know, but I like it because I just make like one cup at a time, but it's quick.
K cup. It's like
It's a
K-pop.
K
K
cup.
cup.
It's like K-pop. Yeah, it is like K-pop.
My kids are listening to K-pop. You ever see that lady? She's in road rage with somebody in their videotape. She's like, "Ma'am, what are you doing?" My kids are listening. She said, "Kids, my kids are
kids.
listening to K-pop." That's and you, excuse me, you cut me off. And she's like coming out of a minivan and like blocking him from leaving. So crazy.
Oh, how funny.
Man.
I love Karen videos. I've never seen that
Oh, me
before,
too.
though. I love when
They're
those
the best.
Karen's going wild, and then I feel bad for people named Karen. I was like, oh, well.
Karen's gone wild. You gave me a crazy idea in my head, just picture in my mind when you said that, because I thought of Girls Gone Wild. Girls Gone Wild, meet the Karens. It's like, oh no.
You want to make us a video like that? That'd be great.
That sounds good, because you come from the era I do, where it's like that stupid crap was on at like 3 a.m. in the morning or 12 a.m. You got Girls Gone Wild advertisements in the 90s, and then
it's all blurred out,
the
and they're like lifting their shirts, yay! And it's like, oh my gosh,
Karen clash.
Karen, the clash of the Karens.
Start ripping each other's hair out.
That's funny as hell. Oh my gosh.
Looks
yeah. The pink bow. That's for Haley. For Libra. Have you heard of? Well, you might have watched my live on Haley.
I think so.
Yeah. They're trying to pass her a law because she was she was on Roblox and on these different Discord. Yeah, and they meet people and
crazy, man. I think that all my friends that have kids, they got them off there now. Because last time I was at a birthday party, there's this little girl that was, I don't know whose kid it was, little white girl, because my girl's whole family's Puerto Rican. So it was this little white girl. It was like, well, Roblox, some fashion game that my girl's granddaughter would play, was on Roblox, and I play it with her sometimes at the house. But the little girl kept arguing, well, the fashion game on Roblox is better. I can't remember the name of the game, but either way, it's, dress up or whatever it's called. It's better on Roblox. And so I think they took them off there because they were catching up. Like one of their cousins was, her dad definitely took her off there because somebody was trying to meet her or something. And creepy shit. And I believe somebody was doing something. They were trying. He saw it in his daughter. He's like, she was cussing, and she's only like 7. She's in here cussing and saying crazy stuff. And her daddy is not he's not the most upstanding citizen, himself, but he's not really going to jail in and out either. At the same time, he's just one of those bikers that's always like doing wheelies down the highway and stuff, just stuff like that. He actually got on the news for like running into a car's mirror and busting it off. And Nick Barris was trying to figure out who it was. And Nick Barris actually asked me on Facebook, you know who that is? I was like, oh shit. But anyway, his daughter was on there and somebody was trying to get with her or something. And
I don't know why people
all these kids were getting off there.
Go on there. Like, but again, they also advertise it towards kids. So if you don't, like, if you've never heard about it, then you wouldn't know to like be like, oh, you can't do that because it looks like a game, right? So it's not like parents know like whether it's okay to use it or not,
Need somebody to go in these schools and be like, hey kids, I know you got tablets and everything, but these are the dangers of it. Well, I did talk to my girl's granddaughter. She's like, I said, there's creeps that try to meet little girls on here. You know that, right? And she's like, yeah. So her dad is real, he talks with her on that stuff. He's real protective, which is good because her mom and dad separated, but her dad and I never had any kind of like beef, so like I've always gotten along with him. It's just he's no longer with his, her mom. So he's like me. He's like, I don't want you, always eat McDonald's like every day. I don't want you on the iPad every day for one, let alone getting hunted by some creeper, So
Yeah,
like
it's
I kind of
scary.
play grandpa figure, basically. Um,
Yeah, it's scary. I think it's okay for all the adults to be telling each other and then letting them tell the parent, the parents tell the kids, or, any kind of influence, because like
yeah,
again, it just looks like a game. So you wouldn't know.
right.
And,
It's all innocent
now if the
until something
kids,
bad happens. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, and
Yeah.
the kids might not know what to do if somebody messages them like that, right? Like they might not know. And that's how they groom on there. They build trust with these kids, and they'll be like, hi, at first it's just innocent, hey, and then sometimes they pose
Mm.
as kids too. They
Yeah.
definitely prey on kids on those sites.
Yeah.
But
Because she
yeah, with
tried to.
Haley, Haley's law, so Haley, um her dad is trying to get legislation, and put Haley's Law out there with the pink Amber Alert. So they did not put an Amber Alert out for her. So the pink alert would help people that aren't classified, and eligible for Amber Alert, which I don't understand why they're so stingy with that stuff. I think that if there was a pink alert out for Haley, that they would have found her before this guy did what he did, because he did take her and bring her to Airbnbs and all of this. It was very calculated. And for her, she was 16. So about the time that he was grooming her was like a year and a half before that. So she was probably like 15 and a half, maybe even 14. I don't know the exact, there. Either way, he gained her trust, moved her from one platform to another. So that's another really important thing to tell kids. Like
Yeah.
if you're playing a game and somebody that I don't care how long you've been talking to them, or if you think they're a kid, you don't know who they are, right? Don't move to another platform, because they went to Discord and then they go to another platform that I've never heard of before this, called Sessions. And it is double encrypted on each side. So, like, if I was texting you or you were texting me, no one would ever see it. Not even law enforcement can retrieve it. And that is the
Yeah.
scary part, because many of their last conversations occurred on that app. Absolutely, Shauna. I always will. I always will. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's absolutely horrific what happened, right? And the fact that they want to be so stingy and stubborn about these Amber Alerts. Do a pink alert. Honor Haley that way, because you guys failed her, in my opinion. Not her parents, of course, but the system. Again, it's a huge failure. Um, they need to take the chat functions off children's games. They don't need to have them on there. And that's really something that I would like to see. I don't know how to do any of that legislation stuff, but maybe I need to figure it out, because I would absolutely start a petition to have those companies take that off of there. What is it? What is it doing to help the situation? And I get it, because like I play games on my phone, and there's chat functions like for a team, right? Like, so if you join a team, you can send each other lives and stuff. And like a lot of times I'll just type in the chat. If somebody sends me a life, I'll be like, thank you, whoever, you know what I mean? Or, what have you. But I don't ever engage with anybody on there. But again, I'm not a kid either. So these kids don't know. And especially if they're feeling lonely and they don't have parents who take good care of them or watch over them, that's a recipe for disaster. Or if they're older, because like Haley was older, um, she had a whole ass job, and he met her at her job and didn't do anything to her, right, Shauna? Like, he went to her job and met her in front of all her friends, in front of her coworkers. And I can only imagine. I was 16. I was a 16-year-old girl too. And if my boyfriend was, that I've been talking to, is going to meet me someplace, I'd be excited and I'd be telling all my girlfriends. I'd be like, oh, there he is. Oh, and he didn't do anything to her. He was biding his time. He's a cold, calculated son of a bitch. I mean,
He's from Indiana, right? Like this is where that happened.
yes, Haley Busby is from Indiana, but he took her to Ohio.
And took her to Ohio. So yeah, in Ohio and Indiana, and I mean anywhere in the United States, I think Airbnb. I wonder about their something I'm kind of looking up right now, but their rules and regulations and laws around them too, because you know how hotels have certain regulations that checking your ID and everything else. I think Airbnb is a lot easier probably to get away with not everybody knowing who's all in the house, you know, in that Airbnb as well. Like even at a hotel, I guess you could really bring somebody in that's not, you know, that's not documented, but maybe maybe they should look into strengthening, you know, strengthening but make it more strict the laws around Airbnbs and how those operate. I mean, they already know they can't have cameras and crap in them. People are trying to, I mean, in certain places anyway, people are trying to, creeps are trying to sneak cameras in the bathrooms and stuff like that. You can't do that. But, um, you know, I know there's a certain security measure that needs to be there as well, though, for the owners of that Airbnb. But yeah, that's something I kind of, I don't know if you thought you were thinking about that as well, but, you know, they should maybe tighten up on maybe on their regulations on Airbnbs. You know, if he's sneaking around a minor, or if there's a minor, maybe if there's a minor that's staying there, it has to be documented or something. You know, that way, if something were to happen and someone went missing, they go, "Hey, well, there's this minor was at this Airbnb because they had to be documented because they're a minor." You know what I mean? That way, people can't be sneaking minors around these Airbnbs and get away with something crazy. Just an
Yeah, I don't
idea.
know how that works because it's just like, I mean, I could have an extra house and I could rent it out as an
Yeah.
Airbnb and nobody, it's not regulated. I mean, it's not like a hotel.
Right.
It's not like there's cameras necessarily in the house. I mean, I'm sure maybe some people um, might do that, but
Yeah, here it's like not very strict. I mean, there's girls. I have a friend that owns one downtown Nashville, and there's girls in big groups and stuff. There's one when it's in his backyard though, so he can keep an eye on them. And they were just like a group of girls that just wanted to get one and go downtown and party. That's all they wanted to do. And so
yeah,
they, but I don't. I could even pick his brain. I'm kind of curious of how, like, what's the rules on that? What's the laws on this? You know, just because I'm curious. It's like I know it's like a real estate type thing or whatever, but it's like, well, you know, if you're renting it to, you're subletting, I think by Tennessee law when you do that, or maybe, maybe. But anyway, I don't know all of the ins and outs. I need to learn it, but it'd be interesting to look into though. Like, what's your regulations and rules on that? You know, because if there's minors involved, I'd say at least if there's minors that they should all be documented on some kind of paperwork that they were there because they're minors. Simple as that. Protect the
I
minors. You
just
know.
don't think that they would disclose that information. I like that guy. He probably didn't tell anybody he was staying. He was just staying by himself.
Right, exactly. Just like a hotel, yeah. You got my
Yeah.
ID and everything else, but you don't know who else is in this hotel room. So it's kind of like, but with minors, I think it should be some kind of regulation on that. Personally,
Well,
I'm
what
not
they're
because I
doing
know
is
there
they're
isn't, but you know, probably. But
yeah. I mean, they seem to have some really great and again, there's a petition too at change.org,
okay,
where yeah, where you can sign the petition. Let me grab it really quick. Um, and
what? Yeah,
it really helps. And there's also a coloring page, so if you wanted to print that out and give that to, I think you said your girlfriend or whoever, and then that way they can give that to the kids. It is geared more towards little girls, um, but the principles behind what they're trying to do with it, um, is I mean, the boys need to know too, because there's a lot of creepers that go after little boys too.
yep.
So yeah.
So it
And I have
is.
that on my site too, or if you need me to send it to you and you can send it to her.
The
Oh, here it
show.
is. Okay, pink alert. Here we go. So past Haley's log, pink alert. Let me just grab this too.
It's just I think they're a little bit strict on like Amber Alerts and stuff because if they set it out right away, they didn't for my brother right away because he went missing but for so long. So like if you send it out right away, then it's like you'd have them popping up left and right. It would just be flooded, you know, you'd be flooded with alerts. I think that's part of why it's like they kind of want to wait so many hours because most people go missing, like, you know, if they remain missing more than 48 hours or something like that. They wanted to do it, I think, in Tennessee. But yeah, we got to have some kind of system that it's like, I mean, online, even a website, you know, just people can keep open or an app that just alerts people that want to have those updates, like us, you know, like maybe not
Well,
the
they say
whole
that, and I think
public.
it's so crap. I think it's just a bunch of bull crap. Like, I'm so sick of them saying that because they do say that. They're like, oh, well, we're not going to do it because if we keep doing it, then, people are not going to listen to it. And they give like a whole slew of excuses. It's like, don't freaking just do it, mother truckers. Like, it pees me off. Oh, thank you, Witchy. Aw, thank you, Shauna. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I went and grabbed I'm sorry. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate you guys so much. I got great mods, and I just, here I am. I gotta.
Yeah, this chat's a little
Over
bit different.
yeah, over 1.5 years, right? Over 1.5 year period, he gained her trust, Shauna. He certainly did. And again, thinking back to when, we're young girls and stuff, of course, she probably likes him. He's older, and that's not the best thing for her, but of course. Thank you, Jules. Thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, she absolutely liked this guy, right? And he didn't look as crazy as he did when we saw him on the news. I mean, I'm sure at some point there were some pictures that she thought was cute of him and that he was a nice guy and he had good intentions, but he didn't. Story of my life, but I'm still here to tell it. And this poor girl, didn't make it past 16. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible. And, it's sad. So I think there's just a lot of things that they could do to prevent this. And again, that chat function, they need to take it out, or put age limits or something like that. But then again, Haley was an older girl. I mean, she wasn't like 8 or 9, or I mean, I don't know how old your girlfriend's grandkids are, but
Well, she's 8 now, and but when she was playing since she was can't remember. She was like 2 years old playing on the tab playing Roblox. So I mean, I remember her trying
well,
to
that was
text
a good
somebody
guess
before.
then, because I didn't know she was 8. I was
Yeah,
like
and
8.
her cousin
Yeah.
is too. Her cousin's around the same age that was taken off there because her dad saw um, some stuff and was like, "Oh hell no," and which is good, and took her off. And
Mm-hmm.
they gotten stricter about Roblox because last time I went to play with her on there, sometimes I play with them on there at their house or here at my house, but it wanted my facial recognition, which I took it as a compliment. It's like you're at least 21. I was like, ha, yeah, I'm double that, bud. But okay, cool.
That's
You don't
weird.
know
It
I
asked
was
you
this
for.
old, but yeah, they wanted to see my face. I had to turn my face to the left, right, front, everything. It's like you want my freaking iris scan too, like it's just really wild. But they're getting stricter on it because of this crap. But
Yeah, but
there's that
what's that
chat
going to
function, and
do?
now she can chat, whereas and she couldn't chat before because she wasn't old enough to know how to write. So now she can write and she can chat and talk. It's more. This is the age where it's like, okay, you got to really monitor or take her off there or whatever you got to do. I don't think she's on there anymore though, because
Yeah.
yeah,
It's just
I
not safe, especially if there's predators on. If we know that they're on there, you
yeah.
know, um, the
Just look it
nasty
up on
ass
YouTube. You'll see
mosquitoes.
these guys getting arrested. They look like creeps too. They look like the creeps they are, but a couple like creepy nerds that never take showers or something, and they got these stupid Roblox shirts on and they're getting arrested. because the cops tracked them down and they were trying to pick up kids on there. So creepy.
Yeah, and
man.
from a business standpoint, how is that a good look for Roblox? Like, why are they allowing for
Right.
that?
Fucking
What's
China,
weird.
man. China,
I
I swear
mean,
to God, they got all these apps that they're no, but anyway, that was kind of a joke. But at the same time, China and other countries do host these apps. I had a friend that was making a video game app, and he was going to go meet in China about creating this app and having it launch this app. So you never know, man. But yeah, there's no freaking regulations on anything like there should be, and there is, and they're getting tighter on it, but they're not tight enough. I mean, but as long as you let your kids on that stuff where you can communicate with anyone, there's anything's possible. All you have to do is, like you said, go to another platform like Kick or whatever it is. They pull you to another platform, it's over with. Then they're encrypted, like Kick is, encrypted, and then nobody can really get into those. It gets so complex, and they know how to do it to where there's a guy in Tennessee. He was doing that, and he was caught. He was trying to pull autistic kids on video games and stuff, and doing all sorts of crazy stuff, and like basically kidnapping them, but not really against their will either. Kind of like grooming them, really. So it's like kidnapping with the grooming. And after getting them on another platform, and it was in some hick town somewhere out here in some kind of hick county, some kind of redneck hick county or something he came from. Like, I don't know where. Gosh, I need to look it up. And yeah, there's like these kids that were running off, and they were like, where the hell did they go? And they met them, on these freaking platforms. I'm telling you, it doesn't take much
yeah.
for somebody to pull somebody away.
Well,
And,
especially a little kid, and they go willingly. I mean, if they go willingly, that's half the battle.
with
There's
the grooming.
there's no screaming, kicking, leave me alone, get away from me, weirdo. None of that, because they go willingly. They gain the trust, and it's really it's scary as hell. Shadow says Madeline Soto's music teacher was arrested for being a predator on Roblox. Boom. And that poor girl had a lot of, that's the thing too. They have, you have to be careful what kind of dudes you bring around your kids, first of all. Second of all, make no mistake that there's teachers out there that do just the same, nasty crap. And, look, her stepdad worked for Disney. Ann Brock says there are some stupid people in this world nowadays. Just saying.
Dude, it's like they just got somebody locally. I think I talked about it yesterday, but a guy over in Lebanon was was it a music teacher or something? But they're catching them left and right, man.
Yeah, they
left
are.
And right.
And it's women too. Don't get me wrong. System. It's not just these dudes out there. It's so men. Don't be bringing these weird ass ladies and their weird ass tendencies and all that to your family either, because especially if you have kids, it's not worth it. You don't know these people. You don't know who these people are. And
they have a clean record too. They have a clean record, and they get in easily with that, and then they finally get caught. So it's like
you can background check all day.
You can background check all day with some of them though, and they never been in trouble, but they have this agenda of, that's why they became a teacher apparently, because they want to be a creeper, and then it happens, and then it's too late.
I think statistic wise, it's like 50 times before they're actually in trouble for any of it, like documented trouble, like you're talking about. Yeah, where they've assaulted people or touched inappropriately, showed their whatever parts.
Yeah, like Steve. Oh yeah, like that's that Donnie Self guy or whatever his name was. It was like exposing himself. I don't know the details, but exposing himself to teenage girls somewhere in the public, I believe, or somewhere. But it wasn't always at the. I don't think it was always at the school. He was like that was the Lebanon guy. Yeah, I'm gonna look him up. But
well, and you have to be a helicopter parent too, Shauna. I agree with that. And I snoop. I actually recommend everybody doing that. I know it's an invasion of their privacy. I get it. I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is that it's better than the alternative. The alternative is you don't know where your kid is, and they're being taken out of the state. And in my opinion, again, I just want to say that I think that Haley's parents are, beautiful, wonderful people, and they never deserved any of this. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form blaming her parents. But it's just something that, like you said, you can't help but do it, even if the kids don't understand and they get so pissed at you and they're like, I hate you, because that's the first thing they're gonna say is, I hate you. They're gonna tell you they hate you and how dare you, invade my privacy, and I'm so upset. But it's better, like I said, than the alternative. And another thing too, just from experience, if you take away a 16-year-old cell phone, just best believe, and please listen to me, they'll have a second phone. They'll have one in case you take their first one, right? They're smarter than, they're one step ahead of the parents, and sometimes parents have multiple children that they're looking after, and they can't watch everybody at the same time. I mean, it's
Yeah.
almost damn near impossible.
Yeah. I have a friend that had like 4 or 5 siblings. I used to hang out in Gallatin when we were kids and skateboard and stuff. She had so many kids, man. They were like they were on government assistance. And so we were like in the hood, in Section 8, and we didn't know, we didn't think about it as a kid, but I look back and I'm like, yeah, I remember making chocolate milk with the syrup, just got to mix it up, and stir it up, and you know, just the kind of little things we used to do. And like they had little snacks here and there and stuff because they had assistants, but there were so many kids. Thank God they had some kind of assistance, and their dad was he was working at Taco Bell, living in his car,
Oh
and
God.
they were half Mexican, but yeah, there was so many of them. It was like, how do you really keep after these kids? There's so many of them. It was at least 5 or 6. I can't remember if it was like 5 or
Well, white
6.
people have that many kids, Puerto Rican
We used
people, like
to.
all across the board, black people, everybody has lots of kids. And, that's the thing.
My family used to, not anymore, but they used to have like at least 3, 4 siblings.
Witchy says they don't pay the bills or purchase household devices. That's the parents, and it belongs to them, not the kids. Boom, Witchy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's not. Hey, I don't like it when parents are like, because I mean, my parents said it to me too. Like, if you live in my house, you live in my rules. But I get that, and I get how that could be frustrating for a kid. I don't always agree with that mindset, but in the same way, it is like that. I mean, the thing is the phone is a privilege, and if you're not using it, in the way that you should be, it's so dangerous. Like, it is absolutely a portal for people to get to you. And again, you're not suspecting it, you're unsuspecting, right? And think about how crazy YouTube can be. It's wild. um
Yeah. I want to tell you
Shauna says
this.
my
Yeah.
now 18-year-old is like flying her uh flying her wings though. Spreading her wings. Is that what you mean, Shauna? She's like, Mom, I do what I want. That's like my daughter. The teenage years are horrible. Like my daughter was good. Like, after she had to learn, some responsibility of living in like the dorm and everything like that. She kind of understood a lot more. Um, but yeah, she was like that too. She's like, we would butt heads all the time, you
Yeah.
know.
I remember getting reminded though, if you get in trouble though, you're tried as an adult because you're an adult now. You're 18 by law. Brain wise, no, but by law, you're an adult. So you screw up. I remember
Yeah, I
being like,
mean,
I'm 18, I'm an adult, I'm free. Yeah, screw the world. And then you look back even when you're like 21, 22, and you go, well, that was stupid. Because you already made some mistakes in those few years that you're like, it's
oh
not all
yeah.
that, I don't know if I like this adulting stuff. So
I never had to deal with my daughter ever doing anything like really bad though. I mean,
yeah, that's good.
like it was more or less, her mouth at me was the issue. And, I'm like, okay, well, you're going to be grounded if you continue on with that. Well, they find another phone, and Shauna, I know they
Yeah,
do.
it's
They,
scary.
they get so pissed, right? They're PO'd. Um, sorry, Shauna. I try to read your guys' autocorrects correctly, but I know how hard it is in chat too. So, but yeah, no, I mean, it is crazy. So
I
back to
got
harmony.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Libra. I know we got a little bit off subject, but I think it's important. Like I said, guys, I have that post. I'll repost it again, for the coloring page, and um, for the petition to sign for Haley in the Pink Alert. right? Because it's super important. It's a good cause, and it could help everybody out. And then maybe we can, not worry about some of the platforms, and then also if something happens, there's a quick notification right away. So I'll get that back up on my community wall. Um, but yeah, so Adam is not going to be released again. I just want to reiterate that because I know there's a lot of questions surrounding this conviction being overturned on the murder. So everything else remains the same. The only thing that the Supreme Court ruled on was that Adam just simply should not have had those two combined. It wasn't fair, and he should have had separate trials for the charges. Which, again, I find it hard to worry about his rights when Harmony's still missing. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I had to cough. So let me see here. So what he was convicted on was second-degree assault, falsifying physical evidence, witness tampering, and then abuse of Harmony's remains, right? Her and we went over how that transpired. He is not being released. He's still serving significant prison time, which is again about 30 years. On his remaining convictions plus his earlier weapons sentence, right? And we went over what he was, alleged to have had, and then he was convicted on that. So he's definitely a career criminal. He also had been, served time previously for other charges. So the retrial is going to be on the second-degree murder charge, and is now and it's been accepted, right, by the Supreme Court. Adam remains incarcerated, allegedly in Virginia. That's the last I've heard. So great job, Grizzly. And prosecutors are expected to pursue the murder charge again in a new trial. So we don't know when that will be. This is Harmony's mother, and they look exactly alike, in my opinion. She does not resemble Adam very much, and it was said again in the trial that he did this to hurt her, and I believe that. Crystal Sorry filed a wrongful death suit against Adam Montgomery in 2025. Adam did not respond. It was dismissed in October 2025, then reinstated, and on May 6, 2026, a judge in Hillsborough County Superior Court, Judge Michael A. Class, issued a default judgment against Adam. The total judgment was approximately $15.5 million, meaning that's what Adam owes her but cannot pay, right? Because you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. And Crystal also sued the state of New Hampshire, the social worker assigned to Harmony's case for negligence, failing to protect Harmony. That case was settled separately for $2.25 million in 2025. The social worker did not admit wrongdoing, and we saw that little worm in the trial. So where is Harmony, right? Like, she's so adorable. This is what she deserves every single day, is to just be a little girl. And she would allegedly have been 12 years old at this time now. A judge did go ahead and give her mother the paperwork stating that her mom had to go to court in order for them to say that Harmony has passed on, right? So, and I know you guys are having weather in the chat. I see you guys in the chat. Oh, I'm so sorry. You guys are having weather. I know today Florida is awesome because it'll rain for a little bit and then it just stops. So here's the ruling too. But I wanted to show you guys a quick video if I can pull it in. Okay, let me see here. Stop that. And oh, not Gypsy yet. Okay, hold on. Oh, here we go. So this is a good one. New Hampshire reverses. Okay, sorry, I had to delete some of this stuff earlier because I thought maybe that was the issue. Okay, here we go. Let me switch between these.
Been more than 2 years after a jury found Adam Montgomery guilty on all charges. The state Supreme Court here in New Hampshire has overturned the most serious charge of second-degree murder. Now, Montgomery stood trial back in 2024 on several charges, and prosecutors argued he killed his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony Montgomery, in 2019. Evidence and testimony recounted how Montgomery repeatedly punched the girl in the head because she was having accidents in the vehicle that they were all living in. Montgomery was also found guilty for dismembering her body, keeping her remains in a garbage bag at various locations until he dumped her body in Massachusetts. Now, she has not been found. Now, the state Supreme Court here in New Hampshire says the second-degree murder charge should have been tried separately from an assault charge, and that evidence from the previous assault had a risk of influencing the jury on the murder charge. So now the state Supreme Court essentially affirming all of the other charges he was found guilty on, except for second-degree murder. They have now overturned that conviction. Live in Manchester, New Hampshire, Sarah Conji, WCVB News Center 5.
All right, Sarah, thank you. There are obviously many questions surrounding the latest court decision.
So joining us now is our legal analyst, Jim Barretto. Judge, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Good to see you, Katie. Good to see you, Ben, as well.
All right, so Judge, first off, explain this decision, because to a lot of us, it doesn't really make sense. Why would the Supreme Court say he should have had separate trials for the murder charge versus the assault charge?
Yeah, particularly where this was one of the most extraordinarily heartbreaking and, frankly, enraging cases we've heard in a long time. But as Sarah touched upon moments ago, this defendant was charged both with second-degree assault and second-degree murder, as well as other charges after Harmony disappeared. Prior to trial, the defendant objected to combining the assault case, which was based on entirely separate pre-death evidence, with the murder case. The prosecution argued that the assault evidence was relevant to show the defendant's extreme indifference to Harmony's life. The defense, on the other hand, argued that, look, combining the two cases in a single trial jeopardized his right to a fair trial because jurors would likely conclude that, hey, if he abused her before, he therefore probably killed her later.
So, Judge, okay, this reversal is due to a procedural flaw. And now what happens?
Well, that's an excellent question. It was not reversed on sufficiency of the evidence grounds. What that means, if it had been reversed on sufficiency grounds, double jeopardy would likely bar a retrial. However, as you pointed out, this was not reversed on sufficiency grounds. And in my view, although I have the decision, it's right here, it doesn't explicitly say it, I interpret this decision as remanding it to the trial court for additional proceedings, meaning he can be tried again, but only for the second-degree murder charge.
All right, so Harmony's body never found. Did this play any factor?
Okay, guys. So, I mean, it's a lot, but, just really simply put, they should have never combined these cases. They should have tried them separately. And, we talk a lot about double jeopardy in Sebastian's case, because obviously if they have insufficient evidence, as they're, saying here, it could absolutely be an issue, right? And so they don't want to take that chance, or it would be wise of them not to take the chance in, going forward if they don't feel like they have enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Chris and Katie are guilty of doing something to Sebastian or being responsible for his disappearance. It's just wild. Thank you, Witchy. Thank you so much for putting that in the chat as well. So yeah, now again, this is up in the Boston area. Um, it is right for the wood chipper, Shauna. That's exactly it. Absolutely. First to go should be Adam Montgomery and his stupid egghead. It is horrible. It is horrible. You know, everything happening in threes. Pay attention to the patterns and the signs. Yeah, Shauna, exactly. Yeah, yeah. It just doesn't make sense. Detroit says, you know, it's like I get it. I get it. Um, because again, like the judge was just saying, his lawyer brought this up at the first trial, right? When they're doing pretrial, jury selection, everything that goes into, preparing for the trial, and what evidence will be admissible and what witnesses will take the stand or will be able to be brought in, as witnesses. And they decided to just move forward with it anyway. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they can't necessarily tell the jury about a separate incident that he's been charged for. So, for example, if I were to be getting ready for a trial, where I was being accused of something, they couldn't bring in past instances because it's not what the actual trial is about. It's about this particular instance and him taking Harmony's life. And so they cannot bring in all this other evidence um, of priors because it may tamper the jury's view. That's why they don't allow for juries to watch the news, to look at a newspaper, to talk between themselves, to research the case in any way. Those are always directives that are given to the jury, and it's because they don't allow past to dictate what's happening in this particular trial. Again, and it's kind of like, at what point do we consider the perpetrators to have more rights than the victim or their family, or the people who were wronged? It's just very, very sad.
All right, so Harmony's body never found. Did this play any factor in this?
It actually, Ben, I think played a huge factor because the evidence of the second degree assault was extremely strong, where the evidence on the murder, which was, as you point out, a no body circumstantial only case, extremely weak. So the odds that the jurors did fill in the gaps using the assault evidence to supply perhaps missing gaps in the murder evidence was high. And the New Hampshire Supreme Court agreed that the risk of prejudice was so high that they had no choice but to reverse the conviction.
All right, Judge Jim Barretto, we appreciate your time and expertise. Thank you.
See this scratch? Auto shop
All right.
will easily charge you
Okay.
$2,000.
All right, guys. So that was that. And I just wanted to kind of show it to you, to show what the experts have to say about it, right? Not just hearing it from me. Let me go ahead and bring in our other screen again. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this. Share screen. Here we go. All right. It is ridiculousness. It's so ridiculous. Right, Shauna? And, I agree with you. They should all be in trouble for everybody should be in trouble for this. Yeah. Get it right the first time. Was there was this their first year, all of them? The justice system, DCS, full redo. I mean, we need a total overhaul. We do, Shauna. You're absolutely right. We need a full overhaul, you know? So this notice says the opinion is subject to motions from for a rehearing under Rule 22, as well as formal revision before publication in the New Hampshire reports. Readers are requested to notify the reporter, Supreme Court of New Hampshire, 1 Charles Doe Drive, Concord, New Hampshire, the zip code, of any editorial errors in order that the corrections may be made before the opinion goes to press. Errors may be reported by email at the following, right? So here's what the Supreme Court says. And this is posted in my community wall, on my community wall, and you can go ahead and click that link if you would like to, address the Commonwealth. So the state of New Hampshire versus Adam Montgomery. It was argued October 15th, 2025, and this opinion issued June 11th, 2026, which was just yesterday. And John M. Formella, Attorney General, and Anthony J. Galderi, Solicitor General, Sam M. Gagne, Assistant Attorney General, on the brief and orally for the state. So the appellate defender, Pamela Felon, Senior Assistant Appellate Defender of Concord. The defendant, Adam Montgomery, appeals his conviction following a jury trial in the Superior Court of second-degree murder, second-degree assault, falsifying physical evidence, witness tampering, and abuse of a corpse. Amended in 2023, we affirm in part, reverse in part, and remand, right? So that's where they're saying that they're going to go ahead and, keep some and then retry another. And again, there's no double jeopardy, which means you don't get a second bite at the apple. You cannot be charged and tried for the same crime twice, right? The same exact crime. But in this case, they're allowing for that per the instructions of the Supreme Court in New Hampshire. The jury found that and this is a big trigger warning. I'm sorry, guys. Big trigger warning, right? This is horrible. The jury could have found the following facts. The defendant was the biological father of the victim, Harmony Montgomery, in February 2019. The victim went to live with the defendant and his wife, Kayla Montgomery, at the defendant's grandmother's home in Manchester. In July of 2019, when the first charged offense occurred, the victim was 5 years old. The other occupants of the home at the time included the defendant's uncle, right? The one that alleged that he was told by Adam that he bashed Harmony around the house, and he called CPS on them, and the 2 biological children of the defendant and Kayla. Both of those children were younger than the victim. The defendant's uncle returned home in July from a 3-week trip and saw the victim in the kitchen with a black eye. That's Harmony. The uncle asked the victim what she had done, and the defendant answered, "She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the effing house." The uncle testified that the defendant said he, quote, put her, Harmony, the victim, in charge to watch her 5-month-old brother while the defendant used the bathroom. And when the defendant returned, he found the victim with her hands over the baby's mouth and her lips were supposedly blue, which is, in my opinion, a bull-faced friggin' lie. In my opinion. I don't believe that Harmony would ever do that to her baby brother. He's trying to justify his actions and why he was being abusive towards this little girl. What a friggin' coward. He can't even own it. So, Good night, Shauna. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Shauna. I'm going to make sure that I repost that petition for Haley too. I don't think he's in Gen Pop, Detroit, but he's probably. I'm assuming that he is in solitary confinement. I would think so. Little freaking Hannibal Lecter wannabe, you know. And on November 27th, 2019, the defendant's family was evicted from the home in Manchester. The defendant, Kayla, the defendant, Kayla, and the three children began living in their car, which they parked at a friend's apartment complex in Manchester. Although the victim was toilet trained before she was 3 years old, she started to have accidents once the family began living in the car. Imagine that. Ugh. Sick, sick, sick. Which they parked at a friend's apartment complex in Manchester. Although the victim, she started to have accidents once the family began living in the car. And when the victim had an accident, the defendant became angry and he would hit her in the face and her leg and her hands. The defendant became angrier the more accidents the victim had and would then hit her repeatedly. On December 7th, 2019, the victim had an accident early in the morning and the defendant repeatedly punched her in the head. Later that morning, the family drove to the methadone clinic where Kayla and the defendant took turns going inside while the others stayed in the car with the children. When the defendant returned to the car, he realized the victim had another accident and started yelling at her and hitting her in the head repeatedly. From the methadone clinic, the defendant drove the family to Burger King. While they were driving, the victim was in the back seat crying and making a strange moaning-like noise. The defendant told the victim to shut up, and at each red light at which they stopped, the defendant reached back and repeatedly punched the victim in the head. 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery. The defendant stopped hitting her. And again, I think there was another post to this, but we kind of already went over that part. So again, it's so sad. It's BS, Detroit. And the thing is that they should have just done it the way they should have to begin with. That there's a Rule 22 that they can go ahead and refer to quickly and overturn this case. I think it's a bunch of bullcrap that they didn't do the right thing to begin with. I agree. And hello, Crazy Bird. Good to see you. Yeah, it is little Harmony Montgomery that we're talking about. Well, we're going to switch over to Gypsy here in a little bit because we still had a part 2 to do on that that we didn't finish from last night. But this is just breaking news today. And, a bunch of people are talking about it because it's just horrific that he would be able to get this overturned due to the mishandling of the case by the courts, What Harmony's dad got off BM charges. Yeah, he did. They overturned the conviction on only the murder charges. So he is going to be spending 30 years no matter what. He's not out or anything, Crazy Bird. So, and thank you for joining. And Scranton says maybe he will just get more time. I hope so. Hey, that would be, that would be the icing on the cake if that happened, that would be a reason to, And I don't know. I don't know exactly the details yet because, like I said, they just did this today. I did not know he got his charges. Yeah, it just happened today, Crazy Bird. Seth should do that too when Sebastian comes home. Yeah, Scranton, it's just so difficult, right? I mean, a lot of times for any movement, they'd have to find the person, or like, Crystal Sorey had to do. She had to go ahead and have a judge rule that Harmony was no longer with us. And that's really, really sad. Um, oh, I don't know what I just did there. Sorry, I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that. There we go. No, I don't want to do that. There we go. But so yeah. Oh, hey Seth. Seth says, face it, how many government organizations are incompetent these days? Morons in charge. I mean, really, Seth, because here's the thing, we say like, the cops got to get these bad guys off the street, right? And they have to, arrest them and everything. But then we have the prosecutors, we have the, district attorneys, we have the judges, we have all of these people. And if they can't get it right, and then another case where DCS or DFS is dropping the ball. I mean, it's clear that she was being abused because Adam's uncle ratted him out, to DFS. So it's just so crazy, And Letitia has to be retired because of a dumb judge. Well, and again, what she was saying, Alex Murdaugh. I mean, all of these cases, they're getting new trials because of, actions that they took. So crazy. It's so crazy. Oh, no worries. No worries. Scranton says, oops, I'm behind. So my comments are off from the chat, but I'm referring to filing charges on CPS. Oh, in the school. And the schools, seeing KP just saying, yeah, I mean, that's what's really difficult. I mean, the thing is that there's no witness, right? Like they don't have Sebastian. They haven't found him yet, So if they don't find him, then there's no witness, I think that, it's really, really sad that we have to keep on re-victimizing the victims here. And again, another thing that I was thinking about Scranton is maybe they can get him to tell and use, Harmony as leverage to find her, for like time off of his, his sentence or whatever, if he tells where she is. Libra, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. Do you have anything to add? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I think I found the back chat. I sent you a chat, but I don't know if you can see it.
I can't. I have to figure out the back chat on this one. It doesn't really have an option yet. It just shows YouTube, but it doesn't show their details either. It just shows the little play button in the red. So I have to figure out how to get all this. I might have to make an account because I'm a guest. I think that's probably what. Here we go. Private chat in the bottom left. Here we are. Oh wow, it looks like one of those. Okay, cool. Got it.
Yeah,
it's just a different format. You know what I'm saying? Don't you love technology? Like the software is just a little different, but it's pretty user friendly. It's the same as, it's just like StreamYard. It's just a little bit different. So it's like going from a PC to a Mac, and you know how that is.
Exactly.
It could be like, what the hell? And then once you know what you're doing, you're fine. But it's like, why do you have to be different? But
I know, I'm like, can you see me? I think I found the back chat.
Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me, girl?
I'm right here.
I'm here. Oh, I want to add. So I didn't want to get off subject, but since we're kind of a little bit more free now, and everything, going back to this guy in Lebanon, right? His name's Donnie Self, the one that's a school board member. That this should have happened to Keith Irvin. Keith Irvin. This is
Not
what
Urban, not to be confused.
not Urban, not to be
Urban.
confused, baby. We like the, I got a man crush on that guy. He can rip the guitar now, and he's single, so he's single now. No, I'm playing.
Is
But
he
anyway,
really? He left Nicole
yeah.
Kidman?
So
What?
Nicole
I
Kidman and
thought
him
he-
have separated. Yeah, they got a
Aw,
divorce, or
I
they're
thought
getting
he
one.
was.
I think they've
Wow,
gotten
that's
the
crazy.
divorce already. But yeah, they're separating, and there's already a rumor that he was hooking up with somebody from, either it was a talent show, and people were kind of, what's going on there? Kind of like Blake Shelton when he was getting with Gwen Stefani. It was kind of like,
yeah.
what's going on over here? And then it comes out later on that's, I
Oh,
guess
I
'cause
was
you
so
can-
for
you know what I
that.
mean?
You know, Gavin Rosdale is a piece of shit. I love Bush. I love Glycerine. I love all of the 90s. I mean, I have the
Oh
whole
man, Glycerine.
fucking
Yeah, such a
album,
good song.
the CD, whatever. And,
I love
but
Bush.
he treated her like crap and slept
Oh,
with
really?
the maid or with the babysitter. And yeah,
Oh my God. Who else
Yeah.
did that? There's somebody else that did that whole babysitter thing that was a celebrity. It was just so creepy. I don't know. It's just so odd. Like, why are you getting with a babysitter? That's just so.
Who cheats on Gwen
Who was
Stefani?
that?
That's all I gotta say.
Oh,
You're a
man.
damn fool. You a damn fool.
Well, yeah, because man, that's wild. Yeah, I liked Bush, man. I liked Tool, Bush, all them. Those were some of the other bands that were at that big festival in Louisville, Kentucky that I was talking about yesterday. It was, Green Day, any band you could I think even Limp Bizkit was there. It's like maybe Limp Bizkit, but it was just any band you could think of in that era that was, that's still around doing shows was going to be at that concert. So I sent my brother a text of it. I was like, dude, check this out just in case you and your girlfriend want to go. I'm like, I don't know if I can make this, but God, I'd love to go to this. And it's like, I got to see these guys, man, before it's too late. But anyway, this guy over in Lebanon that was a school board member, just like, Keith Irvin, has been charged, flashed himself to, teenage girls and stuff and businesses. Now, there's a hot chicken place he used to go to. Hot chicken's a big thing in Nashville. I like spicy stuff sometimes, but God, that hot chicken that'll make me sweat, man. But
I love hot honey. That's my jam since I've been
hot
there.
honey is good. Honey's
so
a power
good.
food, so that's good for you. Let's see. I'm gonna look his name up again because I had it pulled up and I took it down. Donnie Self or Donnell Self is a former Wilson County school member, and check this out. This is the kicker. I didn't know this until just now when I looked it up earlier. Okay.
Okay.
And ex Lebanon, or Lebanon, if you will, ex Lebanon, Tennessee police officer. Oh, what do you know?
Now, what does this guy do?
He was his charges were in late 2025. Self was arrested on multiple counts of indecent exposure and attempted indecent exposure after investigators reported he exposed his genitalia at a BJ's hot chicken restaurant and a Murphy USA gas station in Lebanon. Wow, BJ's, huh? Registration. Self officially resigned from his school Zone 5 school board seat in December 20th, 2025. The legal outcome was on June 5th, 2026, which is just like not even a week ago, right? Self pleaded guilty in one case and pleaded guilty with a judicial diversion in another. You should never even get that, in my opinion. You're doing all this stupid shit and you're an authority figure or a teacher or a school board member. You're involved with kids and schools and all that stuff, and you're being a creep. You should never get a judicial diversion. That should be against the law, in my opinion. That needs to change. I'm going to make a note of that, by the way. Anyway, as part of his sentence, he is on probation. Wow. Is barred from entering the businesses where the indecent incidents occurred. So I guess he'll just go to the lake and do it now, right? And must serve 180 days in jail with specific counseling and 12-step meeting requirements.
What the hell is the fucking 12-step meeting going to do?
I know
for
exactly.
him?
I know
The
exactly what that
Serenity
is. It's
Prayer, I'd like to smack somebody upside the head.
12-step meetings. That's like AA, and that's like there's one that they call it's called moral recognition therapy, and it was created in the Tennessee prison system. It was actually created here, and they make people with DUIs get that and stuff. This dude was exposing his genitalia in public at a BJ's, out of all places. They name it a place called BJ's.
What
right?
is a
Murphy's.
BJ's though? Is that the wholesale like Sebastian?
Yeah,
or is that like in the parking lot?
From what I understand, it says BJ's Hot Chicken. So that's BJ's Hot Chicken restaurant. So that's different. But Murphy USA gas station might as well be a BJ's, because BJ's has the BJ's outlet place, or Costco looking, whatever you call it, Sam's type place, like we have in Rivergate, has a gas station. So he might as well have done it at a place like he did. He was in public. He was in public. Period. But yeah, it has to be BJ's Hot Chicken out. I'm sorry, just the name is like, and this together is just so crazy to me. 12-step meeting, crazy. Like the 12-step meeting program, that's for so in Sumner County they do it all the time for people with DUIs.
Well, they're just trying to get money. That tells me that they just want to get the money that you have to be charged to go through those freaking classes, and what they usually call it like drug court or whatever. Cheryl says the judges should be charged, in my opinion. Also, Crazy Bird, they did not find Harmony Montgomery. They have not found her. As a matter of fact, her dad keeps on, it is crazy because he's literally taunting them like many of the other red rummers do.
People need closure, whether it's, even though it's hard for us to digest sometimes, people need closure on things. At least give them that respect. But there is no rules, there is no respect, there is no law book in criminal activity like that. You know what I mean? A piece of shit like that doesn't have any kind of rules. It's just like the guy that robs you and still shoots you anyway after you give him his money. You give him your money. It's there's no honor in what they're doing. There's no policies, right? They're just filthy criminals, pieces of shit, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you, Witchy. The rebounds are never it. They never found her body, and the POS refuses to tell. Right, Detroit, you have the same energy as me. I'm so mad about this shit. I'm fucking pissed. I was yelling at my fucking TV all damn day. I was pissed. And Shadow also is coming with that energy. And look, I don't like to just get up here and rant and rave, but I mean, we have this little 5-year-old girl that's still out there, and he's not doing anything. It's terrible.
I don't care if it's one more year he was supposed to get and they took it away because of this. It's the moral of it, right? Because we know he's getting 30 years, but the moral of it, and I don't know how the percentage of 30 years he's getting. Do you know what that is by chance?
Well,
100%.
Vinny Politan broke it down. I'm just kind of going what Vinny said. Because he kind of broke it down today, and he's like, hey, the other charges add up to 30. So I just kind of was trying to remember that, because I knew people would come in and be like, what the hell is going on? Crazy Bird's like, I didn't even know, so I mean, like, it's surprising, right? Because like we knew that he was appealing.
Okay. Because the little that I knew, when I first heard it, it didn't sound good to me. It sounded like an acquittal, and I'm going, what? And I'm really freaking out. I'm like, this is some bullshit. What the hell?
Yeah, you were thinking he might get out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm complete, and I forgot. I'm like, oh yeah, there's so many different things that go into this, and forgetting that, or not really knowing, because I have seen this case. I remember when this case first happened. I remember when it happened. I just haven't studied on it, and I haven't seen it in a while, so I had to refresh. And so I saw it, and then when you sent it to me and you're like, I'm pissed, what the hell is this? And I'm like, oh shit. And then I'm thinking right away, because the way it sounds, they say,
I know, I felt so bad. I'm like switching it up on you last minute. Like, I know we were supposed to talk about Jip, but we might only get a little bit of that in because,
I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, apparently, I mean, for what it appears to us, they don't have any money. They're living in a damn vehicle. Who is funding this shit is, and I hope there's not a damn GoFundMe account. I guarantee you it probably is. I mean, for anything that gets publicized now.
Oh, I'm sure he has girls that are like, oh, I want you, Adam. That nasty.
Ted Bundy. God,
I'll tell you what. Oh man, it
don't
would
get
be
me
so
started on that
great
shit.
oh, I know, and you just know that they do. It's like anybody. There's some fugly ass people out there that have
Fugly.
the high
Fucking for
profile
sure.
cases, right?
Fucking
Like,
ugly. Yeah. Oh
yeah, I
yeah,
mean, and
man.
they
Yep.
just have like people throwing themselves, and it's girls and guys both. But yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I bet you he has mad girlfriends, who are like, oh, Adam, I know
Oh, I'm
you're
sure.
innocent.
Just, I
Ugh,
mean, you got the bad
gross.
boy look out of teardrop tattoo makes him so fucking tough. Like that's a measure of masculinity. And then
Man, I would love to go undercover as like one of his prison girlfriends and go visit him and just look him dead in the face and ask him where Harmony is.
wild.
You know what I mean? Talk to him for like
Yeah.
a little while,
Oh yeah, just
Oh
be
man.
like an agent. Just go in and and just like a secret agent. Just go in and just be like, or like a spy, just
Like the
undercover,
Silence
right?
of the Lambs, I'm
Yeah, you
going to
come in
talk
and
to
you're like
Hannibal
acting
Lecter.
so nice, and you've built this. You groom him, and you build this relationship with him, and then you go up there to finally see him
Oh,
through
if
the
I had
glass,
money, I
and
would
then just
send him
cuss him
money.
out.
Oh man. That's
Yeah.
all they want to. Look at Wade Wilson. He just sits there and brags about how much those bitches give to
You
him.
know what you do? You send him a bunch of money over, but you already know somebody that's in the same pot as he is in, and then it just like somehow it gets transferred to the other person from his, and so he sees the money come in, he gets excited, and then it somehow you get it to where somebody like a guard or somebody somehow sends it over away, and then or it just disappears, and he's like, "Wait, where'd that money go? Where'd that money go?" And
Oh my
I don't know, something like that.
god.
But yeah, so
Shadow,
this
that's the person that I had in my head is Paul Ferguson and Baby
Paul
Girl.
Ferguson.
Oh, Paul Ferguson. He is a fugly little shit. Let me show you this guy. This is like, and he starred
Ferguson
his
is already like fucking nerdy
Turd
ass
Ferguson. When
weird
I hear
turd
Ferguson,
Ferguson.
I think of Turd Ferguson every single time.
Turd Ferguson. I told you, no more using ethnic slurs. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
He's like, he's got a Ron Burgundy. Yeah, so what gets me about this though is the mother, right? Isn't this the mother that was, and with excuse me, going back to the case with Adam. Isn't that the mother that's walking through there through court with dried up eyes, no tears, nothing? And that her daughter that was murdered by red rummed by the guy, and she just doesn't have any emotion. She's just as bad, if not worse. I mean, actually worse in my opinion, because I couldn't imagine a child they bore, and they don't give a damn. They don't give two flying Fs. Like this, I don't understand it. You labored for a child, and it's just nothing to you. So crazy.
Oh
to
my
me.
gosh, I don't understand that about moms either because like, you're the first one to like even really know that they're there before. I mean, I know you get the heartbeat and everything first but like,
Right.
when I
It's
could
living
feel my
inside
daughter
you.
moving, I was like, "Oh my gosh." And I was by myself the first time it happened and it felt like little bubbles in my stomach like it
Yeah.
just felt like a little flutter and I
Aw.
was like, "Oh my gosh." And like I was so happy and like I mean, I just don't understand that. And of course, like when I first
Right.
found out that I was pregnant, I was, a week before my 19th birthday. So I was very young and I didn't know what to do. And I was like, oh my gosh, why did this happen now? I needed it to happen in like 5 years. And like,
Yeah, so young,
but what a
yeah.
blessing. You know what I mean? Like I would never trade it. But, I think it's normal to be
Yeah.
like, I don't know, like what, because I was doubting myself, not my daughter, but like,
Yeah.
I just don't know how, like you said, how these moms, I don't get it.
You want to be ready, but you never are. You'll never
No.
be ready. You can be financially ready and still not be ready for a child. It's just, yeah. Look at this guy. He looks like that Brian. What's his name? He doesn't
I know
look
you're
like
a
him. He gives
guy,
me
but
the
I mean, isn't this one
creeps.
fugly motherfucker right here?
Was it Utah? Where's that guy from? That Brian Kohlberger, whatever his name is, Coldburger.
Oh yeah, Cobra.
Brian Cold E. coli infested burger. Yeah.
Brian E. coli burger.
Brian E. coli
Blech.
burger. Yeah, he gives me those vibes. Like he looks like one of those. I'll pew pew up a Columbine vibes. That's what he gives me. Columbine, Marilyn Manson listening motherfucker. Yeah, here he is. He's on Amazon. Amazon.
What a weirdo.
What does
Amazon.
Amazon come up for? Oh,
What a
shop
weirdo.
legal. Okay, I get it. Look at
Shadow,
him.
you're
What's
talking
that
about
first
this.
one?
Is it this face?
Click
Because
that
look,
one.
he
Yeah.
rolled.
Oh
Look,
my
he rolled
God,
on his
dude.
mama. Hey, Libra,
Stay
this
away
dude.
from my sister, bruh.
So they both took their, the little brother and the mom,
God.
right? And they systematically starved this kid. So what they would do, Libra, is they would give him cold chicken nuggets like from the freezer. They would give him hot sauce. So Paul searched online to find the hottest hot sauce, right, that he could find to put on bread. That's all they gave this baby. The judge said he looked like a Holocaust victim.
Holy crap. At least the bread
Yes.
soaks that up, but still, like, they say, if you
No,
get
they would
something
like
really,
douse it. They would like,
that's just, yeah, that wouldn't do no good then, because bread absorbs it. Like, if you get something really hot,
yes.
people want to drink water, but the best thing to do is actually get bread and start eating bread afterward. But yeah, you're
And milk
dousing it.
works good too.
You're
Milk works good.
torturing. You know what you're fucking doing, you piece of shit. Don't look at me like that either. You with that predator fucking poop haircut.
See, that's why I love
God.
horchata because like when you eat the spicy, it's like a little bit of like the cooling off, like
Man,
of the rice milk. But
you ever heard of you ever heard of a backwards mullet? I don't know if I have, but if there is one that exists, he's got it. It's a backwards mullet. The more the hair on top and less, but it's like growing down under his ears in the back, and it's like growing long in the back, but it's like not. It's like a backwards mullet. Shut your
I
fucking
agree.
mouth,
This
too,
is
boy.
this is what his face looked like when the judge told him that he was getting what was it, guys? 30 years, I think he was convicted. But yeah, look at his
Carolina
face.
Reaper, says Shadow. That's hot. That's like hotter than a
Yes.
habanero, isn't it?
Oh my
Hotter than
God, it's
ghost
one
pepper,
of the
isn't it?
hottest hot sauces. I
Yeah,
think it
Carolina
has
Reaper is
ghost.
like the new thing that
It has
everybody's like,
ghost
oh, it's gonna
pepper.
it's gonna burn your mouth up, like to you bleed, like your gums will bleed, like crazy shit.
How about your, not to be gross, but I mean, how about your booty the next day? I mean,
Oh, dude, that's just a given, right? We all know that. No worries. Yeah. What about that? Oh my gosh. Yeah. So you're put, man, but you got to think of body weight and size, and how small was it? An infant, you said, or a toddler, or what?
No, he was let's see, Timothy was, I believe, like 13.
Okay, still small enough, but like, yeah, if you got like a bigger person, and that still burn their mouth, obviously, but when you look at size and weight, excuse me, and you look at size and weight, and you give somebody any kind of substance, it's going to be more for the smaller size person. It's just going to be to absorb, let alone. Oh my God, dude.
It's
What's
so
wrong with
freaking
people?
sad. I know we
So
were
he's a
probably
little
not going to
teenage-
go
like
down
a-
this route, but
Right.
you know what I mean? But I mean, this is awareness.
This
and
is reality.
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, he did have a girlfriend, and he named her baby girl, right? And he'd be like, "Oh, I love you, baby girl." Like oh my God, the jail calls they make you want to, puke.
I used to know this
It's so
guy.
fucking
He
sad.
called his daughter Honey Bear. My little honey bear. We made fun of him so bad because it was my ex-girlfriend's niece, and he tried to give her. I told you this before, but he tried to give her like $20. We were like, keep it. He wasn't paying child support, and she didn't have him on the birth certificate though either. So he wasn't obligated, I don't think, to pay child support unless they would have got a DNA test and then had him sign it or whatever they did. But she didn't want him. She didn't want him on the birth certificate. The guy was a piece of shit, obviously. But he tried to give her $20. But he's like, "Honey bear, how you doing, my little honey bear?" We're like, "Man, get away from."
Ew, my
But
little honey bear. Just the way you're
her.
saying that, it's like,
Yeah, you fucking weirdo. We
It
let him
gives me
see
the
her though because we're trying to let him see her because that's his daughter. But it's like you come around once in a blue moon, like once in it. I've only met the guy like I think twice the most in like 3 or 4 years or something. So it was like you don't ever come around. You try to give him $20. That won't even buy diapers. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. God.
Yeah, that's such a
So,
judgment,
yeah,
right?
the
Shadow
stupid
15.
nicknames.
15 he was. I'm sorry, guys. I got that wrong. I was trying to think, but I guess, but look at it. Look at
Still
the
a
picture.
minor,
I want
still
to
a
say
kid.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and he looked like smaller because they were starving him. That's Chandra. That's Chandra
crazy.
Vander Ark, and she's a freaking bitch from hell, let me tell you.
Crazy looking because it's like she's overdone her hair and then like she just looks crazy to me. Something's
Yeah,
wrong with these people.
so the mother was actually she graduated with honors to be a lawyer. And
what?
Yes.
Wow,
yes,
what an example.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She did. Mm-hmm. And you know, it's weird because like what? You know?
Oh, that's very weird. Yeah. I mean, child abuse is weird to me anyway. You're a fucking weirdo. Just unbelievable. Hey, little Miss Sharon, little Sharon in the house. I don't know if I'm seeing
Little
it.
Miss
Yeah, that's
Sharon.
Little Miss Sharon, little Miss. Who's my little? What is that song, man? Anyway.
I love little Miss Sharon. She's so cute. She's like, you could
She's my
just call me
little Miss
Sharon, but I
Sharon.
love little Miss Sharon. It's just so cute.
That's the song I was thinking of, the Beach Boys. She's my little dip dip. You know what I got. You know what I got. I don't even remember the words. She's my little
Shadow,
Miss
if
Sharon.
she has a new trial, I will have a fucking cow. Okay, just don't even. We can't. I will birth a cow live on the stream.
I will birth a cow. I will birth a calf. A cow that comes out bigger.
Oh, no, I'm gonna have a whole cow, Libra. It's gonna be a whole ass cow. No,
I will turn into a heifer and birth the cow.
I will turn into.
I will birth a bull. Birth a bull. Horns first.
My god! Oh damn, that would be even more badass, right? It has the full. It even has a full ass ring in it. Fucking, you know. Damn.
This is just.
This case was one of the most infuriating cases, says Detroit, that I've ever seen. She's a sick, twisted, evil witch. He went along with everything and told him to do. They both need to rot in hell, in my honest opinion.
Oh, I'll see you in hell.
Damn, right. Detroit.
With a pitchfork. I'll be holding a pitchfork, motherfucker.
Right.
So where are these people? They look like they're from I just really don't want to offend anybody, but they look like they're from fucking Utah. I'm sorry, I just have to say that. I don't know what it is with Utah. I just
Colorado.
Good.
Colorado.
I'm from the Colorado mountains. Close enough, I guess. Like I told you. What did I just tell you earlier? And I didn't know this. He looks like one of them Columbine like I'm gonna pew pew Columbine. That's what he looks like.
Oh, yes, he does.
He's got Marilyn Manson all up in his. He still does CDs like old school, and he's got a whole big old CD case full of Marilyn Manson and like dark, creepy, weird shit. Probably listens to. I don't want to mention that band. Like, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I'd hate to see that. I bet you they lived
on with that.
I bet you they lived in a pigsty too. I bet you lived in a pigsty, and these kids have to rely on someone to take care of them now. Everybody, as we know, they're not adults. You can never blame the kid. That's somebody's taking care of them, or the lack thereof, obviously, or taking care of them in a horrible way, in my opinion. Like giving them. That's so unbelievable. I wonder. I don't even want to think about his reaction after he eats the food. Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I'm talking shit about where I'm from. Okay. Good job.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I'm from Chicago. I'm so used to that shit. It's like
I'm a native. I'm a Nashville native. I've been here since I was 9 years old. So it doesn't, it's not, Michigan is not home to me anymore. I just have relatives there, but still it's crazy. I wonder where in Michigan.
You can get a new trial and you can get a new trial. Well, I know. Little Miss Sharon, we were talking about that earlier, when she was like, all these people getting new trials, and Shadow's like, yeah, she's trying to get another one, this crazy one. And they always do, because they have the right to appeal. So it's usually like a year after they've been sentenced and all that they can.
Man, it takes long just to get those motherfuckers sentence in the first place, which sometimes is good. They need to sit in jail that whole time anyway, but it just, sometimes you want to see the justice, and you're just like, I just want to see him convicted, please. God.
Oh, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. That's all we care about, is just seeing justice, especially when it's such a horrific situation like this. Like, look at his little face. How could you feed that little baby anything but healthy food and try to help him grow? And
Play with him, take him to the park, do good things for
I
and
think
with
that
him,
was
raise him
yeah,
up right, give him, educate him,
exactly.
teach him how to fish or something. Go take him out. That's something I loved when I was younger. My big brother took me out to fish, and I caught my first fish with him. And skateboarding and playing basketball. I mean, we rode bikes. Now it's like it's just so different nowadays. You don't see kids outside anymore like you used to. But and I'm not trying to be weird, lady, and tell me if I'm overstepping my boundaries. But if we really had capital punishment like we used to, if we still would take a rope around next to people like this or stone them in the streets, do you think it would still be happening as much to people that do these nasty things? I don't think so.
It's so
I
hard
think people
because
would see,
when
hear,
I
and fear.
watch, like if
I
I
think they'd be
watched
too
like
scared.
Green Mile, the movie when they put them in
Oh
the chair and
man.
stuff, like, and I think about sitting in that room,
Oh
even
man.
if somebody did something horrible to my family, and I'm like wondering if I would want to be in there, like for all of that.
Oh,
But I don't
I'd
know,
love it.
like I don't
I
know
could.
how I'd feel, because
I could. I'm sorry. I could now. I'm so cold hearted anymore with these motherfuckers. I'm so sick of it. But I know what you mean. It's
it is
traumatic to still
sickening.
see. It's because it showed it in that movie. They faked putting water on the sponge, right? Puts it on his head. And then God rest that actor's soul. I can't remember his name, but he passed away. I loved him. He was a great actor.
Oh
He
yeah, I
passed away
love
of,
him.
I think,
He's a
cardiac
talented
arrest or a
man.
heart attack or a stroke or something. Poor guy. Because I heard the 911 call too. It was really sad. His wife called 911 and oh man, he's a big guy too. They filmed that here in Tennessee, at the South Pittsburgh, I believe. What was it? But yeah, it's that prison that's they do
I love that
ghost
movie and the
hunting and all sorts
books.
of stuff. Yeah, man, I need to get back into that.
The books are little novellas, so it's like a
Oh
little
yeah,
series that you read, and
those are
but
the
then they came
best.
out with that movie, and that movie was really good. To the books, like they didn't catch everything. They made Delacroix look like he was less of a criminal, but he also had the mouse, and I don't know, it's just cute, but um, I
Oh
love Stephen
wow.
King.
Detroit says it was here in Michigan, right? The house was in a squalor, and she had locks on the cupboards and refrigerator, and kept him locked in a closet.
Yup.
She also had cameras everywhere, so I hope those cameras were used against them. I pray to God they
So
didn't
she
get
would
an
be in
upgrade on those
court.
cameras, right?
I mean, Libra, this is so wild. Thank you, Detroit. Yeah, because okay, so she would be in court and she would be watching the cameras from her cell phone and she would be instructing Paul on what to do.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. So she was practicing law already then. Okay, I got it. Because I saw you. She graduated
I think
from
she
law
was a
school and
court
passed the bar.
reporter or something in the court. She wasn't exactly
An attorney or whatever.
not yet, but I mean, she went to school for it and she was like top of, she was, I want to say she was the valedictorian of her class.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you did say something like that. Like she's honors or something. Man, I tried to
Hmm.
get honors, and that's a 4.0, of course. And
Yeah.
I was close, but I didn't just because it's so crazy. I was so mad I didn't get that. But anyway, crazy man. Yeah, I had
Yeah,
straight
I
A's
mean, she's
except for my
extremely
damn.
intelligent. She's extremely intelligent, but she's absolutely a psychopath, in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
So,
you can tell by look at. She looks just like him. Is that her boyfriend or husband or the father of the kid, or who is that guy again? Exactly. I'm sorry. I should be more on this. The guy that the redheaded guy,
Paul turned
or maybe
Ferguson.
redheaded.
He he was the brother.
Ferguson. Yeah.
So when
Oh, okay.
Sandra's little kid. Yeah, no, he wasn't the boyfriend, even though they look like they
Big brother.
probably did do some stuff like that.
Oh, you never know. Huh. You never know.
Horrible. Monkey was playing outside. I know, little Miss Sharon, and I want to say Brandy is one of the most strong in mind, and just a relentless spirit for searching for her son. And the fact that they just won't give up where Michael Monkey Vaughn is. They need to give up where they put him, but they won't, because they love torturing her, Libra. They have taunted her. I've shared, we need to do a live on Monkey.
Unbelievable. That one
Yeah,
makes me
because I'm
really
always
sick.
sharing her. His mother Brandy is just an amazing woman and so strong and resilient, and has her little, you know,
Isn't
family that there's.
that one dude? He's still on the run. The foreign guy. Who's like, I think he was foreign, or he was like, oh, where is he
There
from?
was four involved in one. I don't know if
Uh,
they've caught, but yeah, he
I don't
was
think
on
they
the run.
did. I think he's like Adrian or something like that. Oh, let me see.
Adrian. Yeah,
Was
you
that his
got it.
name? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me let's see here. It was
Athena
Michael Monkey
Strain was
Vaughn. Let's see.
outside playing, or Strand was outside playing Little Miss Sharon. That is such a horrific and vile crime that was committed. That
Oh man,
trial, like that was so
it's disturbing.
disgusting. Oh yeah,
Disturbing.
because she was just outside playing.
Idaho. Yeah, we have nothing better to do, but let's today let's oh I'm gonna kidnap this kid. Like what the fuck? And it's just like I remember
No,
them the stuff I won't repeat, but he had to have had a heart attack being so scared. The poor kid. I'll say that much. I think he did actually. I think that was part of the asphyxiation and like a cardiac arrest or a heart attack or something. But either way, I would be scared to death myself. Like, you imagine being 5, or was he 5? Years old, and
yeah,
somebody duct taping your mouth and all that, and you just were just knocking on a door to try to play with the neighbor kid. Like, what kind of neighborhood is this? What's going on in these communities, man? We need more programs and stuff for kids. I know there's some out there, but and you got these crime riddled neighborhoods and stuff that are just, they got nothing better to do. Well, let's clean that shit up, man. Or start locking motherfuckers up until we do. I mean, we got to do something. I'm so sick of this shit.
I agree.
Don't care
It's
about our kids, man.
total bullshit. She was a
I
court
mean,
clerk. Thank you, Shadow.
we treat our animals better than, and I love animals, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the dog pound treats the animals better than we treat our children, and that's just sad, because those are animals. Those are property by law in Tennessee anyway. Humans are humans. They are not property by law. And so we
I
treat our property better than we do think about that. Better than we do our
agree.
children. It's laying on the floors in DCS offices, being found, like Seth said, being found. Missing children being found, and they're at a freaking DCS office.
Well, and we
Like,
were talking
what?
about online, the online aspect, but Little Miss Sharon saying, well, what about, the playing outside? They're not safe playing outside even. And it's just
Yeah,
like,
can't even do
that's
that
so
anymore.
true. It's like, you're not safe anywhere. Damn. I
Should
mean,
be.
Adrian
Yeah, man.
Lucian, I think I said that right. I always say, I don't even give a fuck. I have no respect for that shithead. Brandon Shirtliff, fucking ass hat.
What happened?
Chandra Wandra.
Who do I need to cuss out? Where you
Oh,
at?
well, we
Who's
can
talking shit?
roast these four. I mean, we could just do a whole live doing that, and
Hell yeah.
that would
Let's
be
go.
fantastic. We need to do that. And then you have Sarah, and then of course you have the Kool-Aid man, right? Nasty ass, just a fat piece of crap that was gonna roll on the bunch.
He's got a baby curl damn near. He's got a cul-de-sac on his. He
Cut the baby
has a
curl
baby curl.
off. Okay, that's my new theory. My tinfoil hat
Or,
theory.
or
They
somebody
hide the
ripped it
baby
out.
curl. If they don't have it, they hid it somehow.
Yeah, they don't have it. We hit it. New release.
Right? I saw this
newly
one
released
dude, and he
colour.
just looked like he snipped it off the front. I'm like, damn, you just snipped your baby curl, didn't you? Because you're finding out there's this movement where we got you, Chester Cheetahs.
Yeah.
Gus Lamont, grandparents, just pleaded guilty for owning a silencer. Fined $100,000, not related to Gus's disappearance. Yeah,
Yeah, they're always in some shit though. That's not see what kind of people we're dealing with. They're always in
I
some
know, and
shit.
they get mad when we suspect them. They're like, "How could you?"
Just like Queef B getting your house raided and shit because you got a bunch of damn meth and allegedly and all sorts of shit. You're not just a piece of shit online, and you are a reality, and you're not just so you're not innocent in my opinion. You know what I mean? That's same shit. There's always a story behind these pieces of shit.
We could play
Stacy
it,
Wanderer
Detroit.
later told Fruitland Police, Fruitland. Woo, what does that tell you? The land, welcome to the land of fruit and nuts. United States, baby. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I'll tell you, he was just out trying to find someone to play with, and they were like stalking him, and
unbelievable.
he was just,
Yeah,
I know,
he
he was
became a
like in his
target
little
just for being.
neighborhood.
That's
Ew,
creepy.
and then
What are you doing?
Stacy
Looking out the
Wander
window at
being
a
at
little.
the splash pad, that fat Kool-Aid looking mother trucker.
They put up the full probable cause affidavit out for Michael Monkey Vaughn. I don't know if he saw that or not, but I see it right here in front of me. That's wild. I guess you can download it, but it's on.
Oh, we went
I can
over
send you the
it. We
link
went over
if y'all-
that. We did
Did
go
you?
over the
Okay.
probable cause affidavit. Yeah, we did.
That's before I met you, hun. That was before I met you.
Yes, it
Just kidding.
was. It was.
It might have been.
I know.
Before I met you in person, anyway.
I've tried to cover all of them because again, Monkey's still out there. You know, it's like they're still missing,
Yeah,
and
they need
it's
closure.
just
His
mom-
mother needs closure.
God, his mom just wants him back, Libra, and that's what breaks my heart. Like I could cry because she's so strong, you know, and I'm sure she hears that all the time. But I truly mean it. Like every time I see her, I click on a video of her, and I just like, I mean. It's the same way that I feel about Seth, you know, keep moving forward as hard as it is. And she does get trolled by these fuckers, and they've taken his signs down in Fruitland.
Do they make interrogation rooms big enough to fit a wood chipper in them?
No, but
that would be kind of cool.
They
There'd
could
be a lot of
probably
blood,
fit,
but
like, I mean, waterboarding wouldn't be hard to.
Yeah, there you go. That would be a lot more clean. We'll just do some Chinese water torture.
Just turn off
tactics,
the camera.
allegedly. Ain't no gonna be no. Well, the cameras will be they'll only be the cameras when they confess, but otherwise, I'm just getting it out of you, bud. Where is Michael Monkey Vaughn? And you know,
Yes.
you're pulling on his baby curl as hard as you're starting to really pull it harder and harder. The more he
man,
doesn't
I'd
talk,
love
and then
to.
screwdrivers, you know, flathead screwdrivers with or a chisel, whichever you prefer, with a hammer ready to go under his fingernails and slowly chisel away. Look, trust me, I sit around and I think of these ways that I can interrogate these people with my spare time. So, you know, they're not the only ones that have ideas of things to do. No, it's like Dexter. It's like, oh God, no, but
It does
for real
make
though,
me want to
man,
go Dexter on
what the
people though,
hell?
because you know it's horrible. Like, and again,
Golly.
I can't even like stomach it. Like, it's sickening to me
It
to
makes
think
me
of
want
like
to go saw on
harming
their
somebody
ass.
like that.
You know?
But in the same way, yeah, it does make you want. I like, especially. Oh my gosh, like
You know, like the Saw movie.
stupid-
That's what it makes me want to do. It makes me want to just torture
Put
because
them
it's
in a
like
room like
if
that.
I just take them out, like they'll just be unalived, right? But if I get where I can just torture these people, you know, be
yeah,
perfect.
psychologically.
Hypothetically, like in
mine.
I say in Minecraft, you know, it's a joke that I say, like in Minecraft, you know, like hypothetically, you know, not in real life. No, but yeah, man.
Yeah,
it broke my
toothpicks
heart
under the
seeing that.
fingernails. That's right.
Toothpicks, that's even better. Yes. Oh my God, can you imagine?
Yes.
Oh God, we used to joke about how we would with my brother, how we a president that used I gotta be careful, a politician with the initials BC. I think I was joking about him yesterday. You know what I'm saying? This is what we were talking about doing to him if we ever got our hands on.
Oh my goodness.
You
I
freaking
didn't
dude,
know.
have you seen videos of like just the way that they touch like him and Biden, man, the way that they would like put their arms around little girls and Biden would like whisper in their ears, like he's such a groomer,
he'd,
in my
like, kiss
opinion.
them and,
Such a
like,
creep.
yeah.
Oh my
I
God,
would
dude. He's like
punch him
whisper.
out if I
Oh.
saw him doing that to my kid.
But the
I'd be like,
parents,
what
dude-
the hell is wrong with you, dummy?
I swear to God, I see the parents letting him spend the night. I swear to, because they do. They laugh at it and they go, "Oh," and they think it's so cute, and the little girl's uncomfortable as fuck, right? Obviously. And then the dad, and then
Golly.
then Biden's like, he looks at him, he's like, "Ooh, well, she smells good." Oh, and then he's like, you know, oh, well. Yeah. And he says something else creepy. What else did he say? He's like, and he tries to give him a kiss. He's like, and they're moving their head back, and he's like trying to get that kiss in, just like, you know, can't quite, you know, and she's like, you know, oh my God, dude. And that's where it starts. Our politicians and all these powerful, you know, people in high places, because that's who we wrestle with, not flesh and blood, but principalities against power, against rulers of the darkness of this world. And that's why it's so hard, in my opinion. These are,
Well, yeah, it's always
that's where
a
it starts.
constant battle between
It trickles
the
down.
good and evil. And I mean, anybody that thinks that any of that's okay to hurt a kid is like it's just pure evil. It's so sad that
I
we
don't
have
understand it.
deal with such a a horrible situation with these kids. They just don't deserve it. They really don't. And so, oh, see, this is how we do a circle.
It starts with us. It starts with us adults and how we treat them, our next generation, and when you're going around in broad daylight and doing stuff that's unbelievable. Broad daylight. Isn't that when that happened to Michael Monkey Vaughn? It was not nighttime. It was not 8 o'clock. It wasn't even, the sun was not down. He was out
No,
there
the
trying
sun
to find
wasn't
kids to
down
play.
yet.
It was freaking broad daylight. What the hell? Where, I could harp on this one all day, but are we patrolling the streets enough, police? Are we doing our job enough? Everybody should be doing our job better. We can only try and strive as adults to try to be better, but try to, for yourself, sharpen your sword and try to be a better person. But, just for community's sake and for goodness sake, right? For righteousness sake, and that's what police really are. They're ministers of righteousness is what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be ministers of righteousness, where, they protect and serve, and the service is like gone. The protection's gone. Just go to downtown Nashville. They still don't have enough police. It's like,
It's
they don't have enough to stop a shooting.
right?
There's a shooting going on right now. Where are the cops at? Oh my God. It's okay. Boom, boom, boom. 60 shots outside of the freaking court, damn near the courthouse. Like, what? What is going on here? So.
Oh, I agree completely.
So I'm always going to bitch about, me, I'm always going to bitch about the government. I'm always going to bitch about the local politicians. I'm always
that's
going
why
to.
I have a channel, so I can bitch.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad to have you if you want to, because
Yeah,
look,
let's go.
people feel the way we do. A lot of people do. I mean, and if you don't, that's good. Let us
It's
know
up-
why
yes.
you feel a certain type of way about something.
Right.
That's what we're here for. But yeah, like it pisses me off because, these poor kids, they fall through the cracks. Nobody notices this shit. How did they not notice that this child was starved so bad that he's looking like a Holocaust victim when it comes to Timothy Ferguson? But then also, like you said, broad daylight with Monkey Vaughn, and his dad was in with their with his little sister, and they were going to be ordering pizza and stuff, and Michael just went out on his own, and it's so sad. They've been through hell and back too with the public, and
Yeah, for sure.
and they're still together going strong. I mean, he was a great dad to Monkey, and he never deserved that. He had nothing to do with this. It's the evil of the world, snatching these kids up, and they can't, like little Miss Sharon said, even play outside. I mean, man, when we were kids, we had our bikes. We would go to one house. I just have to call my mom whenever I got to wherever I was going. She'd be like,
Yeah,
"Call me when you get there."
landlines.
Yes, the dial
Notes
phone.
on the door. Oh
Yeah.
God, now I feel ancient. Isn't that funny? But I
Yeah,
love it. It's like
payphones.
we don't look like we're old
Payphones
enough
all the
to.
way.
Oh, payphones! I remember one time it was funny. We were in Wendy's in Hendersonville when I was a kid, and there's a Wendy's. I think there was only one Wendy's at the time, and I think there only is a one Wendy's still there. But anyway, one of us was playing on the phone, and I think we just hit 9 or something and hung up, or just hit a button. Cop comes in, he picks up the phone, he sees if it's hot or not. I found out that's what they're doing when they do it, but he puts it on his ear, I guess, to see if it's hot. That's what they told me anyway. But he's like, "Did anybody call 911 in here?" And we're like, "No," but we knew we were playing on the phone, but we didn't, because there used to be a payphone inside that building, and there's still probably a little hole where it was, or they might have remodeled the whole thing, I think, since then. But it used to be a payphone inside that store, and there used to be a payphone at a barbershop, near a barbershop, and a tattoo parlor that used to be out there and on Sanders Ferry Road. And they would do this. I've seen detectives walk up literally with ties on, grabbing a payphone and putting it up to their ear, and I'm like, because there's like probably maybe a drug trafficking is huge in Hendersonville, by the way. That's a huge drug trafficking area, believe it or not. But anyway,
Oh,
they would
really?
check it like that. They would check it like that. And I was like, oh crap, I think we must have hit 1 or 9. And then I didn't know at the time though, when you hit 9 or just a 1 and you hang up, it'll still dial 911. They'll come up because it looks like somebody's trying to attempt to call 911, right? And come
Yeah.
to the location, and the cops would show up. And Hendersonville they still don't play. They're pretty strict. But at the time, they were really even more strict than they are now. They're shorthanded too, as far as I know. They might still be shorthanded, but anyway, yeah. I remember those days. Payphone. You had to use a payphone, a landline, or leave a note on the door. Oh, just went to the grocery store.
Leave a
Be right
note on
back.
the door.
But it's scary because, like, back in that
Yep.
day, you watch these true crime where this person's changing their tire on the side of the road and they get taken advantage of, or something bad happens, or you need a ride. It's a guy with the white van. Here he comes. You need a ride?
Yikes.
I got some kid. Oh, who laughs like that anyway? By the way, who laughs like that? Oh yeah.
Sounds like CP.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where I was going. So anyway, I didn't mean to get off subject there, but yeah, I remember those days.
No, yeah, it's totally true. I mean, here's the thing: like, we could.
I'll leave the
just
key under
call
the
our
doormat,
folks
just,
and let them know where we are.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, but we did have the weirdos in the vans. They've really stepped up their game to technology, but they're still out there. Obviously, with Michael's case, and this was a group effort. 4 people involved. They absolutely deserve to get roasted. And we know they did it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care
Oh
if
yeah.
they're convicted or not. I can give 2 F's about that, And Seth, you're
Yeah.
right. It's funding, and it is shorthanded and funding issues for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem too. You see, these freaking politicians, they want all this money for themselves, but what the hell are you there for? You're supposed to be helping the community out with what things we actually need, and
Yeah.
they dropped the ball a long time ago, but they continue to drop the ball and just let things slide that just shouldn't slide, obviously. But so wild. There was well, shit. Yes, this is what I was going to mention. We didn't have, and I'm going to bring this up. We didn't have a cell phone or a keypad on the door digitally either that connects to a cell phone that has history of when that front door opened. And do you know where I'm going with that?
Oh, absolutely. I
And
tried
then-
to figure out
yeah.
what they might have had on the door there, because that is key information. As you said, was it linked to their phone? Was it an older keypad? I doubt it, because they just moved in, and Chris and Katie, into that house in 2022. So, I'm sure either it was upgraded by the sellers, or when they got there, they put their own shit in. Because, Katie is a installation technician, doesn't say where I work for.
Yeah. And ghosted someone when they were asking, oh, hey, yeah, can I get, if you don't mind, on your phone, it connects to your phone, right? That front door keypad. If you don't mind, I'll get the history from that. We can probably figure out if you come out that front door. Ghosted completely.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Allegedly, right? Yeah. And thank you, little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership, and also to Smiling Sleuth. Oh, you guys are awesome.
Detroit puts Bozo the clown, puts a clown. That clown face looks so creepy too. She puts Bozo with the clown face. Oh my gosh. Right, Detroit.
Oh,
Bozo,
I'm
that's
sorry.
right.
Smiling Sleuth, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, because you're the one that received them. See, I'm not used to this because I can never see who gets it in StreamYard, but now I can see little Miss Sharon gifted Smiling Sleuth. Sorry, guys. Oh,
Little
boy.
Little Miss can't be wrong. That's it. That's the song I was thinking of. The Spin Doctors. Remember them?
Oh,
I remember
Little
my
Miss
mom
Sharon.
got.
Oh,
Little
yeah.
Miss,
I love that
Miss can't be
song.
wrong.
Oh, God. Yeah, I still rock that song.
Oh man, I
You
love the
know?
Spin Doctor. Well, we almost got that CD, but I put it down at the store and I forgot to pick it back up. I think it was Kmart at the time. And my mom was buying it, and I was like, "Yeah, I want this CD. Let's get the CD." So I was holding it, and I put it down. I forgot. We got to the house. I was like, "Dang it! I left it sitting on a shelf or something." And so we never did get the Spin Doctor CD. That's one that we didn't have. just because of that. We never went back and got it, but it was those songs slapped so good in the 90s.
Oh,
Little
yeah, they
Little
did.
Miss can't be wrong.
I like the Spin Doctors.
Rug trafficking, Libra says, Seth. Rug trafficking. Oh yeah, that's right. We have to say it that way on here, don't we? Rug
Yeah,
traffic.
we do. I know.
Okay,
the traffic
thank you,
rugs.
sir. My bad.
Basso the Clown. Guess I am too old. Bozo. Yeah, Bozo. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was huge. WGN.
Oh
All the
yeah, I
way when
remember that.
we were kids. And I was in Girl Scouts. So I was like, oh my gosh, I hope my troop gets to go.
You're
I
in
want to
Girl
play the
Scouts. That's
Bozo.
awesome.
I was.
That's
yeah.
cute.
Oh, I have
Sell
about
some
a billion
cookies, girl.
patches.
Oh
Oh,
God,
I
I love
sold
your
cookies like a mother. Let me tell you, we got to go on some cool trips too. We went to up to the
man.
Dells. Yeah, we stayed in a hotel because
This was back before it got creepy and stuff. You know, I was in Boy Scouts and stuff, and it was before it got. It's just after I like quit doing it or whatever. I was a Weeblos and stuff, but right before, like right after I quit and stuff, then it started coming out that these guys were being creeps on boys anyway, and it was like, oh crap, Boy Scouts went way left. But yeah, that's funny. That's cute. I didn't know that about you. We are still dealing with the recourse of defund the police movement. Yeah, that's that stuff. See, that stuff makes me mad. It's like just because there's one bad department, one bad cop, right? That's like the whole, all the stuff that right. It doesn't mean that you take and you defund, which doesn't mean take out all the funds. Obviously, it means don't give them less, right, or whatever. Don't keep militarizing them or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, no, you don't punish everybody or take away funds just because one, you just need to form it. It needs to be reformed, not defunded.
Oh my God, that was the stupidest thing. I can't agree with you more here. So fucking stupid. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm like, so you want it to be where there's no law and order? Okay,
right.
That's
exactly what's going to happen. You defund something, what's going to happen? Well, if you pay me less at my job, guess what I'm going to do? I'm not going to do such a good job. I'll be in the break room. Oh, okay, come find me. I will try to get fired probably. Think about it. Like so yeah.
They already don't pay them enough as it is.
They already don't pay them enough. Absolutely not. Yeah.
I mean,
Chicago. Oh gosh, somebody said Chicago. I just seen the word Chicago, the name Chicago. And I went, oh God, I remember seeing some stuff on the Chicago Police Department having a rough time.
Oh, they're
a few years ago.
The Chicago PD is some bad motherfuckers. Some of them are you want to talk corruption?
Dirty.
Woo, baby. I'm gonna tell you what, those mother truckers. And the thing is like, when you have people that are just staying in power, it's like when the dailies were just, it was the dailies. I mean, it's the same thing that we see with Sumner County and people running unopposed, and there's nobody that's even electing them in.
Bubba system, unopposed. Citizens don't care, don't know nothing. They don't care. They're okay. Being in the Bible Belt, down here in the South and everything, that's another thing. They're kind of indoctrinated in a way where it's like, that's the authority. I'm gonna listen to what they say, and I better do what they tell me to do because that's what God wants us to do. And so we're just gonna be content with that, and we're not gonna look into things and think for ourselves. Because he's a good man. He's a good Christian, good God-following man. No, he said that snuggle struggle comment, and he's, you gotta think for yourself sometimes, people. Don't sit here and don't be a sheeple, okay? I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yeah.
You don't call me a sheep. I'm a damn lion. Don't you dare call me sheep, man. I'm not. Mm-mm. I am not. I will think for myself. I will speak my mind. Trust me on that.
Yeah, I don't like to follow. I like to lead the way on things. But
right, leader, not a follower, bitch.
It's good to and it's good to like get together, right? That's always good, and of course I work well with others. Try to at least, but you also want to be like think for it, at least think for yourselves, because that's another problem we have on the.
Do your research, yes. Do your homework. Yeah. Think for yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Always question authority. Always. Well,
that's why I try not to be like, I tell my mods, let people talk and stuff, because especially with Devlin's case. Now, Devlin Tate's case was hard because I had the family that was like totally opposing each other, and I was trying to get everybody to work together, but then I wasn't doing a great job on that either, because it was very difficult. It's very difficult. They
Oh,
just
you do a
don't.
good job at everything you do. Don't worry. You do the best you can.
Thanks, Libra. But no, I mean, like, I just, it was tough, right? And like they were just kind of going at it and back and forth, and so,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, and that is really tough. And
Oh, yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
I get that, and people can do things independently, and still go for the same goal.
Yeah. I looked up Bozo the Clown and I forgot how damn creepy he looks. Golly. It's like
Yeah.
Pennywise, pretty much. Pennywise. Ugh. Man,
He
do you
does
want
look
to
like Pennywise.
reveal or do you want to wait? We can reveal that I'll just say wrestling photo that I sent you.
Oh,
Or do you want to wait? You
oh,
want to use that as a
that I
backdrop?
don't know. Okay, so I know I can, load in some things. I changed the font here for you guys on the chat, and that's awesome, Detroit. You went to Chicago with your brownie troop, and you were on Bozo. Did you play the Bozo buckets, or did you do like the parade? I know it's so corny, isn't it? It's like the things we used to, but I couldn't wait to watch Bozo. I was like, it's coming on, yay!
Treasure chest. Yeah, buddy. I used to go to a restaurant in Michigan when I was a kid, and we had a treasure chest at a restaurant we went to, and you walk up, there's this little knickknacks, toys. It was just like slinkies, stuff like that. And like and we had family reunions too, where you had a brown bag and it had a gift in it, and nobody knew what was in there. Oh, that's cool. I like the stars. And
I know.
you
Check
give
that out.
you throw up $5 and you're like in an auction. Basically, everybody gives them $5 and they give you a brown bag with some gift in it. Nobody knows what it is. It's randomized. And then you open it up, and I got a Walkman one time with like headphones. You remember like the tape deck Walkmans? Oh, that's awesome. I like
yeah.
that. Twilight Zone. Woo!
It's just all these different ones. I'm just clicking on them.
That is so
Breaking
cool, man.
news. Oh,
Breaking
check that one
news.
out.
Breaking news.
Oh, snap.
My mom is doing
Everybody come on
stuff.
in. Come on in. We got breaking
Come on in.
news
Come
for
on
ya.
in. Everybody
Waving
waving my
of the
hands.
hand.
Waving my hand. Come on in. Come on in.
Come on
Come
in.
on in.
Come on in.
Sir, do you know where Sebastian is? Sir, get away from my car. I got a baseball bat and a snag tooth too.
And a
Sir,
snack.
a snaggle tooth. I will knock that snaggle tooth out of your mouth so quick. Your fucking head will spin,
Damn.
bro. I swear to God. Allegedly.
When there's no
It's
law,
like
then there's
I
no
make my
guidance
threats and then I say,
systems.
allegedly. Allegedly, I think I could. Okay. And hypothetically and allegedly, I think I could probably knock that snag tooth out and make his head spin in 360. What do y'all think? Break his neck.
Oh no.
When there is no law, then there is no abiding citizens. Just saying. Absolutely. Exactly, man. You have to have law and order, period. Plain and simple. Then it's chaos if you don't,
Yeah, it is totally. I don't
straight
know
up chaos.
whoever thought that would be a great idea. And I understand that some of the really bad neighborhoods, the police, they don't want to show up over there, and they pretty much let it get a free for all. But they need to reform, like you said. They
can't.
less. Yeah.
Like my brother in Louisiana, when he was stationed at Barksdale in Louisiana, he said that he's like, look, we went to the mall and we were just walking around. He's like, there's a police officer unalived every day here, and you don't see it on the front page of the news like at all. You don't see it. But he's like, there is a police officer unalived every day here. Bossier City's
Wow,
like one of those,
really?
like in Louisiana, it's like right across the railroad tracks is like super criminal, but like right across the railroad tracks, then it's like a decently safe neighborhood. But one time he got into it with some kids that was like hanging all over his truck, and he's like, excuse me, get off my truck. And they're like, he's living off base at the time, and he liked living off base because they can search your stuff with no warrant on a base. So he had a gun collection, so he's like, I'm gonna stay off base. He's like, I don't want him searching everything I got, taking it away or whatever, whatever. So he just always he's living with his ex-wife at the time, or his ex-wife now, was living with her off base in a little apartment. They're hanging all over his truck, and he's like, I'm just trying to tell you, respect other people's shit. And they were just like being smart asses, and he's like, what the fuck?
Like, what do you mean? They were like, hey, they were like sitting on his car.
Yeah, just like had their
God,
like their shirts off and like just like throw their shirt on top of the truck and just like hanging on it. Like,
what?
like, leaning on it and shit like that. It's like that right there is already weird. Even if a friend
The
of mine
disrespect. Like I would
leans
be
on my
like, you
car,
better
it's a little bit
get
weird because it's like if I have at least if I have a decent paint job, mine I've had to fix it from a wreck, but it's like if you got a really nice car and they're like, say sitting on the hood is one of my pet peeves because that will bow. If on certain hoods will bow if you sit on it and it'll put a big dent in it and you can usually pop it out, but it's like, what are you doing?
Especially
Don't
with their
sit
big
on
old
my car.
butt.
You can lean on it, but leaning on it's a little different. But like if I don't know you though, and you're like a random whoever from the neighborhood across the railroad tracks, which that's where they're from. The little bad side was like right across the way, and every once in a while they'll
Dang.
trickle in and you'll see them. And I don't know if they were doing drug deals or whatever, but they can give you a citation for sagging in Bossier City, by the way, which is Shreveport, Louisiana. They could give you a
really?
citation for sagging. Yeah. And I don't want to see no other man's ass either. So good.
Oh gosh,
yeah.
it looks like they
Give 'em a
dropped a
ticket.
freaking load of crap in their pants. Some of these
Yeah. And
guys out there. I'm like, that's disgusting, man. Pull them up. Get a belt.
I was riding with my brother and we pulled up to the light and we are going with both my brothers were there. We were visiting at the time. So we went to, I think it was for his wedding, and we were at a stoplight and this guy, there's obviously selling drugs because he's coming up to people's windows at the stoplight and he's like, you better not fucking come up to my truck. You better not come up to my car. You better not fucking come up. He's just like, because he's so used to it. He's like, these assholes will walk right up to your freaking window. And it's like, yeah, what the hell? That even happened to be in Gallatin not long ago. And I was like, what the hell? She's coming up to everybody's window asking them for money, and these idiots. And sorry guys, but I'll give you food. I'll give you a gas card. I'm not going to give you fucking cash money if I can help it. Maybe I'll give you a little bit if God leads me to, but I don't know what you're buying with that money. Well, if you're begging me, right, in Nashville anyway. Well, this is in Gallatin, which doesn't happen a whole lot in Gallatin. So I've stopped at the light, and there they were at Long Hollow, and there they were going up to everybody's window, and these idiots, you see their hand come out with a big chunk of fucking dollar bills, and it's like, they wouldn't do this if you wouldn't freaking throw them money. Like, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
If you're homeless, I'll feed you. But if you're I'm an enabler at that point. If I'm giving you money, you're just going to buy drugs with it or alcohol. I'm sorry. I want you to do better for yourself. But don't, come up to my damn window. I wouldn't open my window. And she was like, oh, okay. And I'm like, well, okay, get out of the fucking street for one. And then walks over to Thornton's.
It's just
and I'm
so
like,
entitled.
you're lucky. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. We're across from a damn golf course. Where did you come from? You know what I mean? Like, this is like
kind of
odd.
hoodie.
Yeah, it's on the more a little bit more of the cleaner side of Gallatin. So it was like, where the fuck do you come from? But anyway, it's just
in Detroit, again, another story of my life moment where I was a Girl Scout, doing real good. Then you find the Bad Girls Club, right? Like you get to high school and you're
Bad Girls Club. Yeah, what was that movie?
Like, that's funny.
Yeah. What was that movie that come out with? It was Mean Girls. I don't even remember anything about it.
I was never mean to people.
I remember Clueless. Remember that movie Clueless came out? It's hilarious.
Oh, Clueless was definitely, yeah. That was hilarious.
Back in the day.
I still say as if to this day. I'm like, as if.
If. Whatever.
As if. I would never. It's like,
Loser.
Chris Proudfoot in my panel, as if.
I wish you would. I wish you would right now. Please.
Well, I might have him up while you're here because, I got a friend up here. But
he's got
me and him together.
After,
oh, man. Because you're a fire extinguisher for me. I get real riled up and you kind of lighten the mood a little bit. If I don't have that balance there, I'm kind of
he's got terabyte after terabyte after terabyte.
He's got fucking terabytes.
How many terabytes do you want? How many terabytes do you How many terabytes you want?
How many terabytes do you have, son?
Fucking Goofy. I'm gonna make a picture of him, by the way. Speaking of, I was gonna surprise you with this, but I'm gonna make a picture allegedly, or find one allegedly of CP and kind of like this as Goofy, kind of mixture of. It'll probably look really creepy too. He'll have like that baby curl and the Goofy, Goofy the character. Oh man, great, perfect. And he goes to Disney. Hilarious. Doesn't he go to Disneyland anyway with Faith and everything?
There's a picture allegedly? That I think I screenshotted.
Where they should be spending money on flyers
with Goofy.
Yeah. Oh, he looks goofy. He looked. Oh God. No way. Are
I
you
know, and
kidding?
I love
Wait,
Goof
what?
Troop. I like the Goof Troop, but I'm like, oh,
The Goof Troop clan. The Goof
the
Troop Foot
Goof
Clan.
Troop. Oh, damn.
None of them wearing shoes. Like all their fucking bare feet. Freaks.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like
The
fucking
feet,
Queef B
the
too.
the feet, yeah,
All
that
those
made me
fucking
think of
toes
the
are
feet.
like, the toes are just, the nails are they're like, they're ingrown toenails. They're
Oh,
getting,
man.
they're just infected, and their
Oh.
toes are all overlapping and twisted like queef bees and everything else. They're
Oh,
all
you guys know
freaking
I
foot
hate
freaks,
feet as
man.
it is. You guys know
I'm
I
not.
hate feet as it is. I can't stand them. Like, oh, nobody's
I don't want to
feet,
see your
you know.
fucking ugly ass feet. Get out of here.
Oh,
I'm not fucking
bunions
Al
and
Bundy.
corns.
Get out of here.
Al
It's not my
Bundy.
job. Oh, that's what I was gonna do
Damn.
too. Queef B getting her feet checked out by Al Bundy.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Sitting there like smiling. She's like, oh, and he's like, and his face is like sour. Like, dude, I have the whole DVD collection of Married with Children, by the way. Oh, here you go. I like, that's nature. I like that.
Do you
Yeah,
like
we gotta
this
get
one?
Is this from Restream? Is this
I
correct?
did
We're
that one
using
because I
Restream.
was like, we're talking about this little girl up in heaven. So I was like, I'll do that one, This is
You can do
another
anything you
one.
want.
Sorry, I'm just fucking around back here. I'm all screwing with this.
What's
I
that
knew I
time
would,
of the
but I
night?
was
Look, it's not even 2:00 yet. We're good to go. Or over here. I guess you're about to hit 3:00. I'm at almost 2 a.m. Okay.
oh my gosh.
Okay.
When we go into the Jip verse, I know this is kind of wild.
The Jip verse. Dude,
The
I was
Jip
laughing. I
verse.
listened back a little bit at that. I was cracking up. Oh, this is cool. Looks like we're on the moon or something with some
Yeah.
mountains of moon rock.
Moon rock.
Yeah, buddy.
It's the moon
Some
rock. Oh,
moon
look
rock.
at these moon rocks.
Look, it's moon rocks. Look, this is the kangaroo of. This is the Australian kangaroo.
Look at the kangaroo. Oh, that kangaroo
Dude.
had me cracking up with that buff ass kangaroo. Oh man, you
Oh
had me
my
cracking
God.
up that night. I couldn't even talk. I was laughing so hard.
I can't remember what he was saying exactly. He's like, "It's one of the most rare and whatever he's saying." That was just cracking me up. But yeah, like he needs to train me how to build my arms like that, man. But I don't want his chest. I don't want his chest, but I want them arms. His chest was like nothing. They had like no chest. It was so funny looking. He's just freaking
Arms.
vascular.
He did have some
though,
sexy
dude.
ass arms for the kangaroo.
He had the veins going down the biceps and everything. They look like human arms.
Oh, shit.
Unbelievable. So crazy looking. And then standing up and like chewing on its food, looking at you like, "What's up? I'm gonna eat you alive." Oh no. Look like a prisoner, This is cool. Looks like an old game console. I don't know what the hell it is.
I know.
Or a
I can't
car?
figure out what that is. That's why I went
The
back
back
to
of
it,
a
'cause I was like, what is
Lamborghini we've never seen. Yeah, it's interesting. Some kind of
it? It does look like a car, though. Is it Knight Rider?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Is it a
I like
Knight Rider
So,
theme?
dude, there used to be a guy in Hendersonville that had one of those. He had a Knight Rider themed Trans Am. Is that what he had? Or Firebird? I don't even freaking remember.
Oh, I forget what kit was. I forget.
It was a Firebird, I think. A T-top, right? Seth knows. Seth
Oh,
knows.
that's
If we
cool.
all else fails, we'll just ask Seth. He already knows. He knows this stuff.
Seth is good at that. Oh, look at us. We could be on couches.
Oh, man, we're in The
You could be
Simpsons.
on your couch and I'll be, hey, what is, oh, there's microphones. Check that out.
Lady Freedom.
Oh, shit, Libra, you got your couch over there. I got my couch. Check it.
We should do a Simpson theme with us as a cartoon. Lady Freedom. It looks like it has a little podcast or something. Little
Yeah, it's a
studio.
little pod. Look
Little
at that.
podcast studio.
Check out our podcast. Oh, yeah, there's some water. There's some artsy fartsy.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, these are all the different backgrounds that we could potentially
That's
use.
for.
I mean, I kind of like this one better. I
Oh,
will
wow.
say. That's like we're on the moon. We have
That's like
made it to the moon.
what do you call it? It's one of those not meteor or shower or comet. Oh, what do you call it? There's a name for it. When it's a bunch of it's a bunch of matter in the sky like that. It's almost like a meteor shower. Oh, what do you call that? You know what I mean? Like a bunch of gosh, I have to look it up now. It's gonna drive me crazy.
That's kind of wild. That's kind of like our back. Yeah, like I didn't upload any of our backgrounds or anything, but I can. I'm figuring out how to do that. fuck with the media back here, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. It's
Very,
just
very
kind of fun.
cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the sky one. I mean, all of these are pretty neat. I guess I have to let them play a little longer for us to see. But
So anything new on Shrilla that you might know about? I'm just thinking about that now a little
uh,
bit.
so
Just curious.
Plunder. So our girl Plunder that likes to get us the body cams and
Plunder
stuff.
the Thunder.
Plunder coming with the thunder. She has uploaded some new Mackenzie Shirilla never before seen shit that she got from
Ooh.
Koya.
We should go
So
through them sometime, maybe shorten up the video, or don't do the whole video because the prison calls or the jail calls are so long. But
yeah,
it'd be
they
cool
are.
to go through some of those jail calls with of Shrilla talking with her mom and stuff and kind of analyze that because I don't think we did do that yet, did we? We talked about it, but I don't think we did it.
No, we haven't. Well, and I wanted to pick us out because fuck 39,000, but I wanted you to read those with me, but I need to pick out which ones.
Okay.
I'm thinking about
That'd be
doing
cool.
maybe the week before, a couple weeks before the crash, or maybe the month of, or but I haven't looked through all of them, but they are pretty bad. She does treat him like crap, and
It's crazy.
what's really sad is I watched so TMZ, and I won't show it here. You guys are welcome to look it up, but her mom, or excuse me, Dom's mom, when she found out, I totally screwed that up. But it's so disturbing, man. Okay, so whenever they went to the house to tell Dom's mom about the wreck, they showed the body cam from it, and his mom was just beside her. I mean, it was so heartbreaking. Libra, oh man, I just can't watch some, you know what I'm saying? My heart hurts for her, and I can't believe they released that. And I know his sister wasn't happy about it. They're both named Christine. But his sister, who has the Big Sister Unhinged podcast, she was upset with TMZ, but then she went on and talked with them. So I don't know if she's still upset with them for it, but yeah, they absolutely showed her finding out, and it was very, very sad. And they actually brought a chaplain, which was nice, and everything, but it was horrible to watch her get that car.
Yeah. That car was man. So
or excuse me, to get that news about the crash. I'm sorry, I saw Detroit's.
It kind of threw me off too, but that's just when I thought of it.
Sorry, you just went with it.
Yeah, because he just said
good,
car, and I went, man, that car was screwed up.
I know. I thought about I was thinking about the wreck, and I meant to say the wreck. Yeah. So this is Restream Detroit. So it's a different platform to stream to YouTube, and I wanted to try it out because it's cheaper. So, ooh, is that the Libra constellation?
Show is.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know why mine turns white when I talk and it stays white. I was like, what is that doing? I don't know if yours is doing that or if you see it the same way. But when I talk, as this white background, can I get rid of that? Just curious.
How did you would have to upload your picture to fit into the box, or into the avatar into the box? Because I know I had to mess with mine a little bit.
Oh, okay.
But I like this one because my avatar is a little bigger, so you could see me.
Nope.
Because the other one's so tiny.
Yeah.
You can't customize these layouts though. There's only a certain amount of layouts that we could do. So that's what's a little bit different. We could do that. We could do this. We could do that, which I like that. That looks dumb.
It's as big as I can get it. What the heck?
Oh gosh. So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's fun to play with, though.
Yeah, it is. It's but no, I like the circles. But yeah, if you fit the picture, it should go all the way out to the black, like the surrounding.
Let's see here. I'll go back to the shoot, I have to upload it again just to see how it did that. It shows me the circle, And the picture's bigger than the circle. Yeah, it goes all the way. Oh, I see. So if it was, yeah, I don't know. Really weird.
I know we're just gonna have to get used to it. I know it's so because I do like it. Or do you like it better? I guess but Detroit sounds pretty cool, and
Yeah.
KJ likes the circles. Thanks, KJ. Plus, it's pretty cool. You guys at least get a little bit of a visual movement behind behind the scenes too, instead of it just being us talking and stuff like when we're just up here, shooting the shit or talking, when we're not presenting something. Captain Kangaroo.
Captain Kangaroo.
I do remember Captain Kangaroo.
Yeah, I don't know what the white thing is. That's weird. I cropped it all the way. The photo's way bigger than the cropping, so oh well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just got this white. Whenever I start talking, it comes out and it stays. It don't matter. It's okay. Don't know what
that is weird, though.
Oh, I click it. Okay, no, I click it just goes back to where I can upload a photo. Oh well. No biggie. But yeah, this is a neat. I think it's working way better because, like I said, I can hear you You sound way better on this platform on this stream platform for some reason. Just more clear. Where you sounded like a phone or something on the other one. You sounded
really
so muffled. Yeah, you sounded really muffled and like you're on the phone. It's so wild.
Hmm.
Da, 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 da. Stupid song stuck in my head.
Yeah, that's well, that's good then. I think. Sorry, I was just thinking because I'm like, because I mean, I think it's a better fit too. I mean, but yeah, I didn't know that about StreamYard. And it was kicking people off and stuff, and I was like, well, I'm just sick of paying the $18 a week. Like, it's just a bit
that's so
much.
crazy. That's a lot for anybody. I'd say the average person. That's nuts.
Yeah,
I couldn't do it. I wouldn't want to, even if I had it. That's just 18 a week. I could spend that on something better.
It comes fast too, because every time I turn around, it's like they're charging me again. I'm like, fuck.
It's like more than cable, ain't it? It would be like more than cable TV or something. It's like, what?
Well, and they think that YouTubers make so much money, and it's like, you do once you build up a channel and stuff, but as you're building it, you don't have the money to, put into things. But this is pretty neat, and I didn't have to like pay anything up front to try it out, so that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, great. KJ thinks it looks professional. Thanks, guys. That's why I put the poll up today, because I was like, do you guys like this? And
nice. I like polls.
Yeah, me too. I want to hear what people have to say about it, and yeah, it's just interesting, and it does look like there's like places that I can upload the pictures and stuff, kind of like it is a lot like StreamYard, I have to say. So cool.
Yeah, it really is. It's pretty similar. It's like it's not real hard to use, user friendly, which is annoying when stuff isn't user friendly. And it seems like, man, it's like even down to like a water bill. It's like just to use an app for that or something. It's like, can you not get your shit together? I mean, like I have to call this company to get this fixed or whatever it is, and they just don't make it easy enough. It's like all you have to do is put this prompt that says, press 2 or whatever it is. Like companies just need help with that so much. And it's like the simplest thing. It's like, listen to the feedback, because when I call this number, I have to go through all these loops and it's confusing. And sometimes they're so bad about that, but it's nice when things are working well,
So Detroit, yeah, I agree. Detroit says it's much clearer, so that's good. Oh, good. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's crazy. All these cases getting overturned. I'm wondering why the judges are making bad calls on things, or why they don't listen, especially if the defense brings it up, that's the one thing that I can't understand, because obviously they're a good lawyer, right? They're a good defense attorney if they're bringing these things into play, and they're trying to do it that way, right? And avoid him being charged with both, because if you do take certain information out of the equation, like I was watching again 48 hours, and there was this lady that um, took a pew pew and took her husband out, but he had allegedly, raped her, and that's why she did
Man.
it, because she was like still all screwed up because he did that to her.
Yeah.
Now she wasn't as, I hate to say it, but it was a good episode. She wasn't really truthful about some things, and it kind of seemed like she went there specifically to take him out because of the way she was parked, and there was different things. But the jury, when they found out, when they left the trial, they had convicted her, and when they got home and they started watching and researching the case, they found out about the grape. And it's crazy because one of the ladies from the jury just went on the news and blasted it everywhere. She's like, I never would have convicted her if I'd have known he did that to her, and
Oh,
blah blah
wow.
blah. Yeah, so there would have been a hung jury in that case. She said I never would. She goes, I would have hung the jury, and she was very adamant.
Man.
And so I just think that when you do take those things out of the equation, it does matter, right? Like it. I mean, but again,
Those are the hardest too, because it's like this crazy situation. It's like, well, I don't blame them if that's true, but it's like, is that true? And so you got to look at all the
Yeah.
facts and everything. But when you come to the conclusion that you're like, and it's somehow proven, that there could be some way, that's, like bruises or, crazy stuff or any kind of video evidence or domestic violence evidence that he's been abusive for so long. And people are scared to get out of that too, especially men. They don't want to admit. There's pro football players that would not admit they're getting beat up by their wife or girlfriend, right? So you got to, think that, for a woman,
Right.
it's hard to get out of too, especially if she's manipulated or threatened that if she tries to get out of the relationship that she's going to be unalived and all this stuff. Yeah, it's such a hard one there, because it's
It's
like,
so
okay,
hard because allegedly he
yeah,
had a girlfriend and she was jealous, but then she said that because she had a boyfriend, he was jealous, and that's why he raped her.
oh
Like they
wow,
had
so
a child
they
in
both,
common, and he came to the house. Yeah, and then she was like, "Yeah, he just like did that and hurt me." And um, and then some of the pictures didn't add up, like I said. So like it definitely, you have to examine everything, because people lie, but the digital evidence, the photos, excuse me, the videos, like all of that stuff, that's what doesn't lie. That's what we need to look at.
yeah,
That's what's so hard about the Harmony case, because we have Kayla, who is a drug addict, just she's not a good person. She doesn't tell the truth, right? She's not honest, so she's a horrible witness. um and I just, I can only hope and pray that with her second chance that she got, she has, gotten some counseling. She's understanding, what has happened, and maybe they can, polish a turd for this
oh
trial. You know what I'm
man,
saying? you
polish a
know,
turd.
like we gotta get the polish in that turd, because she was a witness. She's an eyewitness, and she was there for the whole thing. And I don't think she was
Yeah,
fully honest. I never think, I don't know if she's even capable of telling the truth. Some people are pathological liars.
oh yeah, for sure.
And once you tell one lie, you have to cover it up with another and to cover it up with another. And again, that's my mom,
Yeah,
telling me as I'm little, that's why you shouldn't lie, because, it's too hard to keep up with all of it. But it is, because so she's so deep in it, who knows what she's going to do, or if they're even going to call her in to be a witness, because I guess that's another gripe they have, is that she never should have been called in.
not to be off subject, but have you heard anything new about Juliana, um, the 16-year-old
No,
that was okay?
not a thing. I know. It's horrible. Like, not
Just
a
like
thing.
yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's closed. She's in a casket, and we're gonna forget about it. It's like, okay, great.
They haven't had her
It's gonna
celebration
go
of life yet.
nowhere. Jeez. Okay.
It's supposed to be like the 26th and the 27th, I believe, of June.
Okay. Wow. So it's that fresh, basically. So crazy. I look at it again, that photo, and I see that scarf up there. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm just like, man, that tells me a
Mm.
lot. Like, that's something's up. I think she was, yeah, I think it was a religious conflict of interest, in my opinion. It had to do with it, more than likely, but more than one factor, obviously. She maybe didn't make sugar daddy or whatever they call him, sweet daddy, too happy, or sweet daddy got what he wanted, and I don't know. It's just when I look back, I'm like, man, all that. There's a big mansion over there. Lord knows how many others have been abused in that mansion, or something's up because of
Oh
the
yeah, that
history of
case is so
them.
fishy. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
I
terrorism
agree.
history. Remember, we looked up the history, and it was like history of terrorism with those what was there? But anyway, they're the religion or whatever, and the sect that they're in is like big time terrorist.
It's odd that
Hi,
there's all
dog.
of these different
Dog
churches
scared the
involved.
crap out of me. She come up with her toy and she walked up next to me. I'm like, what is this?
Aw, she wants to join the podcast.
She must be hearing me talking. She's so funny. What are you doing, girl? Come here, girl. Where'd you go? Come here. She has a toy. I call it Toucan Sam. It looks like a little Toucan Sam. She'll pick
Aw,
him up. She'll pick him up every time you come home. She'll pick up a toy. She has a whole basket full of toys, and she'll pick up a new toy every time. Half the time, it's funny, and
the
come and
fruity
greet you.
feet. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. Yeah, we have like a whole basket of toys too.
my
Yeah.
baby girl. She's
Oh,
already, but she don't have no baby curl though. But yeah, she's already like, oh man, how old is she, man? Already over 5, I think, in human years. Pretty wild. But yeah, time flies.
yeah,
But
it
anyway,
does.
yeah, I thought of that. I was like, man, what? Because I saw the picture. I have it saved on my file here of the rope and all that. I'm like, yeah, there's no way she's gonna do that to herself. That was so odd. Her age and everything else, and just the methodical way of doing that is like, yeah, I know kids smart enough to do that stuff, but that's kind of rare for somebody to really grab a chair, grab a rope, climb that tree however you did, or get a ladder or whatever you did, and you have to get rid of the ladder and then come back because you had to somehow get way up there to tie it up. I'm like, nope, this is shady. So
Yeah, the whole thing is super shady in my opinion. I
shitty
mean,
and
there's just
shady.
so many things is wrong with it. I mean, there's no way that she could have done that to herself in the way that she was posed by the tree, in my opinion, and then the presence of the flies and um
Yeah, already like maggots, right, as well. Oh, trigger warning. But maggots and stuff already on the body, like that's very
yeah,
early for that, I think. And nobody saw, you didn't see nobody out here. And then then you're
right?
you're found by somebody of the opposite religion at the time, or well, she was starting to go to a church. She was going to both or something, right? Or going to a church, a Christian church. That's
Well,
gonna
and they never
definitely
did
cause a
say
problem.
anything about the autopsy either. Detroit's asking about that.
Oh,
I've never.
really?
I don't even think they did one. Detroit. He
Probably not.
pronounced her on the scene, and then I know Witchy Mama was talking about how um, they can't, you know, or excuse me, they don't need to do an autopsy. They can pronounce it at the scene. So that's crazy.
Yeah, they should never rule it out, though, in my opinion, like that, because
I
so
know.
quickly, because they should have done an R-word kit on her and an autopsy, at least, I
I
think.
think so. I mean, she was missing for 10 days. Where was she at for 10 days? Who was she staying
Yeah,
with?
right.
That's a big red flag. Right
Was it
off the
sweet?
bat, did the police even hear that information? Because it's crazy that we have that, and then they never made a flyer for her.
Oh, wow. So was
I
it
mean, it
Sweet
was,
Daddy? Was that who she was with? And that
I think she was with Sweet
cult?
Daddy the whole time, or
Ugh.
one of his cult leaders, or maybe even that creep that found her,
Yeah. Yeah,
because he has
exactly.
charges against
Mufasa.
women. Yeah,
Yeah,
Mufasa.
exactly. Oh, he did? Wait a minute. Did I know that? He already
Hmm.
had charges. Oh man,
Yeah,
I
because we showed
guarantee
it
you
in those the little videos I made. Yeah,
my dog had a hit. You found something. That's odd. Very odd.
I know. It is really
Yeah,
odd.
shady.
KJ Mix says I changed my thoughts on that. The statistics show this is most common for her age and for her community background. So now I'm not so sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the thing is there's so many ways to look at it, and there's such limited information. That's another thing that I don't understand about this is that, you know, it should have been
Yeah,
national
there's
news.
no information out there whatsoever on anything that I could find extra that we weren't already talking about, And the neighborhood was kind of a little bit crime riddled, right? There's some stuff that's happened down that neighborhood before.
Oh
I think we
yeah.
looked into,
Well, and
and
Charlotte's such a big city, and it's like,
yeah, Charlotte, yeah, that's a big
yeah,
city. It's gonna be something. Hmm.
it's
It-
possible something unsavory occurred to cause her to end it. And I could see that too, KG
yeah, yeah,
Mac.
me
I mean, I
too.
can't rule that out. Yeah.
I'm gonna get more coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think it's a definite possibility that something unsavory could have occurred, and we just don't know. That's the hardest part, is that we don't know. It's like they just kind of kept everything quiet, and then pronouncing her right at the scene at like 12:30 p.m. Somewhere around in there, and you know, it's wild to me. Now the positioning of her really bothers me. Also the chair, right? The chair is a big thing for me because it doesn't appear that she could have pulled that off, and then that scarf is absolutely weird. um where did she get the rope? Where did she get the chair? Those questions still remain. This is so effed up, says Detroit. So they never even investigated. No, it appears that they didn't, because I don't know exactly what time she was found, but they had everything signed, sealed, delivered by 12:30 p.m. that day that she was found. So I agree, it's really effed up, and it doesn't seem like the investigation was adequate, right? And we know that from our friend Crystal McCrory Jones, right? She, in my opinion, was taken by her husband Tony, right? The disrespectful little hussy that he is. She could
Hussy, I like that.
he is, he's a disrespectful little hussy. We have proof of him being on multiple dating websites while he's married to Crystal. Crystal is gorgeous. I wish I was on StreamYard so I can show you her gorgeous face. But she's in my intro every single night. Justice for Crystal. Her sister Jana is relentless in the pursuit of justice for her. And yeah, they did a 9-minute interview with him. The coroner had multiple mistakes. They did perform an autopsy, but Mr. Tony Jones, he cremated, and he had her remains cremated, so that there would be no evidence to re-examine if they ever needed to. Um, horrible story where they said that she took her own life, even though the entrance and exit wounds were on the opposite sides of her dominant hand, her hand that she would have used to carry this act out. Um, but yeah, and I think she absolutely could have been pregnant, and they didn't do, as you said. I think they should have done a kit on her, Libra. I do.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's usually protocol with a lot of I mean, investigations, at least you would think so. But I kind of wonder how corrupt that police department over there is as well. You know what I mean? Like, are they corrupt, and even involved in possible way? I never looked into it, but I need to. Really, I'd like to do a deep dive into that whole thing.
Oh, into crystals?
Yes. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. We went. Where did I get lost?
No, it's
When I
okay.
went
You
to
went
get
to go get
something
coffee.
changed. Yes, I came back and I
It's
didn't tell
okay.
you.
No, I mean,
I mean,
I
that
was
should
just
be
talking.
protocol with everything, in my opinion, when it comes to a woman and like possible abuse there like that. They should always do an R word kit. I mean, why not? There was one that happened here in Tennessee. It was somebody from Hendersonville, and they went out and they went to a resort type. What do you call it? It's like they went out camping and stuff, right? And
Hmm.
there was a hammock way up over a cliff, and like they found her body at the very bottom, and there was like a mark on her back, like the end of a canoe, like she was laying on the end of a canoe, and it
Oh,
made that triangular mark on her back. And they never did do an R word kit, and they just ruled it out as like a accident and all this stuff. And there's this guy that's real shady, and I need to look up their names. This would be neat to look into. But this was a few years ago, and there's this girl on Facebook that she was fighting for her a lot. She was like, we need, kind of like we do with the poopy foots, we need answers, blah blah blah. Where
yeah.
is, what happened to her? And the guys were like declining to talk to media and all that. The guy that was with her on that trip, and it was like a camping trip, like I said, and stuff. And real pretty girl, real young, maybe her early 20s or mid 20s. I think early 20s. And anyway, she they didn't do any of the, there was like some kind of security that was there that found her first, and checked her out, and then they got a hold of law enforcement, and they come out there. I think rangers were involved because it was a park. So I think even a national park. I have to really look this up, but they got involved, and yeah, they just ruled it out as an accident so quickly. And so felt like there's some kind of corruption there, but I don't think the guy was from that city per se either. I think he was from Hendersonville as well, or he was from somewhere else and met her, knew her from somewhere else or something. But yeah, they didn't do any of that, and there was so much evidence that she could have been R-worded and dumped basically into the, or unalived by somebody. It was so crazy. But the girl that was fighting for her, she passed away, and it was like, what? So I
It's
saw that,
crazy.
and I was like,
Sheriff Snuggle Struggle says it's so safe
just
in Hendersonville. It's the greatest place on earth, and da da da. And it's like,
no,
it's
it's
just like
not.
anywhere else. Like there's problems everywhere.
But they got nothing to do either, so they'll turn around and give you I saw a guy got a BUI bicycling under the influence, I guess. It's like,
Oh
let
my
the guy
gosh,
ride his bike. He's
really?
not going to hurt nobody doing that shit. Somebody's going to probably hit him with a car. Yeah, like, so stupid. They'll do that before they give justice, in my opinion. Yeah, he disappeared and come back. Hello.
Hell
Hello,
no.
hello, 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 hello. Come on in, come on in.
Welcome back to me. Welcome back.
Welcome back, welcome back. I'm going more lawsuits. I'm gonna. I won today. I won today.
I
I crack up with that.
won. That's too funny.
I gotta
Freaking
try to find
JLR.
this. I'm gonna find this one I'm talking about just so you can see it. You'd be real interested in it, I think. Do you remember that one case? This is another crazy one. This guy, there was a bunch of kids that were like taunting this guy and kind of throwing him around, I guess because he was like irritated with the teenagers, and they were kind of beating on him and like throwing him around in the water. And then he pulls out a knife and just starts stabbing a bunch of them. And it was recorded with Snapchat, but they had a hard time getting it off of Snapchat from this kid's phone. And it was crazy. And there was death. The guy killed or unalived so many of those kids. And it was a crazy. I saw it on Court TV, I think it was. Oh my gosh. Like, speaking
Oh
of
gosh.
lakes, it was at a lake somewhere, and there, shallow water, where it's not deep. But yeah, I guess he was getting irritated with the kids and getting on to them, like, and he was outnumbered and everything. But yeah, he pulled a knife, pulled that thing out, KNIF Oh shoot, it zoomed in again. I hate it when it does this. I'm gonna pull it back up. I found her, but I gotta pull it back up.
I gotta figure out how you could present too if you want to, because I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how that works too. 'Cause I didn't see an option yet. Just
You
like
don't see one on your end. There
where I can
might,
see
yeah,
it.
that might be a little different, but
Yeah.
and I know they're always doing updates to these things too. So Detroit says, "Wow, that's crazy, Libra." Yeah, it is.
Well, we also got that
all these
girl,
cases.
this lady. She used to work at McDonald's, and she unalived her own daughter by dunking her head underwater and drowning her in Drake's Creek, and the police come up and arrested her right away. Then, since the girl ain't right. She's just not right in the head. She lose her patience with them kids, taught them how to cuss and everything. I had a friend that I knew that I worked with that said she knew her personally and said this girl, well, she would cuss around the kids and everything else and lose her patience. And she's like, I don't want her watching my daughter anymore. So she pulled that away. And then this lady does this, and drowns her own daughter. And the girl was only like 4, real young.
Oh,
like
I
7 or
did
something.
hear of that. I do know. I forget what the little girl's name is, but yeah.
Yeah, it's I just had it pulled up. I'll go ahead because that popped up. Shoot. And then it disappears. But yeah, so anyway, she jumped off of her bunk bed in the jail trying to, I wouldn't want to go out that way. If anyway, I'm going to take myself out. I'd probably HANG myself before I jump off and bust my head because I've had a concussion. Those aren't fun.
Yeah,
it was
tough 'cause
Brandy
you don't know
Elliott.
if it's gonna work. That's for sure.
Her name's Brandy Elliott, and her daughter's name is Piper Elliott, and it was in 2024 in July.
Little Piper.
So shortly after Sebastian went missing, her 7-year-old daughter, Piper. So yeah, it was at Centers Ferry Road. I know exactly where that is. Drake's Creek. And that's there's a park called Drake's Creek Park where they have the fireworks and stuff a lot of times.
I've been
in
there.
July. Yeah. And you can reach down and bass will like graze your legs and stuff. And you could almost, if you're like a bear, you could grab the bass fish and just like, it's crazy. They'd be swimming around in there. Well, it's usually like knee deep in some of those areas. And I guess they were hanging out in that area. And yeah, she did that just because she was mad at her because she was acting out or something. And so, yeah, she tried to jump off her bunk bed in jail and bust her head in Sumner County to unalive herself because she was so messed up over it. I can't imagine. Like, she didn't mean to do it. She did, but she didn't realize what she was doing. She didn't mean to drown her, but she was trying to she's just mad and in the moment, I think. But you don't do that,
Yeah.
And yeah, pretty crazy. I'm gonna try and pull this up again. Fox News comes up with it.
I do remember that though, and I just can't imagine getting that mad ever. But I don't know. I didn't put hands on my daughter. I know we talked about when Jen was on the panel, we talked about that, and she's like, "Oh, I never got spanked ever," and I was like, "Oh, I did. I got beat with whatever was handy." But that's besides the point. It's wrong for the. It's wrong, because Gray
Right.
Pubes was over there talking about how Proudfoot was justified in hitting Sebastian with the belt, and it's like. The nerve of him hitting someone else's child, first of all, an autistic child. But, we grew up different, like in different time when spankings were, the way to do it. And even schools would paddle you and, that kind of stuff. I never went to that type of school, thank God. But I went to Catholic
unfortunately.
school. But.
Unfortunately, I did in Tennessee. We come down here. It was a culture shock because they were doing that. It was like, what? In a hick town I used to live in.
Really?
North of Gallatin. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And they did. They made my brother, my oldest brother, God rest his soul, they made him do either 100 push-ups or 100 lickings. Which lickings? That's a country way of saying like whoopings, right? Or like ass.
Yeah, because
right? By the principal for chewing gum in class. And he couldn't even do the dishes the next day. He was like shaking so much because he chose push-ups. And I was like, for chewing gum in class, are you fucking serious? And even if not, it's like, that's a parent's job to discipline your kids, by the way. Don't you put your damn hands on my kids, Exactly. And another thing, and that's the thing, it's assault, really. So I don't know how they're still doing it. And I hear it still happens. I'm like, nowadays in 2026, that's still happening somewhere?
I heard that
no.
parents have to sign a waiver in some places where
you better. I mean, I wouldn't be dumb enough to do that.
Oh no, me neither.
That's
Oh
why the
yeah.
public school system shouldn't have all this power. Now they want to they want to get rid of homeschooling and all that. And I don't agree with that. I think you should have a choice, but they should oversee homeschooling better, because I know some people that were homeschooled that were not having oversight enough, and their kid couldn't even read. That's
Well,
bad.
that's
But
the
if
thing.
you know what I
A
mean?
lot of these kids are homeschooled, and you can tell that they're being abused because they're homeschooled. So I know there's like bad and good in it, but
Yeah, all
and I
sorts of
also want to
stuff.
say that Chris
Yeah.
Proudfoot said that Sebastian only got one lick. So he
Yeah,
definitely
bullshit.
talked about the
On
lick.
one swat on the outside of his pants, on the buttocks, just one swat. And then she goes, and he's like, the only time, actually. Yeah, bullshit. When you add that in, you're trying to just make it sound less bad, Her name is
Oh yeah.
this girl that fell off the allegedly fell off the okay, fell off a cliff, allegedly, is what happened. She had a hammock way up there over a cliff, which is, I couldn't do that. Like it couldn't be over the cliff like that. And they say she fell off that cliff, but she had like the markings like from the canoe, I think, where it was like if you're laying on your back on the end of a canoe, I think something happened. But I was trying to find a good site that's actually not gonna give me BS. There we go. Lauren Aggie attended the 2015 Wake Fest with Christopher
Oh,
Stout.
Lauren Agee, yes,
Agee, sorry.
yes. Oh yeah,
You know
I
about
know
that?
that case. Oh yeah,
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and then
that
this kid,
that
he's
was
still.
not her falling off of that crap at all.
Thank you. I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
And then so one of my friends on my Facebook, I had her added as a friend, and because I think I met them out and about and whatnot at a place called Sam's over there at Sam's Sports Grill, I think it was. Is where they used to hang out a lot and stuff. That's where I met Lauren back in the day. And then I found out about this, and I saw it on the news, I think, or one of my friends told me. I can't remember how I found out, but her friend,
Man, it was
her friend
a
that was
big
fighting
story,
for
though.
passed
Yeah, it
away
was.
mysteriously. I don't know how she passed away, but it was so
Oh,
weird
I'm
seeing
sorry.
somebody fight for her. It's like seeing somebody in Sebastian's army, kind of like Tony. It's like when Tony was gone, it was like a shocker. It was like one of our voices is gone. It's hard to believe. It's hard to grasp, but it happens,
Right.
Unexpectedly. And it was like that. This girl was like, we need answers. She was really fighting. And she was like, you better start telling the truth to the boy. What's his name? Aaron Lilly? Her boyfriend, Aaron Lilly. Yeah. He was like under scrutiny big time and he just wouldn't talk to media, wouldn't talk to nobody, was never investigated, was never questioned, nothing. Like, man,
Right.
come on, people. This is bullshit. You need to do an investigation for when you lazy sons of bitches need to do an investigation when this shit happens. You don't just rule it out as this, sewage side, right?
Yeah, I know. That's like the
'Cause I'm a
most
Ninja
triggering
Turtle.
one for well, that, and when I say creds, when I say the whole thing, like that's usually when YouTube's like, what? Why? How can you say such a thing? I'm like, what? I didn't
know,
do
right?
it, motherfucker.
Oh, it's so
Jeez.
come on, they are so ridiculous. YouTube is so ridiculously over the top with the shit. They are. Like we talk
They
about
are.
this shit. I'm still getting the
It's
point
the same
through.
with TikTok. That's
What's
why
the
all of us
difference?
say pew pew, and we sound like we're like.
I'm trying to remember to do that.
dumb.
I sound like a damn fucking 4-year-old when I'm saying that.
I know.
Golly.
I hate that one. That's the worst one. Pew pew. I'm
Lauren.
but I know everybody knows what that is, because they don't like the GUN either. But I mean, that one's an easy one to spell out. Hey, Justice for Noog.
That's what my brother called it, or my brother's stepson called it a pew pew because he had lots of guns and stuff. He's like, "Is that your pew pew?" And he taught him all about gun safety. And the kid was like 4 or 5 himself, But my brother always, he knew to respect it and not to mess with the pew pew and all that stuff. It was funny.
Hey, if you
That's what he
have one
called
in
it.
your house, that's what you have to do, because
You have
otherwise,
to.
if they find it,
They got to know not to play with it. It's not a toy. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be laying around either, but it's not a toy. Yeah, no. So Lauren's mother, Sherry Smith, has doubted that her daughter's death was an accident from the get-go. So yeah, the mother's already kind of fighting, I guess. Not enough where we see it.
Yes.
Sadly.
Oh, yes.
She's like, you can only fight so much as a parent until you just, we see this going on with Sebastian's case of Seth is fighting, but nobody's seeing it because the media is not putting it out there. Nobody's
Right.
trying to cover it, and that's what pisses me off too. It's like he's handing out flyers and everything else. He's doing a lot behind the scenes that you're not seeing, but it needs to be seen to keep awareness out there so people know that, you know what I mean?
I know, and
Drives me
it's
crazy.
sad that he's the only parent doing it.
Oh
That's
yeah,
another thing because I would
allegedly,
always,
and in
I
my
will.
opinion.
Well, it's my opinion too. I will always, even if I don't particularly like or agree with somebody, I try to be truthful about the situation, and
Right.
you know,
Open-minded, like, hey, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, and then after a while
yeah.
well, okay, you have no excuse to be taking billboards down when you're starting to you're blocking things. Yeah, allegedly. So when you're blocking things and you're trying to stop people from searching, that's where I turned around and was like, no, fuck these people. Excuse my French.
Well,
Fuck these
yeah, and then you have
motherfuckers, man.
Katie. I don't want him to fall to the bottom of a feed somewhere, and
Bubba,
Bubba,
Bubba.
Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Yeah, it's like really, and you tell that to Nancy Grace.
Let me walk through the kitchen here and go up and see if he's in his room. Oh, he's not in his room. He might be making breakfast. So let me check the kitchen out again. Because I didn't just happen to look over and see him in the kitchen, but I'll go back to the kitchen, right, and see if he's not in the kitchen making breakfast, because sometimes he does that. Nope, he's not
Exactly,
there.
and that you could definitely see someone in there because it's their kitchen's all open. So I mean, that was about the one of the biggest mistakes that they made early on was saying that because
Yeah, man. Fucking
our
storytelling.
friend JLR was the one that pointed that out, and it was pretty, it was kind of a bombshell thing, right? Because like everyone's like, oh
Yeah.
shit, no shit, I mean, if he was in the kitchen, she would have saw him when she walked by. It wouldn't have been, she wouldn't have had to say, Bubba, are you making breakfast? I'm just kidding.
Golly. Spaghetti pancakes.
Spaghetti pancakes. And that's another
Handheld.
thing. Well, they were all asking, like, what did you guys eat for breakfast and stuff? Because there's so many holes in her story. So people were asking questions and she was getting pissy and, we made spaghetti pancakes. Fun fact, I made breakfast. Google it, y'all. And it's like, why don't you just tell us what it is, Katie? Because, but again, it's just, she thinks of it like a game.
And then you come up allegedly to Texas Roadhouse and you're mad that somebody got footage over there, allegedly. And
Yeah,
who would
I
get pissed
heard
off
that.
about that? Yeah, I would only be pissed off because I want to see it and I can't see it maybe or something. But you're the parent, you're probably gonna, but I wouldn't get pissed off because somebody gathered it. I'd be like, please, let me see it. I'd like to know who could the perpetrator be, allegedly, if there is one, right? Like who yeah, I would like to know. She should have, in my opinion, they should have been the first ones to go up there and get it. But it took somebody else going up there
She need to
first.
know what happened there? You know what I'm saying? She was there. So that's what I was always like, why do you need it anyway, Katie? Why don't you tell us what happened? Because you've never been truthful, It's like,
Exactly.
that's what's crazy to me. It's like,
If
you
she
know what
was
happened.
innocent, in my opinion, yeah, she would have went up there and been curious herself, like everybody else, like all of us. Hey, what's going on here? But no, that didn't happen. And then allegedly, and then when they turn around and go, wait a minute, we didn't think about the Texas Roadhouse has video cameras in it. I'm sitting here looking around the whole place looking for somebody, waiting for 2 minutes by my car until I pay it out my tab and come outside.
I mean, maybe she didn't know that the green hoodie was lurking by her vehicle, so that's a good point.
Maybe not.
She might have, so that could be why she would want to be like getting the footage if there was people there that were looking suspicious or something, yeah. But I mean, yeah, man, and she wants us to think they were laughing and joking, and he was in
like
a
they
good
do in
mood.
court, allegedly, like they do in court. Is that what you're talking about? Laughing and joking, like with that.
No, she wants
fat,
us
ugly
to think
freak named Illuminati and clitoris and everything else.
No, Katie wants us to think that, her and Sebastian were having the greatest day ever. They were laughing and joking and, made spaghetti pancakes and called the family to brag. And, she's trying to paint that picture. And, that's not what happened. Sebastian was not laughing and joking. Neither was she.
Excuse me. But yeah, does Seth would know. Does that happen every weekend? Does that happen every day? No. What the hell? That come out of nowhere, right? Allegedly. Oh, we just called to brag, or I'm taking pictures of him. He ate all his food, so I sent CP a picture of his food. He ate all his food. His plate's empty. Look at that. I don't even think he was done yet, was he? Or he's eating all his food. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I suppose.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to say, that picture that she's, was sneaking of, or multiple pictures, I should say, that she was sneaking of Sebastian. Chris said that she sent those to him because Sebastian ate all his food or ate salad dressing for the first time or some kind of weird crap,
Yeah, just some bullshit. Like, it's just bullshit made up, in my opinion, because this doesn't, you're talking about dumb shit again. Here we go, talking about dumb shit when it's we're talking about somebody missing. We need to find them, and you're sitting here going, "Well, this is what this was, and this is what that was," and it's like, no. And you add all this stuff to make it sound better. You're trying to sugarcoat everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Bless you.
Thank you. But
You're
trying
welcome.
to sugarcoat everything, and then also, yeah, just the storytelling and all that. Just a second. Ooh, gotta sneeze again.
Bless you.
Hey. I tried to mute it, but I couldn't find the mute. There it is.
It's okay, no worries. I could hear you went away from the mic. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy that they want us to believe all that crap that they put out. And I do think that they were, like any criminal does, watching the news, watching what people were saying about them, watching Facebook. And, then they would craft and tailor their story to what they thought we wanted to hear. Yes, I did make him breakfast. Fun fact: spaghetti pancakes. Google it if you don't know about it.
The constant monitoring and how many terabytes do you want? I got terabytes. Okay, so you're sitting here wasting all your time listening to us because what, in my opinion, actually what you're doing is you're trying to find more information that might be out there that you need a defense against, that we might find, or someone might unveil, or something, in my opinion. And then you're constantly worried about, you are worried, and you should be worried, by the way, about, somebody having some new revelation, and you might have to defend against it. Yeah. So that's my opinion. That's what I would be doing if I did something nefarious, right? Wouldn't you? If you think like a criminal, you'd be like, okay, what are they saying? What's the new stuff? You got to keep up to date with everything, because we're trying to dig too, right? They're going to try to keep their, if they found something new, like I guarantee you they watch just like anal fissures, Stephen anal fissures. I'd be constantly watching Mob Crew too, because I want to see what else is the theory, what the new theory is. And by the way, I watched a little bit of that today. Yeah, I watched a little bit of that today, by the way.
Did he do a live today?
I watched the last one. It might be the last one, but I watched the one I missed, and it was not too long ago. I think it was last week. And it was about the hacking and all the camera stuff. That's a good theory, though. You never know. I mean, but
the
he
camera
says,
jammers,
yeah, shit like that. Because, they know there had to be cameras in that neighborhood. They lived there. They knew. They saw that house in the corner every day that had the boat. They knew there was a camera there. So I know they had that in mind, in my opinion. That if they did something, they know they have to deal with those cameras. And then they just have to maybe not even worry about their buddy's house right there behind them, right? Because, in my opinion, probably they know something or involved, so all they had to worry about was a couple of cameras probably, and then the rest is history, right? You just get them in and out, or get them out of here, or evidence, whatever it is, we got to get that out of here and get it out slick. And the porch light being off, though, and then mentioning that the front door had to be where he went out. Well, where else would he go out? Oh, we would have heard him if he jumped out that window. Trust me, we would have heard him scream if he jumped out that window. Oh,
yeah, we all would have heard.
We all. Who's that? Who's we all? Yeah, because there could have been a third party, by the way. As you know.
Oh yeah, they are defending themselves even before
From out of
anyone's
town.
protecting them. You know, I mean, they do,
Oh, yeah,
and
man.
that's criminal.
Oh, yeah.
That's what criminals do. There was a lady that was saying that her husband had kidnapped this little girl and hurt her and unalived her, and that for a while he was saying, "We this is a godly house. We're not watching the news. We're not having anything. No music. No this. No TV. Blah blah blah." Being super strict on the family, right? And then all of a sudden, after he did this to this little girl, he was having her. Gather all kinds of news clips about her, and he became like obsessed with her and everything. It was because he was the one that was guilty. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Man.
Like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
and here I complain about stuff I've gone through, and I'm like, damn, that's some cold, crazy, like,
creeper.
man, sleeping with the enemy, like, to the max, right? Because, like, this man is going out hurting this little girl and then comes home to you and sleeps in the bed next to you. Ugh. Yikes.
Creepy crawlers.
Yeah. Man, oh man. And they had kids.
Oh man.
Yeah, so they do. They absolutely look to see what's being said, what's being done. They show up to funerals and stuff like that. It's wild. Also, when I was talking to my friend in search and rescue, he was telling me that he searched next to the person who was guilty.
Oh wow. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Terry Lynn. In my allegedly. No. Right? You're like you fucking what's wrong with you? Like what do you I heard that, it's like my Jen said, I'll call her my Jen, no, but Jennifer Aaron said, whenever I heard there was a search and then I heard that name come up, I was like, nope, I'm good. I'm not going. You're probably going to lead me somewhere opposite of where we need to go. Right? It's
man, I've heard horror stories.
I just don't trust. Oh, yeah? Well,
for people that have searched with her, oh, yes.
I need to hear some, please. Just a snippet. Just a
little
hint. Just a little hint, dog.
They might not want it. They might not
Remember
want
that?
it out there, but but no, just trust me when I say people have told me like she shows up late. She doesn't want to get out of the car. She's doing substances, it appears, and then she doesn't want to eat. She won't want to eat.
Gotta keep that form. Gotta keep those boobies looking bigger than the waistline. So, I got you. You know what I mean?
Well, when you do rugs, you don't
selfish.
Want to eat.
Right.
It's like
exactly.
Nickelback says that we all stay skinny because we
do crack all day.
They're doing all the crack.
Never eat a thing.
Yeah, they just So I think that's one thing with her that's been a common theme, but I won't say who said it. But also I was one of her mods when Silver's 1 and 2 went to search with her, and Silver's 2 was like, I'm so hungry. Like she said a bunch of times, I felt so bad for her.
Look at these tits and ass. All I do is smoke some crack. Oh yeah, I can see her in there. It's just blaring. You can hear it like outside the car. You can hear the windows are shut. She's just if you listen to some of now I know sip coffee in here and everything, so don't fucking try me, but I'm just saying I want to put that out there. But if you listen to some of those, I think it was Clitoris, he said something and I heard him go when he was talking to Elevated Goof, and I was like, whoa, hold on. Or he was talking to one of those pieces of shit, and I could hear that, and I was like, oh, what's he doing over there? I wonder. Yeah. Hope that fentanyl don't get you.
I think they're all into that kind of stuff.
I hope that fentanyl doesn't get you, boy. It seems
like they all flop together, Faye says if she had her cam in her vehicle, Why did the police show Seth the last proof of life in the Texas Roadhouse parking lot? Oh, I see what you're saying, Faye. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, so if she had the cam, how come that was the last proof of life that was shown? Why didn't they show the camera on the way home? And
They
God only
won't do
knows if they
nothing.
even gathered that, Faye. I hope they did. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's a great point, Justice for Nuke. It really is. They were defending themselves even before anyone was suspecting them. I think I read that one. I'm sorry. In my opinion, sleeping is not an alibi. It isn't, especially if you're not willing to give up that iWatch data. That says that you took the iWatch off and it's sitting, at your bedside or however. I mean, that's another big piece, I think, to the puzzle is that iWatch. But when your child disappears from his bed, no breaking in signs. Yeah, were there no signs of a break-in? I agree, Faye.
Yeah.
And again, with the keypad, I mean, like you mentioned earlier, Libra, the keypad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an easy way to get digital data, right?
But that all
Digital
just
evidence.
disappears, or it's not. You know what I mean? That's just
Well, you know what
obvious.
really pisses me off? And I'm not trying to hate on the
I
neighbors.
do.
I
I
know they
know.
didn't
I
have
do know it
anything to do
pisses you
with
off, really.
Sebastian's disappearance. Well, I mean, it does. I was so fired up earlier. I've calmed down a lot. Oh boy, I was
Good.
ready to get up here and unleash it,
Okay, good.
unleash the beast. But no, I mean, what pisses me off the most about the neighbors is that they gave all of the camera footage to Chris and Katie.
Oh, no, man.
They did not give that all to Seth. So what the fuck is going on there either? Everybody and their
They were
mother was suspicious
manipulated.
of those two.
They were manipulated by fishers because I think they thought, yeah, he's a real PI and he's really gonna.
No, I'm talking about way
Oh,
before. I'm
okay.
talking about in day 1 or 2. Seth alleged that
Oh,
the
okay.
neighbors were giving because they see what it was is they were a part of a Facebook group,
Right.
and it's a private
The
neighborhood
neighborhood thing.
Facebook
Yep.
group that's run by Bobby the neighbor, who went to school with Terry Lynn, and is very, knows the area, knows the neighborhood very well. She's the OG neighbor. And so she was like the admin, and they were all giving the footage through there to Chris and Katie.
Okay.
Now, why would you do that? Why would you give it to them? And why has Seth never gotten any of it? I mean, in my opinion, that should have been the first thing they did. Was if they're going to give it to those two fucking idiots who lost the kid and it happened in their house, why wouldn't they give it to Seth?
How old is Terry Lynn? Like 60, 70?
No, I think she's like 50. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable enough.
I don't think anybody does.
Because I don't know. I
Fucking
don't
creep.
know. I mean, I know enough about her to know that she's blocked forever.
Yeah, right.
So
Crazy. Cringe, cringe, cringe.
yeah, and I mean, I do think her narrative on everything is very fake. Very very scripted. Katie talks about how it's not scripted, but I think it is.
Oh, I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything Katie says. So forget about that. I'm
No.
not taking anything she says serious at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's
liars,
all.
in my opinion, right here.
Yeah, I agree. It's all BS. It's not truthful, and that's unfortunate. Because again, Sebastian deserves so much better than that, and for Katie to be like, "Oh, I don't know what happened to him." Well, you should though, because again, kids don't just disappear out of their rooms. I mean, when there's no signs of anything, no footage in the neighborhood, and the thing is they were able to check all that footage and be way ahead of the game on the first day, so they knew about the lights, in my opinion, on the first couple days. Whenever that they shared that crap to the Facebook group, neighborhood group, that's when they knew, and they were uploading the footage, and there's screenshots of Chris Proudfoot talking about, send us the footage, Katie, if you have any footage, we would like it. Yeah, of course you would. Again, keeping tabs on the situation.
I love how Fox 17 here in Nashville says Hendersonville, Tennessee, in Hendersonville, Tennessee. A sad anniversary here in Middle Tennessee. A year ago, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers allegedly walked out of his house and disappeared off the face of the earth. I love how they wrote that, though, because that's really that stupid narrative that the poopy foots and everybody else is trying to sell everybody. And it just shows how ridiculous it is. And I think they wrote that on purpose. Like, really? Like, he disappeared off the face of the earth, y'all. Who does that, right? You're either in the earth, you're on the earth, but you don't disappear off the face of the earth, right? So you're not in space, right? You're not in outer space. There was something about this story, something about this sweet autistic young man that captured the hearts of Middle Tennessee. But it's possible that no one took it harder than a Goodlettsville woman with no real connection to the case. Yeah, sure. No one took it harder.
Oh, you mean that Tim
that's
Ferritter guy or whatever the hell his name is? I think Terry Lynn
no, it's
did
saying
some
Terry
special
Williams has
favor
searched.
for him.
Now, yeah,
My
it's
opinion,
talking-
because that guy really laid it on thick. Like she's just the martyr and all of this. It's like, no, you're not, Terry Lynn. You made a lot of money off of Sebastian's case, and you're just like your good friend Mr. Briley, taking that money and running and being on the panel with Chris
Crazy.
Proudfoot right after that. So I wonder how Tim Ferritter feels about it now when he hears her on a panel talking with Chris Proudfoot side by side. Instead of talking about Sebastian, this kid, I made a promise to this kid.
Shit.
Yeah. I wonder how that went over, like a turd in the punch bowl, Terry Lynn, because you're the one that sat there and said that you're never going to forgive up, and you're never going to give up, and then you show this picture of a blanket that you have on your porch as if Sebastian would come to your house. How the hell would he even know you? How the hell would he come to your house, weirdo?
Yeah, man. Goodlettsville. I thought she was from
Damn.
Goodlettsville, but somebody else told me Hendersonville. I'm like, I thought it was Goodlettsville, but yeah.
She went to Beach High School.
Yeah, she's probably from Hendersonville and lives in Goodlettsville now then. Or the last we know, she's in Goodlettsville.
Well, I know
is
her
right
whereabouts,
there.
but I won't say them online.
We'll talk about that later. No, I'm playing. But no,
I do.
Goodlettsville.
Yeah, I keep tabs on people that stalk me.
In Goodlettsville, there is that's where Millersville is right there next to Goodlettsville, and that's where somebody allegedly saw someone that looked like Sebastian or a teenager being shoved into a hotel room and all this other stuff.
Oh.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
was that on Crime Time Buzz?
I believe so, which is not very reliable anymore.
I was gonna say, I hate to say it. I'm not trying to.
It's always some weird shit. I'm just saying that's been alleged, though. It's been alleged. And it's just kind of funny how it's in that area that she lives. Kind of weird. But yeah, that's just
Amazing
this area,
how
though.
close everything is, though, right? It
Yeah,
is like
you have Madison,
like-
Goodlettsville, Millersville, Hendersonville are all right next to each other.
they're all like the little outskirts of the city, huh? Of Nashville.
north. When you're going to Nashville, you're passing all those places. So yeah,
Oh.
and you have to pass them to come into Hendersonville. So, and then you got then when you're going northeast of Hendersonville is Gallatin, and then so on and so forth. You eventually get to Kentucky if you keep going up, but and you got White House in the area, and you got Greenbrier. And White House, you get to White House the back way, you can leave Worshams and take a right if you're facing Beach High School and you're going down New Hope Road, and it goes all the way up what's called Castilian Springs, all the way to White House, Tennessee. White House, Tennessee is another city, and
That's where Sebastian used to live.
Oh, he did live in White House?
Yes, he did. Before they moved
that's
to,
right.
Yeah.
Before,
Before they
yeah, you
moved to
could
the,
get to 65
Victoria
there.
place.
Well, you could get back to 65 that way too, and go right back to Memphis. By the way, in 3 hours and 27 minutes, doorstep to doorstep. I think it was off by 1 minute from what CP said. If someone, in my opinion, or allegedly, would have left that home in Hendersonville and went back to Memphis, it would take 3 hours 25 or 27 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
and he also said that there, he
you go that
mentioned
back way where that LPR is broken, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned that too. The license plate readers and how somebody might have been hauling ass down 65. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, people tell on themselves, and it's important to look for that leakage and what they're saying. And that's why I think people have paid so much attention to what those two idiots have to say, is because we're trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian, and it's so difficult because they don't want to, they don't want to tell anybody, but they know. In my opinion, they know. They don't want anybody finding out, what they've done, or where they've taken him. And it's wild to me. It really is. It's like, I can't believe that the police have botched this so badly, because I mean, if the two of us can see that, and people in the chat, yeah, I mean, it's amazing that they don't see it, and that's their job that they're supposed to be doing every day, and they don't want any help, or you know they certainly don't like us talking about it online.
Right. Well, kiss my ass. I'm here, bitch. Come get me. And
I
say,
mean,
I can't
yeah.
do this. I dare you. No, I'm kidding.
I know. I mean, I'm there because it's like, so many people are afraid. Faye says they both lied. CP got caught on geofence and Katie on camera returning to the house, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, Faye. I don't even know if that, because they said they couldn't make it out, and again, that's a piece of the footage that was given to Chris and Katie from the neighbor across the street. Seth didn't get to see that until the police showed it to him, until it was like, but Katie and Chris had that knowledge because the neighbors gave it to them. And that's true, little Miss Sharon. Searching is not just a drone. Drones can't pick up on everything. Drones are great tools, but they're not everything. So I know, Detroit, I know. And that's the thing, like, I have so many of you viewers out there that have told me things like this. I still break down talking about my son after 13 years. She's not normal, and you can read the guilt all over her face too. She knows, in my opinion, so does Pissy Pants and family, in my honest opinion.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think that they were involved. We know they like to run together, the Foot Clan, and they do their dirt.
And they got the alleged sighting of CB's truck at Worsham's. And Worsham's video disappears. And someone says in a comment, this was a while back, I read this comment on all this stuff. They said, all you got to do is, you want to understand about CP and KP, all you got to do is go hang out at Worsham's, and you're going to hear all the gossip, basically, because everybody knew them there, because they lived right there, obviously. And it's a small town, and everybody knows everybody. And when you I've been to Worsham's, and when you regularly walk in there, you're going to get to know. But I've never been in there enough to get to know those people inside Worsham's. I just, from time to time, I've been in there, when I was in that area. But, if you live there, you're going to frequent that store, because where I grew up, I frequented my gas station.
Yeah.
I used to get gas for my lawnmower there. I used to get gas for my car there. It was not even a mile away from my house.
Right.
I could walk there. I used to ride bikes there when I was a kid, buy stuff with extra change from a piggy bank, get soda, whatever. And
yeah, candy, all that. Yeah,
and that got robbed by one of my neighbors. So it was like, you robbed the store, like, what the fuck? Put sleeping bags on their heads and robbed the store, and this is crazy. But anyway, yeah, I knew the guy that worked there. His name was Sonny. He was an Indian guy, and they would always sign a contract off every 5 years to another family member, because if you didn't, you'd have to start paying tax if you're an immigrant or whatever. So they just sign it off to another family member every 5 years and never pay tax. It's funny. It's smart. Played the system. If the system's dumb enough, then yeah, play it. Fuck it. It's not your fault. I would do it too. But
right.
Yeah, those people. So I would love to go in there and just listen to those damn stories. If I would, go back in time and just.
Well, according to Crabtree, they spilled the beans to him. I don't know why they would, but I guess it's kind of like, again, who and everything. Like you said, local people would, much rather talk to somebody that's local than an outsider, quote unquote outsider.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to really make yourself a regular. You have to go there for a good long time before you start really hearing these things, probably. But yeah, it's like that everywhere. I've been to, multiple cities around Nashville where it's just a hometown. You could tell when it is. It's obvious. You're out in the sticks and you're at a gas station. Everybody's going to know everybody there. And if you hung around long enough or you moved there and lived there, you're going to start understanding the gossip and start understanding who's who that is a regular there. And if they really live next door, I mean, they have to be going in there all the time. And
yeah, I agree.
yeah,
Well, and
crazy.
they have food there too, don't they?
Yeah, they got breakfast stuff, and
So you can
I
get,
remember getting like a chicken
yeah,
sandwich there one day. It's really good. They're usually pretty good when you get those from those little gas stations around here. Um, they make them fairly fresh, but they stay under a heat lamp, so they stay pretty good. But yeah, it's just something quick. I've worked. I was working at doing like you know tree and lawn work and stuff like that, and I would go in there and it's just quick and easy. You don't have to go to McDonald's or nothing. It's on the way. It's a convenience store. So yeah, they do that a lot here at a lot of places. And yeah. And so when I last went in there, it's just such a small little, so when I last been in there, for what I remember, it's just a small little room packed full of merchandise, full of food and snacks and candy and drink, it's convenience store stuff. And before Shell, I've been there many times before it was Shell. I think it's Shell now owns it or whatever. But yeah, that's been there forever. And so, and then it's just like you'd think they'd want to cooperate. Well, who gave them allegedly could have gave them money to get rid of their camera footage that just coincidentally just disappears after this happens? Just beyond me. Unless there are players in the game also, like in the beginning, from when it happened. I don't know. I'm just speculate, but I don't know, man. But yeah, for sure, everybody knows everybody here. I know another one off Long Hollow that is one of those little gas stations that neighbors go, because it's a big residential area. It's all you're going to see is a gas station. Then you got nothing but residential and farmland or whatever. Maybe some cows and stuff. But I mean, you're not going to, that's it. And then there's like small businesses here and there, but you mainly got a gas station out in the middle of a residential area. Yeah, everybody knows everybody that goes in there. They just do, right? I mean, you're going to eventually get gas. You're going to eventually know the clerk, but anyway. Oh,
yeah,
it's just so crazy.
Exactly. I mean, and again, they allegedly told Stephen Crabtree some stuff. I don't know what to believe on that, or because I wasn't there, obviously, but
doesn't he allegedly babysit or house sit their house sometimes and stays over there and shit, helps them with stuff?
The Proud Stephen Crabtree and the Proud Feet.
Yeah, and the Poopy Foots.
When I drove past there, it appeared that a truck that resembled his was parked in the driveway. So I don't know. But again, they might have been going. Well, they might have been going to Pig Fest and stuff too. So
God, stupid ass Pig Fest. Yeah, that's where pigs go, I guess. Have fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, so they could have been riding, carpooling or something like that, because a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's living there," but I'm like, yeah, but that, I mean, unless they have receipts or something, I'm like, I don't know. His truck appeared to be there, but I don't
fucking
know.
Redneck.
Was actually there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I see. Yeah, that's what I heard was it was just more of an alleged, like a theory that it could be, it looked like, but we don't know or whatever. But yeah, that's another one allegedly doing substances and got caught on camera by himself searching around the area with a dollar bill. So yeah.
I mean, that's what kind of spoils the credibility factor as well for me, is that, I mean, even if you're, drunk or whatever, high or whatever, your testimony isn't as good in court, right? I mean, if you're impaired, they don't want your input. So, I mean, I treat him the same way, I mean, sorry. I mean, you might not like it, but that's the way, I mean, it's just like me. If I said I saw something when I'm drunk, I'm not to be, my testimony shouldn't be, taken into account for, because how do I know I was impaired? So, I mean, yeah, it's just like, I'm not going to give him a special treatment, especially after what he did in Sebastian's case, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, he wanted to make it about himself, and you know, I mean, I know there's an allure there, and yeah, I mean,
There's
I
enough
can
of
join the
that.
haters too, I suppose. You know, anybody that they'll take anybody, you know, because they just want to be, you know, they just want to have more people. But you know, I think
Right.
that's kind of more of what happened there. You know, I don't know that it was like all malicious or anything. I think he just, you know, decided that it was more important to him to get clicks and views on his channel and build his YouTube channel, because once the haters have you, then they'll promote you, and you'll, you know, have all these followers like really easily. You know, you don't even have to work for it. They'll just give you, you know, bam, 1,000 people.
I'm
Um,
gonna have a steak dinner where I'm celebrating Queef B's exit out of YouTube. It's gonna be nice. We're gonna have a good celebration. And so, yeah, I really will. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna get a prime rib. I like me a little bit of, I like it medium well, with some, oh, what do you call it? Some of that horseradish and au jus sauce, and we're good to go. I mean, I'm gonna have a big old baked potato. I'm gonna celebrate the exit of all these and Illuminati as well. All these fucking losers that were nothing but hateful and don't give a damn and aren't worth a damn, in my opinion. Just looking for clicks and views and all that dumb shit. And I don't make money doing this. Maybe I eventually will, and that's my business. But and that would be y'all's business too if I do. But I do this, and if I did do it for money, it's because that would be my job, and you have to make money doing your job. But it's not for filthy lucre. You know what I mean? It's like it's
yeah,
for the better good. But they were doing it being actual grifters. But they call everybody else a grifter, projecting that. It's like, you're the grifter, you dumbass.
right.
Calling,
Yeah, that's a big thing. That's a big thing, that the pot calling the kettle black. You know.
yeah, it's like you're calling, like Queef B, you're calling everybody else a grifter, but what were you doing sitting on your ass on that recliner, smoking 30 cigarettes at a time? You're the grifter, you stupid
double
ass.
fisting the cigarette there. I was like, damn,
Yeah,
girl. You know,
yeah,
and it's her
crazy.
prerogative. I'm like, but wow.
Keep smoking. Yeah, keep smoking like a freight train. I hope you do. Because if your voice sounds like that, I mean, I can imagine what your lungs look like.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the voice is deep. She's got a deep voice. She's
Yeah.
definitely has a deep voice. Um, you know, I think it's funny when she's like, baby, baby, oh baby, you know, and it's like, oh my god. I,
Baby.
I worked with a bartender that had a really deep voice like that, and she would call everybody baby. She'd be like, "Hey, baby," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you don't
Hey,
realize
baby,
how bad that sounds," you know?
grab me that glass right there, baby. Hey, give me some Tito's, baby. Hey, what do you mean? Go in the back and give me some more Tito's. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's so funny. Exactly. I'm like, okay, you know.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Okay,
Okay.
moving right along.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's so much to be explored still. But yeah, I was watching Mob Crew today. Just kind of curious of what he was saying about the jammer possibility and all that. But I didn't finish it. I gotta still watch the rest. But I kind of try to keep up with all the theories and just kind of keep an open mind. You never know, man. Until he comes home or until we find out. At the end of the day, we are still going to explore every possibility. I mean, who wouldn't, that cares about kids anyway? You know, so.
Well, we have to, and especially because there's not a whole lot of information. A lot of the stuff they put out was lies. You know, in the beginning, they're like, "Oh, it's a trash truck. It's this," and you know, Sebastian was last seen in the area of Stafford Court. No, he wasn't. He was last
Oh
seen.
man.
You know, but then again,
Or
they're trying to say that he got picked up on the camera, taking out the trash. I suppose is what they're talking about. But again, how can you tell it if his own father can't tell that it's him? How?
right. Or was he last seen by a witness and that they don't want to tell you or who Was he last
Well,
seen?
you're
But
right.
there's no camera footage, right? It's like, who said that? Who's the one that's
I
feeding that to
I
us?
heard that, I thought about that too in the beginning. Maybe they're just not telling us, that they have him on camera in the area. But then I realized, they're lying about all this stuff. It's so hard to it's hard to trust LE. It's hard for me
Yeah.
to, be like, oh, hey guys, let's have faith in the LE. I'm not going to do that. It's like, no,
Well,
give me a
apparently
reason to say that you guys are doing your job, and I will. I always have been fair with them.
Yeah.
I've given them more grace than they deserve, in my opinion. Because where's Sebastian? And especially when I go there and I see how sleepy the fucking police station is, ain't shit going on. So what are you
Sleepy with
doing?
his hand on his pee-pee.
Yeah, he's
Wakey, wakey, let go, snakey.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like, what are y'all doing in there? I mean,
CP, hand on his pee-pee.
and they're allowing for this crap to keep going. Oh,
Yep.
well, we don't like the online speculation. Well, you think we like to sit here and rack our brains all day to figure out your job for you? We
Yeah,
don't.
exactly. We're not getting paid for it either.
Yeah,
I'm not getting paid to be
exactly.
a detective, but I have to play that. And
Shit, I
have
make a
gotten-
lot less than them. I was sticking up for them earlier. I make less than a police officer does. Shit.
Shoot, I got some information, simple information, just from being a pissed off local. So it's like, and I got more than they've been giving anybody an update on. So, and that was from doing nothing really, but just driving up and looking at something, and got some info. So, and some things that happened. So it's like, man, I didn't even do anything really, and that was like one day, and I did more than y'all motherfuckers did, in my opinion. Talking
Well,
about
yeah.
law
I
enforcement.
mean, it just takes a little bit of effort, and I mean,
Yeah.
they don't want people getting into it, then solve it, do something. Don't wait. But they do appear to be waiting on it and not you know not doing much to find Sebastian. They need to. They really need to step up their game. And Chris and Katie probably feel like they got away with stuff because obviously the more they get away with it, the more confident they're going to be that things are going to never going to happen. And
Yeah.
in my opinion, they will one day. I mean, it's just a matter of time. But for them, they're probably thinking, oh yeah, people are going to forget. And that's why it's important for us to continue with the flyers and all that.
In my opinion, they want it to go cold. I mean, who wouldn't have did something nefarious? They want it to go cold. Everybody forget about it. They don't like the publicity. Oh, they're making me look bad. Well, you made yourself look bad because you should have never done what you did, in my opinion.
Exactly. And it's Darvo at his finest, blame everybody
Yeah.
else for the things that
Fucking narcissist.
that you did. I mean, we wouldn't be talking about this if you didn't do it, or if you guys were being honest in the beginning. Because even, I see the chat and people are saying, moms know, parents know, especially if you've lost your child, because they always like to play that card. I pray you never know. I pray you never know. Well,
Jeez.
it doesn't take that. It's just a parent. It's I mean, those parents that have lost a child know even more. Yes, I'm not denying that. But I think it's amazing that, they think that a regular parent doesn't know that they're playing games and not looking for Sebastian. You haven't gone to one single vigil. It doesn't take me losing a child to know that or recognize
So
it.
crazy. So crazy. It's like my parents acting like that after my brother passed. I couldn't fathom them being
Oh, I'm so sorry.
that when they really do, they're brokenhearted. They're really they're not faking it either. If the media were to talk to them, it was all genuine, and you could tell. But you don't put this whole act on or start picking on them how the person used to be or how they are when they dance and all this stuff, and all that other stuff. I already talked about it, but yeah, the picking on them and everything is just beyond me. But lost or past, it's like whichever. It's still similar to a grievance. You're still wondering, and they're still not there. And you're still missing holidays with them, like Seth is. He's missing holidays with
Yeah.
his child, his one and only son, really, and so, man, and that's rough.
Yeah,
The
I'm so
holidays are
sorry
the
to your parents
hardest.
too, and you, because no, it's not easy. I mean, no matter the circumstance, like we don't ever want to, have to do
And,
that, and no one should really have to. It's so heartbreaking to me, and it takes such strong parents. Like your parents have to be tough as nails to have been through something like that, So I never want to
yeah,
let Chris Proudfoot and his bullshit detour that, because it's important, that there's parents out there that are missing their kids, that, man,
yeah, they
I
only
just
could
can't
see him as a little,
imagine.
they could only see him as a little boy again when it happened. That's what they kept telling me, is that we can't help but see him as our little boy, and that it's the firstborn. So yeah, you just
God.
but you can tell when somebody's putting a facade on, and then
I remember when you
will get
sent
in
me
the
the picture
way.
of your brother. He's very handsome, and you know,
Oh yeah,
um, yeah, that's so sad.
but thanks for your empathy. But yeah, it makes you stronger though, and
Absolutely.
then you help somebody else that's been through something similar or the same thing. That's why I think God puts you through it, because then you can help that other person. I'm helping somebody right now that has to do something with the court system, and I've been through something similar, and I said, okay, this is what you need to do. This is what it's going to cost. This is what you're going to go through, whatever. And but I'm like, well, and I told him, I said, that's what I think God put me through, that so I can help somebody else, and I'm helping you, so that's good to know. And he's like, yeah, that's a beautiful way to look at it. I'm like, it is. That's the way I try to look at things. Sometimes you might be going through some shit, but you turn around and go, well, who am I helping through this though? Wow, that's actually helped somebody else. Well, maybe that's why I went through it, or it's a good reason. Maybe it's good that I went through it because it's helping somebody right now to have all the answers that you can't find anywhere on the internet or anywhere in the library or anywhere, from anybody. Then it just, you get that person that's been through it, and you get fortunate enough that you meet them, or they're a friend of yours already, which is, I'm already friends with them, and they just go,
Hmm.
yeah, hey, I got a question. Yeah. This happened, that happened, you know, what do I need to do? And boom, I got the answers. And it's like, well,
Yeah,
thank
it's
God I
super
went
hard
through
to
that.
navigate the
Yeah.
court system. It really is. I mean,
Yep.
they still use Latin terms, and
Yep.
it
That's,
is.
yeah. Some of the
And
stuff's so
it's
stupid,
nerve wracking too. Like nobody wants to have to be in that position, unless you're Sue happy, like
Yeah.
some of the
Oh
pieces,
yeah.
yeah, players in this case.
Yep. Yeah. Um, that stuff, the Sue Happy stuff gets old. It's like, okay, now you're like a grifter too. It's basically like, if
Oh, big time.
now BHB's different, obviously, because she's not sitting here doing this to, like, just keeps doing this to, Sumner County has been deserving that for a long time, in my opinion. And it's about
Oh,
time
I bet
somebody
there's so
stick it to
many
their ass.
people. Oh
Oh, there's so many
yeah, I'm
people's
sure they
stories, but
fucked so many people
they don't
over.
want to turn around and sue them because they're scared. Because it's not even that they're scared; they just want to be done with Sumner County. They either leave this county, or they just don't get in trouble anymore, or find any ways to get. They usually leave. They say, "I'm not dealing with that no more," and but they don't sue them because they have to go through all this stuff. They just don't want to deal with them anymore. They get
Well,
so tired of
speaking
dealing
of
with
a
it. I want to
grift,
sue them, but I
if
just
I
don't.
had
I
to,
don't, because it's more work I got to do, and more money out of my pocket into the damn court's pockets, and I don't want to do that. I just want to move
if
on
I
with my
had a
life.
dollar for every single time I heard somebody say I have to live here, I'm like, no, you
Yeah,
don't, bro.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I'm
yeah. You
sorry,
don't.
but you can move. Like, and I
It's
hate to say
safe.
it like that, but
Yeah,
once I moved out of Springfield and I realized that not everywhere, obviously I knew that because I didn't live, my
yeah.
whole life there, but I mean, like, you don't have to be stuck in a situation where there's corruption and all that crap. Like, you can
You
move to a
don't.
different place where you don't
Yeah.
have to deal with that. Like,
Or
and
if you're in the
especially if
position you
you're
can't afford
scared.
to. Yeah,
Like,
if you can't afford to, that's understandable though. Like,
I mean, I
to
get that
move at the
too, but it's,
moment, but yeah, it's not
yeah.
cheap here though either. So it's like mid class to upper class. So it's like, it's not. I mean, it depends on where you're at in Sumner County though. It does, but yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, it's just like my relationship with Hendersonville. I don't like Hendersonville. I don't live there. So there you go. I don't live in Hendersonville. because I don't
Yeah.
want to. And so
Yeah, I
have
wouldn't
in the
either with
past,
the way
but
that they act, you know?
fuck no.
It's such a nice area
Why
though. That
bother me?
sucks.
Well,
That's
no,
what
why are you
sucks about
bothering
it.
me? Why are you bothering me pulling me over for something so stupid like window tint or like a freaking I didn't use my turn signal, which I did, but you're gonna lie and say that and then you're gonna get away with it. Or whatever the dumbass shit is you want to pull me over for, but then you turn around and you got fucking pedophiles left and right over here, or over there really. I'm not in Hendersonville, but over there in Hendersonville, you got pedophiles getting caught left and right. And so, yeah, good job catching them. But why are you bothering people that aren't doing nothing? Then you can read a license plate. So, I'm not doing nothing wrong. I have a history of any of that shit. So it's like, why are you bothering me? That's what it's like over there. So it's like, y'all are just fucking focused on the
Because
wrong shit.
they want the revenue. They want to be able to write a ticket.
Exactly.
So you have to pay the ticket.
Yep.
And
they want money. That's all they want. But it's just, that's the part, that's the corruption part of it right there is like, they just want to see how much money they can put in the damn city's pockets and make themselves look good for the Chiefs so they get a promotion and all the other agendas they might have.
Oh, yeah.
And oh, God, man. One day, though, shit's going to hit the fan. And it has kind of this year, which this year's been a bittersweet for me personally in my personal life, but with a lot of this other stuff has been like bittersweet because it's like all this really good stuff's happening, but at the same time we have things like Sebastian that we need to deal with. It he's still not found, but we have had shit hit the fan with Sumner County in a way where now there's a lawsuit against him. Good, there needs to be. Now the officer acting out of pocket over there at that gathering. Well, I'm kind of glad he did that because that just shows their ass to the world, and maybe not the world. If the world didn't see it, then they will eventually. The shit's really gonna come to light, and
I can't believe that the local news didn't cover that, and they were there when it happened.
They were right there when it happened.
That's
and
disgusting
they should have had it on
to me.
camera.
Really, it is. And I'm not saying that I saw him flip the bird. What I saw was him put his hands in the air.
It's hard to tell, but yeah.
And then he also was doing the thumbs up. And in my opinion, doing the thumbs up is something that Sebastian was doing in many of his photos. So you doing that is just as bad. You might as well flip me off. I'd appreciate it more than
you just keep your hands to yourself. When I mean that, he didn't put his hands on anybody, right? He did on one of the signs out there, from what I understand. But you could keep your hands to yourself and not act out and just be and stay in regulation. And the police officer would know what I mean when I say that. Stay in regulation, which means don't do dumb shit in uniform. In other words, like. It's like military bearing is what they call it.
They disgraced themselves is what they did. They disgraced themselves and
hell yeah. And I was like, well, there you go.
Embarrassing.
Showing your ass. Yeah, this is your attitude toward this case. You know what I mean?
It spoke volumes. I was saying hello to everyone too because that's how I am. I'm just a bubbly personality, and so I say hi to people and that sort of thing. And I said hi to the police and they completely ignored me. They did the same thing that they did to Seth, when he was there, weeks before that by himself.
Would you like a piece of cake? And they just, no reply.
Yeah. Would you like to say a prayer with us? Or are you afraid you're going to spontaneously combust in front of everybody and everybody will see how evil you truly are?
Yeah. All those demons start coming out.
That's the way I look at it. Yeah. Because that was weird how they did that right after we prayed.
Yeah. And remember, in Sumner County,
I guess that devil was drawing it out.
Remember, Sumner County, as per Brooke Harlan's husband said, is the only county in Tennessee where they will let you be a commissioned police officer and totally just waive your record. You could have and he said some of them have the worst record than some felons he knows that have multiple felonies. So think about that. A felon becoming a police officer. No wonder it's so damn corrupt. No wonder so many drugs got in there. You wouldn't believe how many overdoses that were going on in around 2020, 2021, COVID, around that era. There were so many overdoses in that jail. And this is not alleged. This is a fact. And outside that jail, probably.
Never hear about that, huh?
Yeah, inside that jail for sure. I'm talking about fentanyl, whatever it was. But still, how's it getting in there? Why are you letting it in there? The place was so packed out that there was prisoners that had to go in and out of there just because the prison was so full. they were taking prisoners and putting them in Sumner County, and that was Sumner County is already three damn inmates per cell, and then doing the quarantine for 14 days and everything else, anyway, it was a mess. But that was happening, and I know for a fact.
Yeah, that's crazy. And, I mean, Faye is saying the Haros, baby Emmanuel Haro, the parents were convicted. But, California did their job. They went after those two. They arrested those motherfuckers and then they charged them and they said, "Where is baby Emmanuel?" And then Haro was going to take him out to the desert where he put his baby, allegedly. But they did their job. Sumner County didn't do that to Chris and Katie. They handled them with kid gloves, as Chris likes to say, and they didn't. They needed to pull her ass in and put her under questioning. Same with Chris when he got back to town, and then when Seth arrived after he got off of his shift, he should have been put in a separate room as well and questioned. They let him stay in their cushy little house, and no luminol. Little Miss Sharon.
As legal guardians of that child too, or you have like a parental right, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you have visitation rights and stuff as like a step parent and all that. I don't think you should even have to have probable cause, in my opinion. I know there's a due process and everything else, and there's certain rights you have and even constitutional rights. But I think when they come up missing on your watch, you should have to be questioned. No questions asked. And if you plead the fifth, I guess you can, but or revoke the fifth. But I don't know. I just feel like there has to be some kind of, okay, then you're going to get locked up until we find them because you're the legal guardian that it happened on your watch and they're gone and you don't know. You should be watching them. That's what I just didn't get about it. This as a moral, it's like, but I know that there's rights that we have, and I don't want to say that we shouldn't have, because it's like you do want probable cause, but at the same time, it's like, should we need that when that was their guardian? Where was she at? Why? She should be smart enough to make sure that there's an alarm that goes off if he tries to exit that house. Period. Because you're such an alarm specialist, right? And you were in the Navy doing the same similar shit. So you don't know how to protect your kid from, if you know he's autistic, you know how he is, and you think you really believe he ran away out of that house on his own, then that means that he has the potential to. Then why didn't you protect him? I'm sorry. It should be like there's an act. Well, yeah. I mean, Sebastian's law, but I don't know all the details of that. But I do know this: there should be like an act that's where it's like the child protection, like a child protective act where the guardian is responsible. I'm sorry, but I think I would feel guilty if I were at a park or something and even if I turn my head for a few seconds and they're gone, and that does happen to innocent people, but if they get snatched up, they get kidnapped, well, you can't help that. But if you're like, you're not watching them and they're like way out in the woods and you're out in the park. This happened a lot when I was a kid. My parents would be like, you stay with us. I know what your cousins, they want to go out in the woods and stuff. And there's like a creek and all this stuff. A river actually, you could fall into. Is dangerous. And they all wanted to play down there. My mom and dad are like, no, stay near us where we can see you. Because I know that your cousins are allowed to, but you're not. Because you could fall in that river, and they said that current will pull you under, and you're gone. We will never find you, son. I'm like, okay,
true that.
And yeah, man, my parents were smart. They're like, my mom would always tell me she had nightmares as she actually had bad dreams as when I was a kid that I was trying to save you, and you're falling through the stairway, and there's no stair step there, and you're just, Mom, help. And hanging by my toe, and she's had a rope around my toe trying to pull me out and save me. And but she said, she always said, there's creeps out there that will, try to give you candy and pick you up and all this other stuff. And we used to watch Unsolved Mysteries. I remember that as a kid. And I was just watching that today, as a matter of fact. Robert Stack, man. Yeah. And then you see that show and you watch and you go, man, this stuff really does happen. And my mom would always warn me. She's like, someone could pick you up so quick and I would never know. And so we always had that in our minds. And it's like, you need to tell your kids that, because I remember that did affect me. That made me smarter, because if somebody did try to go, hey, just ride with me, I'd be like, no, I don't know about that. Because my mom.
Oh, yeah. I had a guy that was actually following me every day for about a week to my bus stop.
It was obvious,
And
wasn't it, to you? He didn't think it was,
well,
but
I mean, he pulled over and said, "Do you need a ride to school or
oh,
whatever?"
okay.
And I was like, "No." I mean, because I had my backpack and everything, so you could tell I
Yep.
was probably like 16 because I was dating my daughter's father. But
Oh,
so it
you're at
had to
the
have
age,
been,
yeah.
yeah. I
Uh-huh.
mean, I
I
didn't.
can. Mhm.
Our school, my high school was so big that you had to have a parking pass. There was actually a lottery, and
I
if
believe
you
that.
didn't, yeah, if you didn't get the parking pass, then you couldn't drive to school because there was nowhere to park. Well, we parked across the street sometimes, and then they got hip to that and was writing tickets. But either way, but yeah, I had like some weirdo, and he was trying to get me to get in the car with him, and he kept coming by for like a straight week, and of course I told my parents, but
Golly.
um yeah.
I'm glad you were
So I mean
watching and being vigilant, you know?
yeah, it definitely happens, and and that's the way that sometimes they do. They'll just be like, "Hey, do you need a ride?" And luckily I had the bus or whatever. So, but and two, he was weird. He was like an older guy, so I was just like, "What?" And you know,
Yeah, that's
um,
shady. You don't want to
yeah.
know what the outcome would have been of that. As sometimes I look back and I go, man, what if I went here or there? There's times I went
Oh yeah, I have
downtown and
9
somebody said,
lives.
I was with a girl. It was a couple times this happened, but I'd be with a friend of mine, and it usually was like a chick I would hang out with, and kind of go on a date downtown or something back in the day. And we were walking to my car back to the parking garage down there, and it was nobody else out there, just me, her and I. So there's nobody else around, but these two guys come out of nowhere. Maybe taller than pretty tall, and stuff. Pretty big guys, but "Hey, you got any money, man?" And they'd say it just like that, and I'm just like, "Nah, man." I walk with the confidence like I'm packing if I'm not packing. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know if I am or not. I was like, "Nope,
Yeah,
sorry, bud." And they just disappeared, right? And sometimes you wonder if there a big angel next to me or something that they saw and I didn't see. You never know, but. It was my confidence that really, I think, did it a couple times because I did the same thing with someone else. And one of my friends is like, don't even converse with them. And I'm like, oh no, I will, but I'll just tell them I ain't got shit. Sorry. And it was actually a mugging when I look back. It was they were trying to mug me, but I
yeah.
showed
City
confidence. I
is
didn't get
so
scared.
different.
I'm not scared. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get scared and freak out, and most people do, and they realize because they know right away. But I was just kind of like, oh, but he didn't look like a beggar. He's not a homeless guy. That's how I knew. When I looked back, I was like, that guy wasn't homeless. He had nice clothes on, and he's just like, hey man, got any money? And it's like, just because your size, you didn't intimidate me, which so it's like, huh? So you just kind of thrown off, but I'm just like, nope. And so I keep my confidence, and I just like kept my eye around me though, make sure they wouldn't sneak up behind us, and I just kept my vigilant, And I think they just noticed that I was very vigilant, I was very confident, and they're like probably like, oh, I better not mess with this guy, and they disappeared. And then a couple short like Mexican guys with like cowboy hats on with their hands in their hoodies came up to another friend of mine, and she was older than me at the time. I was in my late 20s, she was in her early 40s, and she was a hairdresser. She used to cut my hair, and we went downtown one time just for fun. And they come up to us with their hands in their pockets and hoodies on with cowboy hats, and then the cowboy hats is irrelevant, but this is painting a picture. But they come up and they got cowboy boots on, they come up and they just kind of with their hands in their hoodie pockets and got any money, bro? Got any money? And it's like, I'm like, nope. And I'm like, no, sorry, or whatever. And she's like, don't talk to them. I'm like, well, I'm going to say something, I'm not going to just ignore them because then it could get worse. You know what I mean? Just kind of de-escalate in a way. But I was confident there too. And they kind of walked on the other sidewalk opposite. They kind of went back across the street to the other sidewalk and started walking faster, like they were trying to get away from us. But they still had their
Yeah,
hands in their pockets. So I'm like, I don't know what's in your hand in your pockets. Could be a knife, could be a gun. They're ready to pull. That's what it looked like. And I was like, whoa, dude, that was probably an attempted mugging. So yeah, that's happened a couple of times when I was looking back in the past. I go, man, what if that went sour? I should have been dead many a times, by the way. I'm like a cat. I have 9 lives. I swear. I've
well,
survived so
Faye
much.
says, how about the 5 CPS reports?
Yeah, that fifth one I'm wondering
287
about.
pages of counseling. And that's the thing, Faye, that I think a lot of people can't wrap their minds around is that Sebastian, right, with the 5 CPS reports, because I'm right there with those of you who feel this way. And then all of those pages should be able to be entered into evidence. And I think the only reason why nothing has happened is because there isn't a witness, right? We don't know where Sebastian is, and so, when he's found, hopefully he can, shed some light on that. But that's what sucks, is because, yeah, 5 CPS reports, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. And then all of the counseling that he went through, and he's telling the counselor things, and there's notes from the counselor of Sebastian's own words, and you would think that they would be able to do something there too. And they have failed so badly. I mean, the police had to have had knowledge of this. Maybe not the counseling reports. I think that might have taken a little bit more digging, but obviously it was all over the news in the first couple days. There's a full-fledged endangered child alert for Sebastian, and they absolutely had knowledge of that very early on, in my opinion. And if they didn't, then again, they're not doing their job.
Right. CPS is dirty too, as we know. So it's like,
Yeah,
or
they
DCS,
are.
whatever. Yeah, man. So
Yeah, they are. And Scranton says they have done nothing that can be seen to look for him. And if we can't see them doing anything, and we are looking, how is the general public not going to know to be looking? Well, and I mean, I think, that's the big thing, right? Like, everybody is all hands on deck when they get the report, right, that Sebastian's missing. Okay, so everybody's looking. People were coming out, looking on their properties like the police was asking them to do. Some of them wanted to search, and they were saying, no, we don't have any way to track it. The bullshit they did, Sartopo. And they didn't utilize that, right? And they were making up excuses, and you know well, and I will say, little Miss Sharon, you're right about that too. um it was alleged, several times by Seth's mom that, she had talked with Sebastian, he had confided in her. So I believe that she would be a great witness as well. I agree with that. So, I mean,
yeah, I remember hearing some wild stuff that's like, that's true, and there's witnesses to that. Why is that not? Yeah, why is not? Was he not? Was there not someone questioned and interrogated like crazy over that? It's just beyond me, because if that's true, because I heard some crazy stuff that was going on that night where somebody was not where they were supposed to be, and they were in the neighborhood, night vision and all this other weird stuff, and it's all alleged. But it's like, if that's true that somebody witnessed that, what the hell? Is that not enough probable cause there that they probably did something or know something, and you're still not questioning them? Yeah, you got too many cop buddies, in my opinion.
yeah, I think so. And I think, it's a big thing when Nina was talking about how they like to bribe people with,
Oh man, that's it right there.
playground
That's a
equipment.
big thing right there. Yeah. Little Miss Sharon is in the UK, is that right? Mom.
Little Miss Sharon is in Australia.
Australia. Okay,
Australia.
Australia. So she knows all about the kangaroos out there. Is that right?
Faye says, I was lucky at my island when I was growing up, had zero criminal activity. Yeah, I mean, and that was when that happened, Faye, I was living in a really nice area. Like, that's what's crazy, is that I grew up when I was younger, like in a pretty rough area. And then, imagine moving, to a quote unquote nicer area. And then here's some weirdo trying to pick me up off the bus. But yeah, I mean,
Well, let's go to
and
Puerto Rico then,
Faye,
Detroit.
Faye lives in Greece, so
Australia. We was just talking about the Aussie and the kangaroos out there. I hope she likes my accent. I try to do it right. Right. No rules, just right. I used to work at Outback Steakhouse back in 2007. 2007, somewhere in there. I cannot do a British accent though. I suck at that. But I have a lot of I have very much British blood. A lot of it. a lot. I have a lot of British blood in me.
It's hard to do the Irish accent. I think it's very
Irish. Oh, Irish is so badass, isn't it? My friend Jasmine, that does. You've seen Jasmine, right? That I sent you some stuff about. She was trying to show Seth a
Oh
song. I
yeah.
think she did or something. She's real sweet, and I talked to her a while back. I met her, and we've talked and stuff. And she showed me her videos online and stuff. And she, yeah, she say Chris Proudfoot. That's how she says his name. It cracks me up. There's like no T, like no foot. It's or foot. It's foot. Foot. It's funny.
Huh. That is funny. Yeah. I like accents a lot. They're fun to do.
Yeah, she set me straight. That you did send me. You did set me straight, little Miss Sharon.
Oh, that's funny.
See, we like Keith Urban out here, and I served some guests at a restaurant I worked at, and they were all from Australia, and they said, "Well, we like Nicole Kidman," but I was like, "Well, you're in Nashville," so I was like, because I brought up Keith Urban, I was like, "Oh, I love Keith Urban," and they're like, "Well, you know, we like Nicole Kidman too," or like made that a big deal, and I was like, "Well, we got to remember you're in Nashville, so he's the one that's going to stand out to us because, you know." Music City, so it was funny. But yeah, they're
Oh,
really
yeah.
nice. They're super nice, and I wish I had a jawline like those Australians. Man, they have the nicest jawline I've ever seen. The nicest jawline I've ever seen is so chiseled. I guess I give you a fair shake at the bottle. Remember that?
Oh yeah. The redheaded lady. I saw Detroit's comment like when they interrogated the other. Oh, you mean I know who you're talking about. Little James Hutchinson's mom. Yeah, she looks just like Katie, especially since Katie's gotten a little bit more meat on her bones.
Too much Hunt's Brothers
Crocodile.
Pizza.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I think a lot of it has to do with stress, and then also they just, you know, if they were
Crocodile
searching,
Dundee.
that wouldn't happen.
I love watching Crocodile Dundee. Good stuff.
Yeah, those are good movies. Paul Hogan.
The kangaroo though, man. Oh man. Tell you what. We should put him in a cage of kangaroos like that. There you go. Don't put him in a den of lions, put him in a den of kangaroos. Kangies, whatever you want to call it.
The big kangaroo.
How do you call it?
Yeah.
Is it just the roo? Is it the kangi or the kangaroo or just the kangaroo? But yeah, with those beefed up kangaroos to kick their ass. Kick their ass.
Oh, that's funny. Little Miss Sharon says, that's not every male Aussie Libra, believe me. Probably nice. I know. I think probably Americans probably got like the total wrong idea there. Little Miss Sharon, that's funny.
I have a friend.
Damn you, Crocodile Dundee.
Well, not every male. I'm just kind of confused. Oh, how they talk or something, or
not every male in Australia is like Crocodile Dundee, I think is what she meant.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, out but out in the outback, well, oh crap. Oh, my friend, she has it's called White Wolf, I think is the name of the band she manages, and they have they have an Australian. I can't remember if they're all Australian, but one guy, he's Australian and really cool. And we talk, and he's just rock and roll, man. He has like this whole vibe, tattoos, you know, like he'd be wearing some leather, not all leather, but just cool vibes. Real cool dude. And he was from Australia, and I thought that was the coolest thing. I was like, oh man, you got some Australian artists too. That's awesome. White Wolf, everybody. Sorry, I'm not trying to plug anybody or anything, but I am. I'm over here plugging them. I love Little Miss Sharon's
on the panel, and I love her.
Oh, was she?
To
I think I did hear it once. I think I did hear it on here once.
Yeah, she's been
Thank
on the
you,
panel
Miss Sharon.
twice. I think. Have you been on the panel twice, Little Miss Sharon? I think it was twice. So, Scranton says, "Is it Jasmine's cat?" Oh, sorry, Jasmine's Crazy Cat Tarot. I love her accent.
Yes, Jasmine's Crazy Cat Tarot. Yep, I talk to her all the time.
Okay.
She's real sweet. Yeah, she was like, check out my videos. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And then she knows that I've done some local searches and stuff. So she was like, what did you, I was talking about that. What did you see? Or and she'd do another reading and go, where was that at again? Because she wants to do a reading on, and she would ask the questions of, hey, what about this? What about that? And I thought that was fun. It was like, hey, I get to give her some information to try to read off of, I guess. I believe in everything. Like, the spirit world will tell us something, if not everything, eventually. But I think we definitely get information from the spirit world, if you will, and astrology too, especially astrology, as Jen does the astrology and does it different from anyone else, from what I understand, and it's really neat too, geographically, how she does that.
Yeah, it is, but I think it would be so difficult, because even me never, going to the area, and then I did. It was a totally different feel for everything, and again, with the houses and stuff, and them being built up after the fact. Before they weren't built up, and then they were. Just seeing the way that looked, was, I mean, it's hard if you're not there. So I can't imagine if you're in a totally different country. But I guess it would be the same thing, because we all rely on like Google Maps and stuff like that. So little Miss Sharon says she knows who Jasmine is too.
Yeah, Jasmine's really cool. Yeah, buddy. She's like, you need to come out here to Ireland sometime. I'm like, man, that would be something. I've never been to Ireland. That'd be wild. I have it in my blood though, but I've never been there. I have royalty in my blood, believe it or not. I'm related to some kind of royal family, but for sure I have an ancestor that signed the Declaration of Independence, and I'm related to Eleanor Roosevelt.
That's really cool. Did you do an ancestry?
Yeah, my aunt was huge on that. She passed away, sadly, COPD. She used to work on a special needs. She would take care of the special needs kids as an assistant on the school buses in Michigan, and she would breathe in a lot of those fumes from the truck. That's what they said really gave it to her. She was a smoker, but that's what they said gave it to her, and so she passed away recently. She's around my mom's age. She was around 70, so actually older. I think she was in her 70s, and she where was I going with this? Oh, she did a lot of the history with our family and dug real deep, like a Mormon.
Oh, cool.
Mormons do that. I'm not Mormon, but Mormons are all about, you have to know your family tree and history. And so, yeah, we had another friend that did the same thing basically. And he found the Livingston, I believe it was Livingston, which was a family member of mine that signed the Declaration of Independence. And then Eleanor Roosevelt, the cool thing about being related to her, which, back then it was like she married her like third cousin, which was President Roosevelt was married to her, and that was like his third cousin or something, which is weird. But that's how ancestry works, right? And back then it was so different. I don't know. But anyway, so I'm related to him too, is what that means. But I'm related to her, and she's a huge civil rights activist. I found out when I did my research. So I think that's really cool to have that in my blood, But yeah, neat stuff. The royalty one's a little mystery to me that I'm still digging into, though, of the specifics on what royal family is in my blood. But yeah, definitely some Irish in my family, and I've never been there. But it's cool because a lot of them speak English, though, and not just Gaelic or whatever. I guess they call it Gaelic, right? Is like their language.
Yes, I believe so.
And so, like, I've never learned Gaelic. I had some friends that, how you go out on I used to go drinking and stuff out on St. Patty's night, which is so dangerous. But St. Patty's Day, and everybody's getting drunk. And all these people come out of the woodwork, and you meet all these people that talk about the Irish they have in their blood and stuff. And one guy, he had a bunch of Gaelic tattoos. I was like, wow, you just see people come out of the woodwork that already have tattoos. It's not just for tonight, obviously. He's like, yeah, they had Gaelic tattoos and stuff. I'm like, that's neat. but yeah, a lot of them speak English. So you can go up there and you could live, and if you come from here, and they can it's you imagine going to a foreign country that you don't know their language. It'd be kind of scary, right? I got to learn their language, or get a translator, or use Google to translate or something. But you go up there, and a lot of them know English. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I've had to use the Google Translate a couple of times. I
Don't
talked to somebody who was speaking Mandarin, and I was managing a hotel, and I had to tell him like you have to
Yeah.
leave or pay, and so I'm like, fuck, it's got to be Mandarin, right? Because
Oh,
Spanish is easy peasy, same as French,
right.
and it's all derived from Latin, but
Right.
but when it comes to Mandarin, it's like a whole nother like tonal weird thing. No offense to anybody, but I'm just saying for me, I was like, oh gosh, this is going to be a hard one, right? And then, but I was like, oh yeah, Google Translate. Let me see if I could just go talk to him, and that worked, And he's like, oh yeah, I pay,
Yeah.
and I was like, okay, thank you, that's all I needed. Sorry to bother you, but yeah. But yeah, I would definitely want to know the language if I went somewhere.
Yeah, that's a Sino type Tibetan language family is what Mandarin is. So it's and the most widely spoken language in the world, believe it or not.
Yeah, not for me.
Right, I know.
Not me.
Same here.
My language is English, and I can understand Spanish, especially if somebody's trying to be funny or cute. And
Yeah, it's almost like Chinese characters, the way it's the writing system is syllabic. It's interesting. But yeah.
oh yeah, I think it would be really cool to learn, and they
Like
have
Gaelic's like that too. Gaelic is definitely like that too. It's very symbolic looking from what I remember. And not, just letters like we have. From what I remember, I might be wrong. But it looks really neat though.
I have no idea, but I do think that that's like the other language other than English. I think you're right. I think you're right about that, but I have no idea. You would have to ask Jasmine for that one.
Oh, okay.
Because I have no clue.
Yeah. It utilizes 18-letter Latin alphabet. It's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. Nope. Skip the Q. R, S, T, U. It omits J, K, Q, V, W, X, Y, and Z. So
Well, I could
uses
see
a
that because
feta.
English is, there's a lot of weird rules in English, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, why don't people, learn the language? And I'm like, because English is very difficult, and there's a lot of like weird rules, and even like I said, the best knowledge I know about is like Spanish, and it's similar, but they don't put as much information like in you know they just don't put as much information in there. It's just like they just say it, right? They don't have all these extra words like we do, and then we have all these slangs. I know they probably do too, but it's just interesting. But well, I think I better hop off of here. I think this was a good stream though, and I like using StreamYard, or excuse me, Restream. Yeah, that's what we're on, Restream.
Yeah. Hey, it is what it is. We do what we do to get the word out there and keep Sebastian's name alive, keep all these cases awareness on all this stuff that's going on, because we need this corruption to stop, but we keep it alive, don't we?
Yeah, it's just crazy. It's really something. Little Miss Sharon says, okay, it's Friday night. I'm popping out for a little bit. I'm partying. Oh, you go,
Oh,
Little
so they're
Miss
a day
Sharon.
ahead.
That's fun.
Oh no, it is. It's
Yeah.
Friday morning for us, isn't it? What day is it? Thursday morning? Shit, I don't even know. It's Friday now.
no.
Okay,
Well,
it's Friday
no.
morning for us.
I was gonna say Miss Sharon's a little bit different because it'll be Friday night right now, so it's this morning for us. So
Unless she's partying until 3 a.m. like I used to, and it'd be like, it's 3 a.m. and I'm still drinking, and it's Friday night. Well, it's actually Saturday morning, or no, Friday morning, not Friday night. No. She's okay. So I see she's a day. Yeah, she's a day ahead, basically. That makes sense. She's on the other side of the world, isn't she? Basically. than the
Yeah,
United
well, and I
States.
know like if we have like Thanksgiving or different things, she'll be like, "Oh, I had mine yesterday." Like everything would be, like
Isn't that
similar
crazy?
holiday.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
We're talking to somebody. It's kind of like Jasmine. I'm talking to somebody that's all the way in Ireland. It's like that's so cool though. They know about Sebastian. Oh my God, the world needs to know. Like, let's go, yeah. And the more we do this, we're reaching more than we would on a stupid radio show that's local, right? So thank God that we have the
yeah,
internet and YouTube to do that. As much as I bitch and whine and scream and cry and holler and hate at YouTube, I don't mean it because no, I do mean it. But we have this
uh,
reach. So it's like, you know, take or give or take, we have this reach, right? So the
yeah.
internet,
I
you can
mean, I
reach the
think I
world.
think it's awesome that anybody covers Sebastian. I don't know. Little Miss Sharon says, "Just a thought. Maybe Jasmine can be a guest on a special guest one day." I don't know enough about her channel to be honest with you, but I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind.
It'd be cool to see her do a reading live or something. I did tell her like I think mention it to her because she was saying she would love to somehow get her song and see what Seth thinks about it, but that she made. But like I think I did tell her, hey, I might talk to Lady about getting you on the show sometime if you want to or something. And she said the same for you if you want to get on my show. She's really sweet. But yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, there you go. She could always send it to wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com.
Okay. We
I
are
don't know if
Sebastian's
that's
Army at gmail.com. Yeah, just send that to me if I don't have it already. I don't think I do. I think that's different from yours. Yeah, yours is Lady Freedom, right? So yeah, send that to me if you don't mind, that email, and then
yeah.
I'll relay the message.
Yeah,
And yeah,
that's the best way I would think,
because you never know, Sebastian could be over there in China or some other country, right? And they'd be watching us, and then
Yeah.
hey, I just saw him, and then there he is, right? You never know. That's what's neat about having a worldwide reach to anyone that can access the internet, at least. But I'm trying to get, and I just really like to get to another platform as well and add that to it eventually. Add another platform like Spotify or something. Boom, you got another one that somebody might find you through there and not just YouTube. It's really neat. There's so much of a reach we can do, and
Well, I
just
will
takes
say
time.
this, and I know this is going to sound very cynical, and maybe I am, but it's difficult because if the good channels were to get together and stick together like the haters, we would be unstoppable.
Right.
But there's a lot of people that is like, especially with creators, they're like they want it to be, oh, it's me. So it's difficult, and I've just had really bad experiences, Little Miss Sharon, and it's not that I wouldn't want that. It's just that I'm very reluctant because and it sucks because I would really love it if it would just be like people like coming together. That would be great. But if I don't know somebody, I'm very reluctant. Even people that I thought I knew, I had on the panel, like Chloe coming up here shit faced and stuff like that. Like I can't do that, right? I work too hard for my channel to have that, and
Chloe, what? Hold on.
I don't
What?
think you were. This was like way before this, and we were actually
Yeah.
covering summers. Yeah, we were covering summers, but yeah,
Okay.
that was a whole ass mess, and I'm like, not don't bring it here because we're drama free here, right? We don't deal with
Yeah.
that. So I mean, I'm not saying that your friend is drama. I'm just saying that that's why I'm reluctant. So if
That's
we
not Chloe the private eye, was it?
no,
That
oh
would be
gosh,
something.
no,
Ooh, that would be crazy.
different Chloe, but
Okay, I was gonna say there's a lot of Chloes out there, so never mind.
yeah, it is a popular name, but no, this was like a while back, and and then I'll be like, you can't do that, and then they get really upset with me, like, oh my god, I can't believe you, and I'm like, I can't believe you would come up here shit faced, like, why? What?
Yeah.
That's disrespect, in my opinion. I don't do that, and you guys wouldn't like it if I did. I have. You think I don't have a filter now? Oh god, it's
Yeah,
like
that's why you
way
gotta be
off the
careful.
charts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's
That's
like yeah.
mainly it.
Yeah,
I
and I
mean,
just, I mean, now if she reached out to me and emailed me and said, "Hey, I'd love to come on the panel. Let's collab." Like, I would definitely, try to see if that would be a good fit. But yeah, I'm just always reluctant because, like I said, it's, you
Let
know,
me talk to you on the phone first to make sure you're not shit faced, and then if you start getting shit
well,
faced,
yeah,
I'll kick you
or
off.
that you're not like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. My panel is notorious for rogue guests. And that's another reason I'm so reluctant to do open mic, but our last couple ones were good. Yeah,
Road guest.
it's just a rogue guest. It's
Road
like,
trip. Road trip.
no, I
We
said
should-
rogue,
Oh,
like they go off the
rogue
fucking
guest.
chains, and I'm like, dude, what are
Off
you
the rails.
doing?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I'm like, oh my god, what are you doing up here? And then I'm like, we can't be doing this in Sebastian's case, like, or Summers or any of the cases.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not a like. I will say, especially when you listen to the victims and their families and stuff like that. That's why I appreciate you guys so much, like in the chat, keeping it on topic as much as you can, because I would hate for a family member, and we're covering their case, to come in here and see us, you know, not like respecting their family, and we're sitting up here telling their story, and everybody's talking about the color of the sky, or whatever, it doesn't matter. But I would like them to come in here and be like, wow, these people actually care about my family member. They're not just doing it for entertainment purposes. And so that's something that's really important to me, and I don't know if that's really important to other people. It is important to me, though. And so, yeah, I just like to keep it. I like to keep it 100. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm
Absolutely.
just,
Hell
yeah,
yeah. Keep it 100. Keep it 100. 100.
keep it 100.
That's
So,
right.
but
Absolutely.
yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I'm not opposed to working with anybody that's working for Sebastian, because I think it's great. Like you said, Ireland is like, I mean, it's amazing to me when we have
Ireland,
so many people that know.
Australia, Ireland. Now we need South America. We need to make a geographical map of where we
I
need to
have Janet. Okay,
start
so
targeting.
Janet, we have Janet. Tony Fire is in Africa.
Canada.
We have Canada. We have yeah, we have a bunch of people from different places in England. Lots of
Yeah.
English people.
Nice.
Like Dawn Emery, she's from there, I believe. So we're very picky here. Detroit, I love those little emojis. It's cute. I have to be. No, I used to be so open with my platform, and people would just
Yeah.
come up here and shit on me, and I'm not putting up with that. Like, I might be nice, but
annoying.
don't mistake my kindness for weakness, because
That's
you
right. It's your
won't
show.
like what you're gonna get. You will not like it. So yeah, because I could be real nice, and I think people, because I like to treat people good, and I like to brighten their day. I don't like to make it worse, right? So like that goes for anybody. Like if I'm getting served at a restaurant, if I'm going to the gas station to, pay for gas or whatever, I know the people that work up there. They're like, hey, Trish, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. They know me because I
I'm the
ask
same
them how
way.
their day is. And you know what I mean? Like I talk to them, hey, IML. And, but I am in no way, shape, or form a pushover. I used to be. If you would have caught me, 10 years ago, yeah, for sure. You guys would have been able to, and I would just sit up here and take it, and feel like, like shit about it, and be mad later and be like, I should have said this, I should have said that. And now I just say it. Yeah, now I just say it, and I'm like, ooh, that popped out. Okay, but yeah. And we have to be Detroit, you've been with me, you're an OG, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. We've been through it, girl. And we just have to protect what we built, what we work for in our community, because it's something that it's very fragile if you let the wrong person in. I mean, look at all these chats that are coming out from discords that are like, I mean, my name was brought up in several of the things that Earthy posted, and things like that. It's crazy what goes on behind the scenes, and you just never know. People can befriend you, and they're just playing you,
Yeah.
and I'm not, and that's happened like several times. So, I mean, I can't allow for it.
We've seen that a whole lot, haven't we? Recently, especially especially in the Sebastian case. You see how many people try to play like, they were all for him in the beginning, and then all the dirt comes out later on. You're like, wow, what a backstabber. I'm glad I didn't give them any information, or I'm glad that I didn't search with them, or I'm glad that I'm very fortunate because I came into it at the right timing where I didn't get screwed over by any of those clowns, and I refused to let them do that as well. But, in the beginning, you didn't know who to trust or anything, or if you let your guard down any little bit with somebody you thought cared, and they were turn around, there's somebody else, and there's a whole group of them. I mean, how many of them? How many wrestlers were? Y'all are going to see something later on, but how many wrestlers were in that picture that I saw? That is out there. So it's like,
yeah. I was like wrestlers. I'm like, wait, what? And
yeah, a bunch of people
now
wrestling.
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
so I'm just going to
I was like,
explain
wait,
this. I'm going to explain it real quick, but there's a picture of a bunch of people wrestling each other, and they're a bunch of former YouTube creators and Terry Lynn type characters and everything else, and it's pretty funny because they're all at each other's throats, literally, and they're all like dressed like wrestlers in a wrestling ring. It's hilarious. And so, and you look at it and you're like, damn, that's like 20 people right there that were all just caught being dirty and lying or withholding evidence, or taking billboards down allegedly, or hiding something, blocking searches, threatening searchers, all that stuff. They're all in that photo. A lot of them are, not every one of them, but either way.
Yeah, there's a lot. That's the thing that's crazy is there's a lot. And then, I dodged a huge bullet, like with JS, I mean, she was like coming into my chat, super chatting, wanting me to read every single message that she put in the chat. Oh, I'm special. Look at me. And it's like, there's so many creators that come in here and they don't do that. Like Smiley was in our chat the other night. I think it was about a week ago now, but and she was just, as humble as can be, as kind as she could be. Those are the people I support. And, I don't support those people that are just doing it for themselves or to see how much money they can make on Sebastian's case, and that's the hard part that we've seen, transpire a billion times. And, go do that on your own platform. Like we all have our own channels.
Right.
Go do that over there. Keep that shit away from me.
Right, exactly.
So it's difficult, but thankfully I dodged a huge bullet with that because it came down to the point where she was like begging me for me to collab with her, and then I set up a time to talk with her. And this is why I always set up a time to talk with people before. And she, at the last minute, canceled. And then she said, if you want to know why I canceled, go watch my video. And I still have the text messages to prove it. So don't even fucking say you're going to sue me, or don't you dare say anything about it, because I'm not lying. But yeah, and think about it. It's like, it's look at me, give me the views. So even something that happened in her personal life, she didn't want to just be real with me and tell me what happened and why she stood me up on a business meeting. No, you're not professional, and I work too hard for this shit, and I don't get paid enough. But thank you, Detroit. Detroit, a member for 16 months, Detroit. Girl, like I said, you've been through it with me, and thank you so much for sticking by me. Thank you so much. That's Detroit. Awesome.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. She says OG. I've been here longer than I think. I love you too, Detroit. That's amazing.
See, time flies when you're having fun. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Straight up.
Well, and it's crazy because I was doing videos for so long and I didn't go live. And as soon as I went live, then I was like, opened up the floodgates to a lot of strange activities, and that's why I even tried to explain that to Jennifer Aaron, because I wanted her to just be aware of like how weird shit could get on here. You know what I mean? Because it's weird. Yes, Jules, we are still alive. I'm glad you're here. Are you getting up for work? We're actually about to get off here pretty soon. But
I
But
just need to set
yeah.
up my chat because I can't reply to anything. So I just need to connect it to YouTube somehow. That's all I need to. But there's a help option down here. I'm gonna explore and figure
Oh,
it
so
out.
you can't see the chat, that you
I
can't
can
see the
see it, but I
chat?
just can't reply to anything and write anything because it's not connected to
Oh.
YouTube. Like you know how you connect. I might just have to, because I'm a guest on here. I might have to sign up for create the account with Restream. Is probably what it is. That's probably why.
Oh,
See what I'm
okay.
saying? So no big
Mm-hmm.
deal. I'm not. You know, it ain't no big deal. I could get on YouTube and mute it and do that way anyway. Really, if you think about it. It would be semi-live. I think there's a delay, you know, but either way, yeah, it's been awesome. I had plenty of coffee, so I didn't fall asleep this time.
Well, no, I'm glad that you know, it worked out, because I was really nervous, and I was like, I hate doing new stuff like this. I'm like, maybe I should have done a test. And then, you know, Seth was laughing because I was complaining. I was like, I hate this. This is stupid. I don't know what I'm doing. You know, he's like, you're late. And I'm like, I know I'm late. I had to push it up a little bit. So yeah, it's like, oh gosh. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the same. But I think this one, yeah, I think it's going to be better. But yeah, if I mean,
Canine took
it's
a
good try.
nappy
Worth a
nap.
try.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like Canine took a nap and she woke back up like y'all are still on. Holy crap! Sometimes you might hear me like yell into the mic. It might wake some of y'all up if you fall asleep to this show.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I like to put on my favorite show and I'll just fall asleep to it. Sometimes you hear it in your dream. It's kind of wild, but I remember watching one on the Sebastian case and I fell asleep during it. And I was like having a dream. I was walking through a house and then it was, I think, Web Sleuths or something. They're like, oh, here comes Seth. Seth's coming. And I was like, in my dream, I was looking out the window trying to see where Seth was. Like, where's Seth at? I thought they said he was coming, and it was a show. It was a show. I was hearing it while I was dreaming. It was so weird. But
I do that a lot too, where I'll fall asleep
isn't
with
that
my
wild?
headbud, you know, or my earbuds in, and they'll just like fall out, and then I'll be like, oh, you know, or I
yeah, mine always fall
take it
out if I do that. Even if I had regular headphones on, there's no way they're staying on as much as I toss and turn.
Yeah, same
Apparently.
here. Yeah, but I do that sometimes too. If I'm listening to something, I'll be like, okay, well, I'll just listen to it till I fall asleep. But yeah, there's a lot of times where I wake up and I think about Sebastian, you know, or I've had a dream or something like that, and I'm like, man, you know, where can he be? And you know, or I'll wake up, start thinking about like, you know, what did they do after they didn't go bowling? You know, where did they go after that? You know, and it'll be the
Yeah.
first thought of my mind. You know, so I can't even imagine what Seth has to go through on the daily. You know, so. Oh, are you working day shift, Jules? Okay, well there you go. Well, I hope you have a great day. I hope Gator's doing well from his last heroic journey, that he's always taking out the bad guys with you. So. Thank you, Detroit. I just love you so much. Thank you so much. I love all you guys. You guys are amazing. You know, and I love that you guys are still, you know, so into wanting to, you know, talk about Sebastian's case and deep dive into it. So, I mean, we just
We will never quit. We will never stop. Sebastian's coming home, ready or not.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta do something here, and again, you know, there's just too much that's happened, and at this point, we've seen a lot of stuff, and we know more than we did at the beginning, so it's a little bit easier to connect some of those dots, you know, hopefully. But I think it's really going to take law enforcement stepping it up, you know, because even when we did the other live panel, you know, when Jennifer Aaron came up, it's like, you know, just, you know, what can we do? You know, what's the next step? And it's hard to know. Awareness is the biggest thing, though. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
Keeping
he
the
had
name
a second.
alive.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gator had a second surgery. So he's in the hospital until I can pick him up this weekend. Oh, well, I hope he does well with that, Jules. Golly. Well, good. Yeah, anytime I do that, Jules, it's like forget about it. It'll, you know, it'll be across the other side of the bed by the time I wake up, and then I'll be looking for it and I'll be like, I didn't charge my earbuds. So so I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I want to let me see. I don't know how to close the poll out here. But let me take a look and see what you guys said in the poll. Oh, and hold on, let's see. Oh, I guess I can't see it unless I go into the. Hold on one second. I forgot about our poll. But I think you guys are saying that you guys like the StreamYard better, or excuse me, the Restream better. Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. So I have. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it looks like our poll is 55%. Oh, sorry. Let me see. Hold on. I got to scroll. So 55% of people like the StreamYard, actually. Bird Yard. I called it Bird Yard is fine. And then Restream is better. Wow. So, but it's almost like 50-50.
Yeah, like 5% more like the StreamYard is what that means, right?
Yeah. There's our poll. Okay, there we go. I knew there was a way to close it out, but I had to go into YouTube to do that. So
yeah.
IML says feel better, Gator. Yeah, I can't believe how much the dogs do. It's so amazing. Yeah, I know. A lot of people like to sleep with the fan on. Here it's like you have to because it's so damn hot, but
Man. Humid.
yeah, and especially since I sleep during the day, and that's when it's so hot outside. The nighttime here is so nice. It's always so nice at nighttime here. Once the sun goes down, it's like perfect weather every single night in the summer, but the days are really, really hot. And
Not
even into the morning.
Tennessee, it's like humid at night too. It's like, God, the sun's down. Why is it still fucking hot?
I know. I can't stand that because Missouri's like that too. And I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with like there's not as much like vegetation around and stuff. I think that's what it is. Yeah, because people will be like, Florida's so humid, and it's like it is when the sun's out, but then and a lot of times too in Florida, like where I'm at, it'll rain and then it'll cool everything off, and then it'll be
kill the humidity up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that here. I like rainy days sometimes in the summertime when it gets really hot. I'm like, rain on down on us. It'll kill that humidity, please. And it does. It's usually like just cool and it, and then I hate it though because people turn the heater on at a job I worked at. They turn the heater on every time it rains. It's like doesn't mean it's. I know that it's temperature dropped a little bit, but damn, don't turn the heater on. Now I'm burning up. Just because it's raining outside don't mean you need to turn the heat on. Because once it killed the humidity, it was fine. You didn't need air conditioning. You didn't need heat. It's fine. But they'd still turn on the damn heat. I'd be like, I'm burning up. Turn it off. I'm hot natured though too, so.
Me too. I run hot anyway, so it's like, yeah.
But if I'm out bathing in the
right?
sun, if I'm like tanning in the sun though, I know what I'm doing and I'm used to it. I'm like, I'm in the heat. It's gonna be hot, whatever. But if I'm outside trying to, if I'm dressed up to go somewhere, and then it's just uncomfortable because you're like, or for work or something, you're just like, you got to take a shower again because, I got to clean up again. But if, it just depends on what I'm doing, I guess. If I'm in a pool or You know, and you're cooling down anyway in a pool. But sometimes it gets so hot here, it's like bath water. Then it ain't no fun. You might. It's like
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
that's the
going.
thing about Florida is that
Oh,
they have heated pools because, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. I always respect my elders. I love old people. I love, love, love old people.
yeah.
But I'm saying like the little old people here, their, circulation might not be as good and they're like, "Oh, the pool is cold," but it's like it feels refreshing.
Stand in
But
it
they
for a
they
minute.
have the
Damn.
heater on in the pool like even when it's
Hell
hot
no.
as hell. Yeah, yeah, I just and it just makes me feel like I don't like
See, they don't have those
lukewarm
here.
water.
For the most part, they don't have those here, and it's probably because it's still hot at night here. But over in Florida, if it's cool at night, that's probably why they have it. They probably do that in Texas too, or something, because it gets in
Yeah,
the
that's
desert, it gets
true.
cold at night. So they probably, yeah, that's probably because they don't do that here. I'm sorry, for the most part, I don't know anywhere that does. Get and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe these new apartment complexes they made near Long Hollow, they made a bunch of new ones that I didn't even know about till I drove down there to a birthday party not long ago. I was like, holy crap! There's a ton of new apartments. They probably have heated pools because they're really nice apartments, but otherwise, it's like we don't. Yeah, we don't heat the pools up here. Why would we? It's like at
I mean,
nighttime, it's
yeah, because
still
they
hot.
keep them year round here too.
Wow.
So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
still hot outside at night, so we don't even need to heat them up. And some people get in the hot tub still, though. They're just like, "Yeah, let's get in the hot tub and drink." And I used to hear them at my old apartment in Hendersonville. I was right next to it, so I could hear it, and I was just like, "What the hell?" And they were just echoing off the walls. I'm like, "Somebody's in the hot tub." I'd look out the window. There they were. I'm like, okay.
oh yeah. Well, and they close our pool too at like 10, so it closes pretty early. It's
Oh
not like
yeah, most yeah here
yeah,
too. Yeah, same here. They don't want nobody
yeah,
goofing off it. Cops would always get freaking Hendersonville cops would get called all the time out there to kick people out, and it's like
oh yeah,
cops really. I mean, unless they're like fighting out there or something. Some jackass just doesn't like the fact they can hear somebody having fun out there and the fact they're drinking that they got to call the cops up there. Half the time it was somebody that didn't
yeah.
live there though. That was the thing. They were trespassing because they weren't living there. And so, but fuck it. I mean, you're gonna have to shock the pool and the hot tub anyway. With now I was in there one time. These two, I was in a hot tub one time. These two young girls come up out of nowhere. I was like, okay, and then they got in, and then it started just bubbles to the sky. I was like, oh my god! They put like laundry detergent in there, and they thought it was funny, I guess. But you could breathe the fumes in. I was like, what are these people
Oh,
doing? It was weird, and I left. I was like, what the hell? This is like full of soap, and it
they put
screwed up the
laundry
whole.
detergent in there.
Yeah, it had to be. And it screwed up the whole system, though. It'll screw up the whole pipeline system, and it was shut down for like weeks. I was so mad at those girls. I was like, they thought that
Oh,
was funny,
what
but it was
a
not
two
funny.
little assholes. No, I'm sorry. I'd have
And
been
they might have
mad
wanted
too. Like what the hell?
they might have wanted the bubble bath. I don't know, but it didn't work. It was too much. It was. I mean, I'm talking about like up to 5-6 feet. It was because of the jets, and the heat. If you add that, yeah, it was foaming up like laundry detergent would. So I mean, I guess that's what they put in there. And I heard that, yeah, it'll destroy the pool, the hot tubs and pools if you do that. I was like,
Yeah,
wow.
that's
I don't know
crazy.
why. I don't know because that's just odd. I was in my 20s, but still, like as a guy, you're out there by yourself, and two young girls come up out of nowhere. So weird in the first place, and then you get like, where are these I didn't see him do it. I'm like, where are these bubbles coming from? It's so freaking weird. I was still trying to figure out, was that a prank or they're just trying to have a little bit of bubble bath or something? Like, what the hell? I just left. I was like, I'm out of here. What the fuck?
I
What do you-
know. It's kind of annoying though. Like I get super annoyed by the kids sometimes at the
yeah, I
pool.
was
Like
enjoying
not the little
myself.
it's never the little ones or the
Man,
medium-sized kids. It's always like the older kids that
they're
hang
like
out down
16,
there.
17 probably.
Yeah,
I'm
it's like
guessing.
I guess they're bored and whatever and they're like, "Oh, let's cause some mischief or something." Um
Yeah. I
but
don't know
yeah,
why.
there's been times where like one time they were whipping this football like as hard as they could, and me and there was this other little boy that was in the hot tub too, And the way he, like where he was sitting, I was so afraid that they were gonna hit him in the face. And then I was like, if I get hit in the face, I'm gonna be so mad. And so I was like, hey guys,
know,
like
man.
you guys can't be doing that, like what's wrong with you? And they're like whipping it as hard as they could. So they wanted attention, is what it comes down to, and then you had to be like, hey guys, don't do that. And then they'll be like, oh, sorry, like, and it's like, you guys know damn well you're old enough to understand that you're not supposed to be doing that, but like, yeah. And then
Yep.
but I hate I hate doing that, because it's like I hate even reprimanding other people's kids. But I kept looking at this little guy next to me, and I'm like, he's about to get pelted in the face, and then if I do, he's gonna see me come alive, and he doesn't need to see that, because he's gonna be like, oh my god, this lady's crazy. But like, I was like, So
one of my friends, he's like a bodybuilder, right? And he's a pretty big guy. And he used to be on human growth hormone and all sorts of stuff. We were buddies out there, and we used to hang out and grill out together and drink beer and stand in the pool. That's all we did all day. Well, there's some kids that were out there acting out and stuff and being stupid. And he picked up one of the damn lawn chairs, was ready to launch it at somebody. It was scary. They were telling me about it, and I was like, oh yeah. He goes, yeah, man, I lost it yesterday. Them smart ass kids come down here. It was teenagers. Smart ass kids come down here, and they were doing some dumb shit. And he's a cool guy though. So it's like, yeah, you got him pissed off. Hey, you must have done something. And yeah, I was always, we just respect other people and don't come in here splashing all over people. And so I understand little kids doing it, and you just got to tell them, but the parents got to tell them, I'll just get out of the pool. But if it's, and then sometimes that's annoying, and you're standing there, and there's adults in there, obviously adults, right, and drinking beer and stuff, but we were allowed to, as long as it was not, no glass bottles, and you're not advertising it. We had koozies, and we were real discreet, and we were doing it right. We weren't acting out. We just stand there and drink and talk. That's all we did. And, but if you get a teenager that's like, 18 years old, 17, 16, and they're splashing you all with water and doing stupid stuff, then it's like, better. You're like, I know, and I don't even mind getting
splashed as much, like, because I will go and work on videos like at the hot tub, especially at night, because usually the kids aren't there, but yeah, the older ones will be. But I was camming up back then too a lot, so it's like I was just like, oh my god, if I get hit in the face with this football, and then I have like, and then I have to cam down or whatever, people are gonna be like, what's wrong with it? People start asking questions. So I was like, oh my god, that would be horrible. So I was totally thinking about that too. But
if you fuck up my face, I'll fuck up you.
Oh yeah, I was so mad. I was like, because it's like they knew better, but the little kids is totally different, because they don't.
Yeah, it's different.
They can't whip a football that far either, or
if they're older and they have a condition, or if they're special needs, it's different too. They don't know. I've been there plenty of times with somebody with special needs, and it's different too, but they don't usually act that way. They acted more better than anybody that was, not special needs. So it was like, it was really, the problem was a smart ass, wild child, 16, 17-year-olds that knew better. And when they know better, when they're completely fine, they know better, like, but they just don't have, their parents didn't teach them right, or they just going wild behind their parents' back or whatever. I mean, kids are gonna be kids. Well, I remember being kind of a little shit myself. I was a little shit myself, so.
Oh yeah, like pranks are, that's kind of funny. The laundry detergent thing's kind of crazy. Like, I would never.
That was wild.
Something like that. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Just the fact I didn't see them pour anything in there, and I don't know how they snuck it in there. I guess they had something in their hand or in their pocket, or
maybe they had the pods or something.
They didn't have pockets. They were wearing bikinis. I don't. Yeah, see, I think it might have been that. That's right, because those did exist. They might have put it in the little. Yeah, that's all it took, though. Yeah, that might have been what it was. They took a pod and just kind of had it in their hand. And just, it's like, that ain't cute. I know.
Really, why would you do that when someone's in there? Like, I guess,
Oh, it pissed me off. I had to leave. It pissed me off. I was breathing it in. You breathe fumes in. You could just taste it in your lungs, in your mouth.
Oh, gosh.
They stayed in there. There was like, it was funny. And it was like, I was like, whoa, what'd y'all do? And I got out. I knew it wasn't me. This happened out of nowhere. I'm like, whoa.
You're like, I didn't do this. It had to have been you.
I'm also glad I did leave, though, in case somebody else saw it, and they'd be like, oh, and they couldn't blame me for that.
Oh,
So,
that's what I'd be thinking, especially if you, like you said, if it ruins the gumming up the
yep.
works, it's like, oh
The
shit.
whole plumbing system, it like destroys it because it goes through the filter, I think is why. I used to clean pools years ago for a living under the table and around Nashville, and yeah, you that it has its own, it goes up to a pump. I think it screws the pump up or something, but it goes up through the pumps, and it has all the plumbing that's involved, and if it goes to that filter and the pumps and all that, I think it screws up the pump somehow. But yeah, I never
Yeah,
had it
that's
happen though where I was cleaning pools. I never had to deal with that, but I know maintenance had to go down there, and they were like, "Yeah," I told them about it because I was like, "Yeah, I know you noticed y'all had this thing shut off for good." Well, I was in here one night, and these girls just walked up, and then all of a sudden, they sat in the hot tub with me, and I was like, "What's going on here? This is weird." Like that doesn't usually girls wouldn't have the guts to come up to some random guy, right, in his 20s and sit in the pool in a hot tub with him, right? And they looked like they
oh
were
yeah,
really
that's
young, so I
true.
was like, that was weird. And then and I was telling them about it. I was like, then all this bubbles come out of nowhere. I was like, I'm out of here. What the is going on? And they said, yeah, that screws up the whole system. That's yeah. So we knew somebody did that, but we didn't know what was going on. I said, well, that's the story. I was like, I just left. I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm out of here.
Yeah, and that is, yeah, you don't want to breathe all that crap in. That's exactly
Oh
how I felt,
yeah,
Troy.
you
Marsha,
couldn't
Marsha, Marsha.
see. It
Like
was so
that's
high.
that's what I kept on thinking when they were doing it. I was like, if
Yeah.
they hit me in the face, I'm gonna have a big, like Marsha Brady when she got hit with the football. So I was like,
I
oh
remember
hell no.
seeing like it foam up so much. It was like 6 to 8 feet in the sky. It was just so goofy looking. It was just it was like an obvious prank type thing. And I think they finally left because they couldn't handle sitting in there with it going up over your head. It's like whoa.
Oh
You,
yeah, I've put like a little bit of bubble bath in like the jet tubs, just like the tiniest
yeah,
bit.
that might have been their goal, but yeah, it had to be laundry detergent because yeah, if you did that little bit of bubble bath, that wouldn't do anything. I've done that. At
Yeah.
a hotel. There's a hotel I went to that had one, and I just put a little bit of like soap in there and just to get suds or whatever. No big deal. But yeah, it had
Yeah,
to be
but it
laundry detergent.
multiplies quickly if you put enough of it. It's
Yeah, you gotta be
yeah,
careful. You gotta be
especially
careful.
laundry detergent. Oh my gosh, yeah, that would stink really
The
bad. Oh
ass hats.
gosh.
Yeah, because you got to think of
Yeah.
how strong it's concentrated nowadays. A lot of it, right?
And if
So I
it was
think
a
they,
pod,
it had to
yeah.
be a pod because it got hot enough, right? It would just melt. That's what pods do, right? That's what they're made to do, right? They just kind of
Hmm.
melt and golly, oh man, so crazy.
Oh man, yeah, that would be something else. I'd be like, what are you girls doing? Um,
Right.
yeah, that's funny though. They probably were like, oh, we got them, and
I really feel
yeah.
like that might have been the goal because it's like surely you knew not to do that, but they could have wanted bubbles. But I just feel like I just don't know, man. Why would you get dressed up in a bikini or whatever, dressed down in a bikini, whatever, get all ready and then go and then sit in there and do that? You'd think they would just walk up and do it real quick and laugh and run off if it was a. So I don't know what their goal was.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's odd
man.
that you would do something like that and then stick around and be like, because obviously you knew that you didn't do it, and yeah, I could definitely see that.
It's over sudsing, and it's standard detergents contain uh, surfactants that trap air. In the turbulent, heated jets of a hot tub, these microscopic leftovers balloon into thick, stubborn foam. Oh, yeah, it was. Chemical disruption. Fragrances and dyes can react with chlorine, bromine. Oh, that was it too. It was like interacting with the chlorine. I didn't think about that. Cloudy, cloudy the water and throw off your chemical balance. Wow, that's bad. Fabric damage, all that stuff. Wow. So
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh my gosh.
gentle, fragrance-free soaps. If you only have access to a standard laundry soap, use gentle options like Earth Breeze laundry sheets. Okay, whatever. That's detergent stuff. But yeah, when it comes to hot,
Yeah, that's crazy that those girls did that. Like I said, if I did something like that, I probably wouldn't stick around long.
Oh, I just laugh. It's like all this stuff I've seen out there is just unbelievable. Just so crazy because like a lot of the adults or young adults would go out there and they would. I used to have a buddy that he worked at Walmart, years ago, and he was up there. They called him Turtle, and he was just up there with a bunch of women all the time, and other guy friends, and they're just having a good old time in that hot tub. And it was just, man, I'm shocking that thing before I get in it. As many as y'all have been pissing and shitting in there, and whatever else you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it? And
that's the only thing that I don't appreciate
bacteria.
about the little kids is that they're
going to piss.
Leave. Yeah, they're gonna.
They're not gonna walk to the restroom. Yeah, and especially when you're in that pool during the if you get out of that hot tub, it's cold, right? If it's even hot outside half the time, you get out of there and you're like, oh, it's freezing. But if it's a cool night, they're not gonna want to go up there and go to the bathroom, come back. The restrooms are right next to it, but still, that's more likely not gonna happen.
We have a bunch of them here too, like where there's restrooms. I mean, there's.
Especially when it's hot too, it makes you want to piss in there. But yeah, don't do it. That's disgusting. I don't care who you are.
Oh
go to the restroom, come back. Jeez, don't be lazy. Okay.
Yeah.
Like the cart narc, cart narcs comes out there and starts bitching at people for, hey, yeah, put your cart back. You gonna leave it there, are you? I don't like that guy, but I'm just saying it's funny.
It's weird in Florida that they don't have the cart holder things. Like
the corrals, cart corrals, what they call it at Publix anyway.
Yeah, they don't have them. So
what the heck?
Like the one
they should do everything
So I'm like, what? I'm like, how come? Like, why? I'm like, because it kind of bugs me too. Like, I'm not gonna go after people if they don't, but it's just common courtesy. But yeah, I mean, like, it's weird because it's like when I first moved here, I was like, where do I put the cart? And I was like, I don't know what to do. And then I was like, oh, there is none. And so they have people that come and collect them.
Got to do their job.
Well, they know that people come and collect them, but people just leave them everywhere. It's really weird.
Oh, that's horrible. That's the worst thing. It's not organized at all. It's not cleaned up. It's going to be hitting people's cars.
No, it is a super nice area. It's just, that is so weird. It's just weird. Like they have
carts
no
everywhere.
Cart.
Yeah, there's going to be carts everywhere though. That's why they create those everywhere. Like, Aldi has it down. That's the perfect thing. Put a quarter in. You don't get your quarter back till you put the freaking cart back. And if you want to be lazy, you can do that. But I wouldn't advise it. I would like to get my quarter back. But yeah, Aldi has a good system for that. And it goes, so that way you take your own cart all the way back up there and they don't have to have nobody go outside. So that's one less job they have to do, at that store.
Oh, and I've done that too, Detroit, with the dishwasher. I've put, soap in there because I ran out of the little dish pods or whatever. Oh, that's a bad idea. It creates a lot of bubbles.
I accidentally put dish soap in a dishwasher and learned the hard way. Yeah, it was just soap everywhere coming out of it, just leaking right out, just suds coming out. I was like, oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mom and dad are like, what did you do? Or my mom, I think, what did you do? You can't put that soap in there. You can't put Dawn in there. Liquid soap. Shit. And of course we filled up the thing with it. We filled up the little pocket with it or whatever. You didn't just put a little dot in there, a little drop in there. It was like just substituted it totally with Dawn dish soap and learned the hard way. And I never did it again.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
My brother and I were like, I think this is okay. Yeah, well, okay, we'll just do this. We assumed. Man, that's how you mean.
Yeah, exactly. I know. And it's like you wouldn't think it would be that big of a deal because it's like, okay, well, it's soap is soap, but yeah, it does cause a big mess,
But dish soap is concentrated.
Says she's done that too. She said she's done that.
Yeah, just everywhere. Like, holy crap. Then you try to mop it off the floor and it's slippery as hell because soap. So you got
I wonder if do they really have that blue stuff like on Grown Ups when they pee in the pool?
No, but it's funny as hell. I love that. I love the joke. Yeah, I love that movie. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Somebody should have put Sam Squatch. Who's that guy? He's like, Sam Squatch. He's from Canada. And he's like, hey, Grace. Hey, nice to meet you. It's Sam Squatch. Or not Sam Squatch.
You talking about Bubbles?
I'm from Saskatchewan. And he's like super bodybuilder looking. They're like, oh, this guy's so hot. The women are all checking him out, all the guys' wives, but they're checking him out. He gets out of there, shows them in slow motion, all the water dropping off his chest and his muscle mass and everything. And then he comes up, he's like, hey, how you doing? And he's got a little tiny voice.
Oh,
I'm from Saskatchewan. Where are you from? And it's like, they're like, oh
gosh, yeah.
What are you looking at me so funny for? And they're like, oh God, because his voice made him totally unattractive at that point.
Right? And he's like, never mind.
They're making fun of Canadians, by the way. Oh God, it's messed up, right? No, but yeah, it was funny though. That's such a good movie. Gotta love Adam Sandler's writing and all his buddies, Rob Schneider, all them. So funny.
Oh yeah, that was the all-star cast.
So crazy.
It looked like the next game.
Chris Rock, David Spade. We had Chris Rock, right? David Spade, Kevin James, Adam Sandler, of course, Rob Schneider. Who's the other guy though? I can't ever remember his name, but he does like character kind of just talks like this. Oh, I can't think of it. He was on Wedding Singer, and he was like wearing the Michael Jackson jacket, and he had the glove. He's like, oh, yo, okay. He's like, he's all serious faced, being Michael Jackson, like with a red jacket and everything. Like Thriller.
Yeah.
I like the glove. He's like, I like your glove. Oh yeah. I can't remember what that character's name is, but he's always in Adam Sandler's movies.
Yeah, he has like the same people usually, or not always, but a lot of the same characters will play different.
What got me was Robert Downey Jr. does a really good black guy, which is so crazy when they did that in Tropic of Thunder or whatever.
Oh yeah,
I thought he was a black dude. I really did, and then I found out later on. It's like, oh, that's Robert Downey Jr. That's who that is. I was like, holy crap!
Yeah,
like, he's playing a black dude. I was like, that is so crazy. That's like, what? I don't know how they got away with that at any time.
Yeah, I do remember that.
It's not. It's like, tell me you're doing blackface without telling me you're doing blackface. Like weird.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, I know it's we hit 6 hours. Look at that. Here in one more minute.
Oh,
we're gonna do the countdown already.
I was looking. Usually it's in the other spot, and I was looking to see because now I found out. At first, I'm like, I don't even know how many people are in here, but it was on the other side. So I was like, oh, that's good. I found it. But yeah, it's very similar. But people were saying Detroit and IML were saying that they like the streaming better. So I'm like, well, that's good, because if it was like overwhelmingly, or if it was not user friendly, like for guests and stuff, then I was like, I don't want to keep it, but it does seem like it's better. And in my opinion, I think it worked out better too. And I like the backgrounds and stuff. It's pretty cool to be able to change that up every now and then. So yeah.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Hey, we should do that.
Happy 6-hour live stream.
6 hours, baby. We should do a Happy New Year episode. That'd be awesome.
Oh yeah, when she says she wants to get chocolate wasted, that was so cute. That was really cute.
Heck yeah.
But chocolate in Detroit, wasted. I hope you guys have a good trip. Too. I hope you guys have a great trip and safe trip and fun and all that good stuff. So, and I hope you have Wi-Fi too, so you could join us.
Yeah. So please do.
Yeah, but I think we'll probably come back on and do the gypsy thing. I need to start making playlists, because that'll make it easier for, if I do like a part 1 and part 2 episodes and stuff like that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because we kind of went off schedule, but again, I didn't think that Adam Montgomery would ever in a million years be,
like, why do they even waste their time? Idiots. He's gonna be out when he's like 80 anyway. Stupid asses. If it's 100% anyway, it's just dumb. Waste of fucking resources. You know what I mean? Like, get out of here with that shit.
It is.
Thank God
and I
he's spending
complain.
time
I'm
in
like,
jail though. God.
It's our tax dollars, but it's not like really
Exactly.
our tax dollars, but
Yeah, but if
it
it was
is.
federal, it would be, but it don't even matter. It really is, though, as a whole, right? I mean, I know what you
Yeah.
mean, though. I agree with you, though. It's like it might not be ours, but that's what's going on for them, and that's what would be going on over here, and wherever you are, um, it's still messed up. So it's just as bad as if it was happening to us, in our opinion, because we don't like it. I don't like it. I do not
No,
like
it's
it.
terrible. And I mean, they just should have done the right thing to begin with. And, again, it's like we just keep on seeing these cases, these high profile cases that, the
Yeah.
police did their due diligence, right? They got all the evidence to be presented, and then the judge makes a bad call, even though they know, it's going against your better judgment, which is just so surprising to me because, and I don't know. Like you said earlier, I think people just have to do better. Um,
Yeah. Do the right thing and throw away the key. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, but it sucks because I understand the appeals process and, that everybody has a right to do that. But it really re-victimizes the victims. They have to show up all the time. And, you know,
Yep.
every time there's a new, appeal. And if there's multiple people that were involved in a situation, then they have to, you know, show up for that court date. And it's almost like we care more about individual rights of people than we do of the victims. And
Yep.
I don't know how to combat that, because if it was me and I was on trial for something that I was innocent of, I would absolutely, and I was convicted, I'd want to appeal. um, but so many times we see people, taking advantage of the system and misusing it. And in my opinion, that's what Adam's doing, because he could have gotten a lesser sentence if he would have said where.
Yeah. I got you. There you go. You're back.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess that's one thing about StreamYard is it kind of loses connections a little bit here and there, but it might just be.
Yeah, it did, but you came back fast when it happened the third time now, and you came back fast though every time. So I guess that's worth it.
Oh,
If
that's good.
55% want it,
But yeah,
I'll take that.
what I was saying is that it's we always want to have that right to do that, and if you're innocent, but we have to look at the victims and do better for them, because it's not fair for family members to have to deal with that either. It's just sad.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah. So, but I mean, we'll keep covering it here, about harmony, and see what we can do to spread awareness about Adam. But I don't. I mean, I don't think it's like Letitia. I don't think he's going to get away with anything. I don't think there'll be a much different outcome. Um, but it's just it sucks for Harmony, because she's still missing. And instead of telling us where she is, he's too busy trying to get his own ass out of trouble.
Yeah.
So I wish he would just, and maybe that is something that will come out of this. I mean, that would be the best case scenario.
Yeah.
So, hey, witchy mama. Yeah, we're about wrapping up the stream here. Um, oh, a 4th of July background with a dragon. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will do that, Detroit. That's a good idea. Um, yeah, that's cool. I guess we might do a live. I can't remember if we did one last year on the 4th of July. I think we did. Because usually everybody's done with their festivities by a certain time. So yeah. Um, that's a great idea though. I love that. Scranton says I'm here. Oh, great, Detroit. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's weird. I'm pretty sure fireworks are illegal here, but there's a lot of fireworks that they sell. So I don't know if there's like certain, I don't know what the stipulations are. Um, yeah, it is, relive testifying again.
Yeah.
Is another thing too. That is very true, Witchy Mama. And, you know, I mean, it's a pain in the ass all around. It's like, yeah, I just don't understand um why it has to be that way, you know. So, but guys, thank you all so much for joining tonight and for, rolling with these changes and checking it out with us. I know in the beginning it was a little rocky and I was like, I don't know. But I'm glad that we figured it out. And now that it's just like a setting issue, I think this is going to be a better option. Um,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I will, Detroit. I absolutely will, and I want to do a live on Michael as well. Um, so we'll have to do another live on him because the last one we did was actually reading the probable cause affidavit. And again, that was very eye opening for me to see how much information Fruitland, Idaho, this little teeny tiny podunk, in my opinion, place, right, had all of this evidence and knew everything, but they needed to find Monkey, right? They were trying to get a confession. There's so many working parts, so many things that have to happen and to fall into place. And it really gave me faith in law enforcement having the information that they needed in the very beginning, as they did in Michael's case. But unfortunately, we have officers with integrity versus ones who don't, in my opinion. And they showed me their ass when I was there. Because again, I'm not the one to go after law enforcement unless they deserve it. Um, and that goes for anybody. I would never go after anybody unless they deserved it. So, but yeah, I'll point it out all day, especially for Sebastian. He deserves so much better. It's unbelievable. But so yeah, I do. I hear them here too, Detroit. I do. Um, thank you, Witchy Mama. I appreciate you very much. And thank you for bearing with me and making 7 different live streams before this one. I was like, I don't know how it's not connecting. And I was like refreshing the live. I'm like, Witchy, can you see it? So thank you for that, Witchy. I appreciate you going through that too. Um, well, Libra, do you have anything to add in closing arguments, closing statements?
Thank you, everyone, for coming again. And nice to see everyone here in K9. Jules, I haven't seen you in a while, or haven't noticed anyway. You might have been here the whole time the past couple of days, but nice to see you again. Detroit, as usual. Witchy Mama. Who else is up here? It was pretty small tonight, probably, but either way, yeah, nice to see everybody.
Thank you, Seth, thank you so much.
Seth
and
was up here. Yep, he's still here.
Yeah.
Shoot, Seth got real quiet, so you never know if he's here or not. You know what I mean?
He's in the bushes. He's like a ninja. He comes out when he has to use his wrench, and then when he's like, Lady Freedom outed me. I'm like, no, he got that one creepy guy. He got that one creepy guy that came in. And he's like, oh, you're still here.
The creeper peepers.
I was like, get out of here, fool.
Get the out of my house. Little Miss Sharon, that's who I meant to.
I do not play when it comes to this channel, guys, and I do not play when it comes to Sebastian's case. I might be silly and make fun of these fools, but I like to clown on fools because they make me laugh. So I don't take them seriously. Yeah. I take my power back from people like that. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Justice for Noog. Justice for Noog. Nice to see you too.
It's definitely serious. It's not a joke, and. Right. We're trying to help find him and definitely, share the flyer out, guys. I know a lot of us do. And then of course I will also get that petition up too. And that coloring page again is for Haley Busby in the Pink Alert. you could just print it out, and I'd like to maybe do something where we can make like a boy version of it. I don't know. Maybe they have something like that. Maybe I'll check their website or something like that. But that might be kind of cool, because the same principles follow. For young guys. I mean, right after Haley's case broke, we had that weirdo Arctic Fox that was going after young boys, and
Fucking creep.
Yeah.
This shirt off too. He couldn't even put a shirt on when they went and approached him at his house in Arkansas, right?
It's so nasty. They
Fucking
never did
sicko.
anything. They never did anything, but that's Arkansas for you.
Didn't even arrest him. Yeah, that's good old Bill. That's good old Bill Clinton state. That's where I'm from, right there. That's where I met Monica online.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, no.
After I became president, and what I like to do in Arkansas, I like to stare at the wall, watch the paint dry. It's great. We got lots to do.
Yeah, it's just terrible.
So,
I mean, I think he should have been prosecuted. If you think that you're talking to a young
obvious,
boy like that, you should never be allowed to get away with it. But I think that would be something good, because I understand, maybe statistics wise, little girls are targeted more often, but we can't forget about the little boys.
They're all minors. I mean, he was a minor regardless, right? It's like, what the hell, because, and I couldn't even repeat the stuff he was saying, but he's like, oh, so crazy, man. I won't repeat it.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't repeat that.
I just can't. It's just like unbelievable what he was saying, but it is what it is.
And again, YouTube likes to, ding people for the things that other people are doing. And it's like, but if we don't talk about it, and trust me, it's not my forte. It's not my favorite subject, but, it's important to raise awareness and, remind people that there are people that walk among us like that. And, as sad as it is, as bad
the school system getting caught every day, pretty much.
Yeah, and more there's women Chester cheetahs too, and yeah, it's just
I saw one that she got a 90 days not promotion, but probation, 90-day probation for R-wording a student. It's just unbelievable. It's like, are you serious? 90 days probation, no jail time, none of that. And because you're in the school system, the buddies, the good old boy system probably, and that police officer, there was that police officer that got like nothing. Or that guy over there in Lebanon that got like nothing because he's like a cop, I bet. That's why he got a 12-step program and a year of probation. And he's probably never been in trouble, but I don't care. That should be prison. That should be a felony, and you should be a registered sex offender.
I think it's more so that the teachers union steps in, and it's hard to fight them because they have lawyers that will defend. Yeah, because of the union.
Defend somebody that's pulling out their wank in public to girls. Unbelievable. But anyway, we could talk about that all night.
Yeah, it's bad. That's my best guess as to why something like that would just be, a slap on the wrist, because I mean, it's a total violation of trust, and it's just sad that kids have to live in a world where there's they're being preyed on all the time. But anyway, I appreciate you being here, Libra. I think we had a good live.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. It's great.
Chesta Cheeto. I have to say it like that, otherwise, I get in trouble, and I'm like, what did I do? I didn't do anything.
Right.
Not my fault. We might have to get that wood chipper though.
Chesta, put your Cheeto away, Chesta. We don't want to see that.
I'll have to work on that for you guys. I know I keep putting it off, but it's like all this, I kind of get sidetracked from time to time. It seems every weirdo has a kink, gender, age, race, and I don't even know what else. I know, and there's so much weird crap out there. It really is witchy. It's like I just don't understand why people can't be normal. I don't know why people can't just be in a relationship and be normal. And, especially when they have, like, we talk about, oh, these girls are so pretty. Why? But the men that they're with are good guys, and they have a full ass fucking job, and they gave you babies. And, like, why are you not respecting them? Like, that's another thing, a whole nother level that, I don't understand that, because I'll be like, wait, this person was married, like she had a man, but she chose to go with this little boy. Like, to me, it's so ass backwards. It really is. The wood chipper is like a honey badger, Seth. Wood chipper don't care. Wood chipper doesn't
Honey
give
badger's
shit.
a badass. Yeah, honey badger's a badass too.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's what I call the good YouTubers that
Keep
find
lines
information and give it to law enforcement. They treat us like, they treat us like the honey badger. They're like, oh, these little fucks, and like, yeah, it's like, well, we're doing your job for you, pal. So you should, but yeah, because a lot of people get upset with law enforcement because they're not, they don't hear back from them, but you're not going to. It's just,
Right.
that's the facts. That,
Cut and paste. Cut and paste. Here's your statement. We'll cut and paste it for you. Change the date on the top. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, they should definitely, I don't know, they should consider, saying thank you, but they don't. A lot of times you won't even get a reply back, so you're like, did they do anything? You just kind of have to hope that they did, that, that they saw it and that they're working on it. But yeah, it's just all part of it. But you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will try to go. I wanted to do a day stream tomorrow, but I just don't know with changing this over how that might be. So we'll probably just do another night court, I think, tomorrow. But I'll be working on some stuff too, because I have to get some stuff out to the war room, and I apologize for that to you guys, because I need to get some stuff out there too. So it's a whole rabbit hole. It's a whole rabbit hole, Detroit. All right, guys. Well, you guys all have a wonderful rest of the day, and we'll see you guys all next time. Thank you, Libra.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Or good morning
night.
And goodbye. Good
day.
Afternoon.
Good day. I said good
night.
day. Be like
Yeah.
Fez, president from the
I said good
70s.
day.
I said good
Say
day.
good day. All right, y'all. See you
All
later.
right, guys.